Greetings from the Shigaraki family. Before the video commences, I am grateful to the original author for granting us permission to incorporate their work into our video. I am extremely grateful. The description contains the work of the original author. We will now proceed to the video. No Miraculous Cure Bola 8 Chapter 1, New Old World. Paris, the City of Lights, one of the crown jewels of civilization. Its historical and artistic value could be seen in the architecture, the customs, the sights, the sounds, and most importantly, the people. But among its beauty, there was one person, a disguised outsider, an undercovered imposter. There was a boy, 14 years of age, with 16 other years of history to carry on his shoulders. His history. The history of his predecessors was much, much older. And it ended with him. The war ended with him. A ghost of a touch on his shoulder broke the boy from his thoughts. He glanced at the wispy white vestige beside him, taking care to not draw attention to his motions lest someone started to ask questions. What, first? The whisper was so soft no one but the incorporeal figure could have possibly heard. You're doing it again. The first, the original holder, didn't have any reason to mind his volume. He was just a ghost, after all. What's on your mind this time, Ninth? The boy looked aside, his green eyes catching his reflection on a store window. Golden blonde locks of messy hair, like his idol's, no longer green and curly, creamy skin. With no freckles in diamond formation like he was used to. A simple get-up of a black t-shirt, a green hoodie, gray slacks, but the shoes, oh the shoes. They were an eyesore of vivid red, making his low-profile presence stand out, and not in a good way. He didn't care, that was the only part of his old self he could cling to. That, and the constant drumming of power that matched his heartbeat. Just asking myself how things get to this again. How it got to the point where he saw a stranger every time he looked into a mirror, no matter how many years passed. The vestige sighed, we know it's my fault, it isn't. My quirk got you here. Your quirk gave me a shot at my dream. My quirk killed you. Your quirk let me save all their lives, at the cost of yours. A price I would pay again in a heartbeat, knowing it would end with you here? The Ninth looked at the distant Eiffel Tower, noticing all the details that distinguished it from Tokyo's Skytree. Yes. That was the honest truth. If at that moment Shigaraki was about to lay a hand on his head while he pushed all his power even further beyond to end it once and for all, if he had known. Then he would have made sure he smiled while his fist smashed away to peace. A vindictive part of his mind rejoiced at the memory of that blight's body being atomized under his knuckles, the very same part that made him look into the mirror and ask himself what he was waiting for. And to that bitter and jagged part of himself, Ninth recited a certain date. October 21, 2032. The day the glowing baby was born in China. If by some twisted turn of fate, he ended back before it all started, before any of it was even thought possible to transpire, then he would end it all. Ninth would use the quirk entrusted to him, the power cultivated for 2 bloody centuries, to end the war before it could even begin. He would destroy that miserable future with his own 2 hands. If that didn't come to pass, and he was instead on an alternate Earth where superheroes stayed forever inside the pages of comic books, then that was that. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. It was all he could do. That's not healthy, you know. Ninth almost snorted at First's words. Which part? The imposter syndrome? Survivor's guilt? Maybe the dissociation of himself with his new identity? He couldn't call himself by the name everybody referred to him in his own mind. Even by the old one, he didn't feel like it belonged to him anymore. He was the Ninth. Nobody else. Hey. A new voice broke Ninth from his spiral and stopped First before he could start a tirade. The duo looked back, even if only one of them was visible doing so. The person who called was a teenage girl, maybe a year older than Ninth's current body. Tanned skin, band shirt over a tank top, skirt over ripped jeans shorts, auburn hair pulled on a high knot. Beside her was another teen, androgynous features and baggy clothes would make Ninth take an educated guess, but the pride flag pin on their denim jacket confirmed them as non-binary. They had a light complexion, black hair pulled on a short ponytail, matching band shirts with the girl, and khakis a size too big being held by a silver buckled belt. The girl walked closer. Hey, you're Adrien Agreste, right? While Ninth had a very visceral reaction to being called by the name, it wasn't his, it would never be his name was gone. He externally opened a smile. A smile he saw on his idol's face millions of times. A smile that only said about how he wanted to help, how everything would be alright, how he was here now. A smile that hid all the rest inside. Yeah, that's me. Can I help you too with anything? Their posture instantly relaxed. Whatever tension they had while approaching him was gone when Ninth used his natural charisma. That was a cruel joke, universe, to pose himself as non-threatening. He wouldn't hurt anyone, that didn't deserve it, but Ninth was under no delusions. He could break an armed hostile over his knee with only his training and experience as both a hero and vigilante, throw his quirk in the mix and Ninth would admit he was a danger that people should be wary of. Wow. Sorry, it's just a hem. We're fans. The girl motioned to her friend and herself exaggeratedly, clearly still nervous but now from her own excitement. I really like your work, both modeling and all the communitarian stuff you do. Even helped on the fire department renovation, believe it or not. That made Ninth's eyes soften. Thank you for offering a hand for people who needed some help in a difficult time. The girl yelped, not expecting the sincere praise. It was nothing. I just heard you on that TV show promoting it and telling everybody how the world can't stand if its pillars crumble, and decided, what the heck? It was a fun Saturday, at the very least. The teen, who finally mustered enough courage to speak, nodded at their friend's words. Why yeah. You're always going on about how we have to rise above our fears if we want to change the world we live in, and that's really inspiring, you know? The duo traded a glance. Ninth could see a whole conversation passing through. That was why we decided to follow our dream and form a band, and I know it's gonna sound cheap, but we have to be sure. Do you really mean all that? Would you look at that? Seems like little, weak Deku isn't so useless after all. You know, some time ago, I asked the person I always looked up to if I could achieve my dream. You know what he said? The girl gulped. What? He said no, that I should be realistic instead of chasing something impossible. Ninth saw their faces falling, so he quickly followed up, and it just made it all the better when I proved him wrong. At the two's wide eyes, Ninth chuckled. While he didn't resent All Might, never had and never would, Ninth was mature enough to admit the same little part of him that wasn't very nice, which was a polite way to say it desired to commit atrocities on the regular. Maybe he did need therapy, got ecstatic at seeing the symbol of peace admit he was wrong about the quirkless boy and his dream. I won't say it won't be hard, or there won't be moments it won't seem impossible, but Ninth remembered the words that turned his whole world on its head, endured the stab of pain at the memory of a time that would never come back, and clenched his raised fist. You can do it. My Deku now means, you can do it. Ninth knew that making his fans cry would earn him an earful at his house. It wasn't home. But their happy smiles and sudden hugs full of heartfelt gratitude for supporting their dreams were worth all of it. After parting ways with the duo of future musicians, having given them both autographs, funnily enough, Ninth went back on his track. He managed barely 2 steps before cracking at the pressure of his predecessor's ghostly eyes on him. What? You're a hypocrite. Ninth only rolled his eyes at Third's remark. Yes, thank you for noticing. Fifth barked a laugh at his retort. Man, I love ya new snarky side, kid. This time, the eye roll was fonder. Ninth had developed some new personality traits since the old days, most of them a result of a then developing mind trying to deal with all the trauma it was overloaded with. One such case was a dry, rude, and slightly morbid sense of humor that Ninth ended up enjoying, surprisingly enough. Seriously though, you should find some outlets for your pent-up stress that isn't overworking or forcefully projecting. It's called empathy. Fourth, it's a useful little thing that helps connect to people so I can help them to not get as fucked up as me. Oh, his inner Kachan was showing. Ninth knew now was the time to cut unpleasant conversations short before he exploded at someone. For both their and his bones' sakes, Ninth took a deep breath and restarted his march. He ignored the vestiges and checked his wristwatch. Analogic. Less chance of someone messing with it, and Ninth could always rig a bomb if the need arrived. The little stop would end with him late. Taking a deep breath, he bolted on a dead sprint, blitzing through the street. He couldn't outrun his personal peanut gallery, but they understood he wasn't in the mood and the clock was ticking, wisely backing off. All of them but the eighth. My boy, you know I am here for you. If there's anything you need to get off your chest. I'm fine, All Might. Ninth cut the golden vestige, not once looking the man in the eyes. He couldn't. Not without feeling that old churn of guilt and longing choking the air out of his lungs. You said that in Japanese. Of course, he did. Ninth had to take a deep breath to drown the expletives that crawled up his throat, for all the good it did. I'm fine, All Might. He said in proper French, even if each word tasted like ashes and memories of a friend who was puppeteered by a monster. There was no answer. Ninth risked a glance over his shoulder and confirmed he was alone on the street. Good, now he could focus on finding where he should be going. College François Dupont. A school focused on artistic, physical, and intellectual pursuits. One that Ninth would need to waste his time attending from now on. There was no hero course. No combat training. No rescue simulations. No first aid and triage capacitation. No nothing. Ninth had no way of further developing his skills, actually valuable skills, in that place. Even then, he would be forced to waste most of his day inside it. Ninth knew Natalie's heart was in the right place, but bloody hell, she could have put the effort to achieve something more significant than convincing the Agreste patriarch to send Ninth to public school. At least he could use the refresh for the subjects. Ninth had to be on par with everything if he wished to keep appearances of being a gifted child who simply developed faster instead of having mostly consistent knowledge from receiving an education 2 centuries in the future. Getting caught knowing an important historical event before it happened wasn't a pleasant experience. Enough tangents. Ninth let the distractions created by his own mind go on for too long, and while he was calmer, he still needed to reach class on time. Checking a map he kept hidden in an inner pocket of his hoodie, less up-to-date information, but it was more reliable than something digital that could be tampered with without his notice. Ninth saw he was only a block away. Bringing his eyes forward, he saw the sprawling building with the same vein of modern architecture that still fit with older nearby constructions most of Paris went for these days. It wasn't as big as UA's main building, much less the whole campus, but it was still a decently sized place. Ninth would need to scout it and mark all the access points, chokeholds, and defensive positions. Well, a task for later. Ninth began to slow down so he could climb the stairs. He already could see the place lacked accessibility measures, something he would also need to look into. Steady his breath and look for his class. Unfortunately, another hurrying student didn't have the same idea. The collision only happened thanks to the absolute lack of danger sense's usual warning. The absence of a sharp stab of pain through his brain, which usually indicated imminent danger, threw Ninth off his game for a fraction of a second. That interval was enough for a body to crash into him. Adrenaline and instincts kicked in at that moment. Ninth felt the world slow down as he took in the details while his body moved on its own, another part of him that was thankfully still the same. Girl. Approximately his physical age. Blue eyes, wide in surprise and panic. Blue hair, tied in pigtails. Fair skin. Freckles, of course. White shirt. Black jacket, no signs of concealed weapons. Pink pants, tight, no space to hide anything that could pose a threat. Running shoes, size consistent with her height. She was very short, improbable to be used to stash anything dangerous. Small shoulder bag, a possible liability, but zipped so in the worst case he could secure it. While the threat assessment happened, his body moved quickly to catch the girl before she could fall. She was smaller and lighter than him, which made the girl all but rebound from impacting Ninth. Holding her by the arms, to both steady her and be able to contain the girl if needed, Ninth pulled her up and settled the girl on her feet. You okay? Are you hurt? Low voice, short and concise sentences, eye contact, smile. Ninth was dealing with a civilian in need of help until proven otherwise. Yes. Yes, I'm okay. The girl was staring at him, cheeks flushed, from running or embarrassment, he didn't know. Sorry. I'm late, and I didn't see you, I'm so sorry. It's okay. Ninth let her go slowly now that the girl was standing on her own. He still kept his hands slightly raised to counterattack at the first suspicious movement. You hurt yourself running into me more than the other way around. Are you sure you're okay? She nodded quickly. Yeah. I'm kinda clumsy. Crashing into stuff all the time is normal for me. She let out a strained laugh. Sorry again, but I'm late for class. Well, Ninth could work with that. Do you study at François Dupont? I just got enrolled there and needed some help finding my classroom. Oh, are you in Mademoiselle Boustier's class? Yes. You're in my class then. The girl smiled at him for a second before hastily turning away. I'll guide you there. Thank you. Ninth fell in step with the girl, having to catch her again when she stumbled on one of the steps, much to her embarrassment. He didn't comment on it, instead focusing on mustering the courage to suck it up and introduce himself. He got a whole lot, ruder since finding himself in that situation, but Ninth still had a bottom line. By the way, my name is Adrien Agreste. What's yours? The girl did a little hop to accompany her yelp, and Ninth had to catch her a third time. She was indeed clumsy. Thanks. I'm Marinette. Marinette Dupain-Cheng. Chinese descendants. Not something you see every day. Even then, another small part of Ninth, the one that caused him to be painfully aware of how alone he felt, specifically in crowds, cheered at having met someone even tangentially Asian. Being born French didn't change the fact he was also born Japanese. Nice to meet you, Marinette. Would you look at that? He made a friend. A teasing and extremely familiar voice called out, making Ninth roll his eyes on instinct. It's a miracle. Ninth shot a flat stare at the approaching girl. She was almost as tall as him, also blonde hair pulled on a ponytail, but her eyes were bright blue. Her tan had gotten a shade darker since the last time he saw her, probably from spending too long in the sun. What didn't change was the zip-up hoodie, yellow with black accents, and a smiley on the left breast which Ninth had gotten her years ago and she never stopped wearing. The thing must have gotten resized at least 10 times by now. Her faded white pants matched her shoes, those being just work clothes she wasn't afraid of getting dirty. To top it all off was a pair of sunglasses on her forehead. Nice to see you too, Chloe. Wait, you know each other? Marinette looked from Ninth to the newly arrived Chloe, eyes wide. Before Ninth could answer, the other girl jumped in. He's my dad. He gave Chloe another flat stare. I'm joking. He's my older brother. Chloe. Each completely done sigh he let out made Ninth understand his old homeroom teacher a little more. Damn problem children. Going right past him, Chloe linked her arm with Marinette's, probably to help the girl not stumble on her own feet again. I'm being serious, mostly. This grumpy cat had been looking out for me since I can remember. Sensei. Know your student is very sorry for all the headaches he gave you. Ninth just wouldn't apologize for the broken bones because, well, he had a good reason for those, mostly. Marinette blinked, twice, 3 times. Okay, I'll need some more context. We're on the clock. Ninth's reminder got them moving, but he knew trying to stop Chloe from gossiping was a fool's errand. Chloe, half walking along, half carrying Marinette, pounced at the chance of poking fun at Ninth. Okay. So, remember when we were 9 and I showed up in class with this? She pulled at the hoodie to indicate what she was talking about. Yeah. I never saw you without it since then. And you asked me to refit and repair it a bunch of times. So Marinette was the one to do it. Huh, what a small world. Yeah. As he got it for me when I disowned my mother. Chloe spat the last word as if it was a sarcastic insult, which for her, it pretty much was. What? Yup. She popped the P with too much cheer, adjusting her sunglasses casually in a nervous tic which Ninth saw her develop but never called her out on. You know my father isn't the most present person, being the mayor and whatnot. Beyond that, he is too soft to really Educate a child. Hugh Azzy. She gestured energetically at Ninth, who was too busy looking around and counting all possible escape routes. Since our families, and I exclude my mother from that, were close, they decided to arrange playdates for us. Chloe gave a very unladylike snort at that. Marinette gave her a confused head tilt. I could practically hear the air quotes. What's the matter? She shot Ninth a glance he pretended not to notice. Azzy decided to be too mature for that and instead became my role model for life. That pretty much is the reason I adopted him as my older brother, and only because calling him dad non-ironically is creepy. Chloe laughed at his deadpan, enjoying it way too much. She held Marinette up while he stumbled for the fourth time in as many minutes. He was the one to show me what it meant to be a good person and helped me with all the rich kids' problems I had to deal with. Like, you know, crippling loneliness, fake people trying to use me, attempted kidnappings. Marinette would end up kissing the floor if she kept losing her footing every 2 steps. What? Why haven't you told me about that? Or the other things? Are you okay? Blame Azzy too. He taught me how to be paranoid. Ninth had to speak up at that. It isn't paranoia if they're really out to get you. It is when you know how to rig a bomb and sleep with the components under your pillow. That's called being prepared. That's called domestic terrorism. That's called none of your business. A great man once said, sticking your nose in other people's business is what being a hero is all about. I will only agree with you because I'm not the one who originally said that. Take the damn compliment. Make me. Is that a challenge? No, it's a threat. Marinette watched the back and forth as if it was a tennis match. Turning from one blonde to the other and back in quick succession almost made her dizzy, but it left it pretty clear. Okay, I can see the semblance now. I told her there were better character traits to emulate, but she decided that my dumpster fire of a personality was the way to go. Ninth let the particularly scalding remark against himself slip. Earning an attempted slap on the back of the head from Chloe he promptly dodged. The girl glared at him with steely eyes and a set jaw. No one can insult my sorta brother, including you, am I clear? You show him, girl. Ninth ignored Seventh's remark in his head with practiced ease, just nodding at Chloe to de-escalate the situation. By the way that her frown deepened, she wasn't convinced. Choosing another topic to try changing the subject, Ninth motioned to the girl's linked arms. You two are friends? Marinette, the lifesaver, hastily nodded and answered, yes, Chloe and I have been in the same class since kindergarten. She gave him a meaningful look, one that Ninth felt deep in his bones he didn't deserve. He never would deserve any admiration. I saw how she changed over the years and always asked myself what caused it. I guess I have to thank you. I didn't do anything. Chloe's growth is her own merit and no one else's. Chloe growled at Ninth, take the damn compliment. No. Marinette gave a forced laugh, breaking them from their bickering before it could start. We're here. She motioned to the door they just reached. Ninth took the chance to hit the emergency eject button from that conversation, dipping inside the classroom and zeroing in on the first empty spot he saw. The place was structured in an auditorium format, with the back rows being higher than the front ones, so taking a back seat would give a better field of view but would delay his time of response to threats if they came from the door. While the high windows were another access point in case of an invasion, the door was still the statistically most probable point of entry. No, he wasn't fucking paranoid. Ninth took to the middle second row, where he could react to anything happening inside the room the quickest. The spot would seat 2 people, one of which was already occupied by someone. Ninth put his people smile back on and approached the boy. Excuse me. Is this spot already taken? The boy turned to him. Darker skin, red cap over short black hair, orange headphones, square glasses not hiding maroon eyes. Blue shirt and jeans, he could see the phone case peeking out of the pocket. The bag by his side was open, Ninth being able to spy on the contents and only seeing school materials. Most importantly, the boy had an approachable air that told Ninth that he wouldn't take offense of Ninth's usual way of being. He was a fucking train wreck. No, dude. It's all yours. He gave a natural, inviting smile. You knew? Yes. First day at this school. Cool. Nino Lahif. He offered a fist. Nice to meetcha. Ninth pumped fists with the boy to give himself a moment to prepare himself to speak the dreadful name he was trapped with. It never got any easier to say it. Likewise. I'm Adrien Agreste. I hope we can get along. 2 friends in a day. Maybe it really is a miracle. Chloe took the shot at him while climbing to her seat, which was directly behind him. Chloe, don't be mean. Marinette, whose seat was directly in front of Ninth, tried to rein her friend in. To no avail. Before any more words could be traded, the teacher walked in with a book and a folder in hands. The woman was taller than Ninth, with orange hair and soft blue eyes, along with her professional but still somewhat casual outfit, making her a lot less strict looking than his last homeroom teacher. Let's see how long it would take for her to start hating him too. Oh, I see your new classmate is already here. Why don't you introduce yourself? That day was just going great, wasn't it? Marinette was freaking out. A lot. She quickly positioned her phone and started to text her girlfriend's group. Small menace. Guys. Small menace. First. Who changed my name again? Small menace changed her name to Marinette. Smiley bitch changed Marinette's name to Small menace. Smiley bitch. Take the L. Fashion police. You know Chloe won't stop, just accept it. Small menace. Sabrina, can you please control your gremlin? Marinette shot the auburn-haired girl 2 rolls up a pleading glance. Sabrina's only answer was to adjust her glasses, fold her blue sweater sleeves up, and jab an elbow on Chloe's side. The blonde didn't vocalize her reaction, but she did shoot both girls dirty looks. Smiley bitch. I'm gonna get back at you 2 later. Smiley bitch. When you least expect it. Scoop-doo. Looks like my first front page article will be a murder case. Marinette shot Aaliyah with a very unimpressed look. The girl's brown eyes twinkled with mischief, which was the only warning Marinette got before her friend, taking advantage of sitting right beside her, flicked her long brown to orange hair at Marinette. She closed her eyes in time but still got a faceful of hair. As revenge, she reached out as if to pinch Aaliyah's bronze-skinned cheek, only to alter course and pull her glasses down her nose. While Aaliyah rolled her eyes and pushed her glasses up, Marinette finished her retribution by flicking the collar of her orange and pastel checkered button shirt up. With her friend sufficiently annoyed, Marinette went back to shooting texts while noting down the teacher's words. Small menace. Back on topic. Small menace. Second. Chloe, we are gonna talk more about those rich kids' problems you mentioned. Smiley bitch. There's not much to talk about. Small menace. You got kidnapped. Scoop-doo. Wait, what? Smiley bitch. Attempted kidnapped. Fashion police. So the subject finally came up. Smiley bitch. Blame Azzy. Scoop-doo. The new kid tried to kidnap you? Smiley bitch. Of course not. Smiley bitch. He just took down the 4 armed men who tried. Smiley bitch, because he's extra like that. Fashion police. Wait a second. Fashion police. You didn't say they were armed. Small menace. Chloe. Small menace. I'm hugging the crap out of you. Smiley bitch. I'm terrified. Smiley bitch. Anyway. Smiley bitch. Everything is fine. Azzy was there. Scoop-doo. You say that as if he's some superhero. Fashion police. If you're not aware, Aaliyah, Adrien has a self-defense program he funds and sometimes teaches. Smiley bitch. He's a black belt in at least 3 different martial arts. Fashion police. And he's a tough bastard. Small menace. Sabrina. Smiley bitch. No, she's right. Smiley bitch. Azzy is built like a shit brick house and he both can and will kick your ass given a reason. Small menace. He seems nice, Marinette blushed while sending a follow-up message. Small menace. But I understand the first part. Small menace. When I crashed into him at the school gate it felt like I had run into a wall. Smiley bitch. WTF. Scoop-doo. The crash part was literal. Fashion police. How did you manage that? Small menace. Why are you guys so surprised? I always crash into people. Smiley bitch. Sweetheart. Smiley bitch. Listen. Smiley bitch. I spent 5 years thinking that Azzy had eyes on the back of his head. Smiley bitch. And I'm still not convinced he hasn't. Smiley bitch. You don't get Azzy by surprise, ever. Fashion police. One time he was sparring against us after a self-defense class, both at the same time, and we couldn't even touch him unless he let us. Fashion police. There was a moment when Adrien had his back to me to focus on Chloe. I tried to sneak a hit in. Fashion police. That asshole backflipped over me, put me in a stranglehold, then threw me at Chloe. Fashion police. Nice catch, by the way, smiley bitch, thanks. Scoop-doo. If Sabrina is swearing that much, you aren't joking. Smiley bitch. We aren't. Smiley bitch. Which only makes it even more absurd. Marinette's clumsiness somehow negated Azzy's azziness. Smiley bitch. Girl, I think you're the only person on this green earth that got him. Small menace. You're exaggerating. Smiley bitch. I'm really not. Fashion police. She's really not. Scoop-doo. You two aren't making too much of a big deal out of this guy? Fashion police. I wish. Smiley bitch. Azzy's resume is too bloated with him working himself to death trying to better the world for him to be a footnote. Marinette's eyes widened. She finally recognized the name, face, and general person she had been talking to and about that whole day. Small menace. He's that Adrien Agreste, isn't he? Smiley bitch. I'm pretty sure there's only one Adrien Agreste. Small menace. Yes. The model, turned philanthropist, turned vocal advisor for a dozen societal reforms, turned celebrity in general? Scoop-doo. Okay, WTF. Scoop-doo. How's this guy this important and I didn't hear of him? Smiley bitch. He hates attention. Smiley bitch. I also blame him for me hating attention. Fashion police. In this house, we blame Agreste. Fashion police. But yeah. He tries to change all people's focus on what he's talking about, doing rather than the fact he is the one doing it. Scoop-doo. That does sound like Chloe. Small menace. And if you want an example. Remember the parade for gender equality that happened last month? Scoop-doo. Yeah, it was all over the news. Scoop-doo. He started it, didn't he? Smiley bitch. He personally went to my dad's office to say it was happening, no matter what anyone said. Fashion police. And that's, threatened the mayor, crossed out of the bingo. Fashion police. I'm only missing, going through with the domestic terrorism, now. Small menace. That talk about bombs was true? Smiley bitch. Who do you think taught me how to make bombs? Scoop-doo. Sabrina, aren't you supposed to be the responsible one? Fashion police. My dad is a cop, that doesn't mean I have to police you gremlins. Smiley bitch. Azzy also bribed her with lessons to help her get an early start to prepare for the police academy. Small menace. I am very conflicted. Marinette risked a glance over her shoulder, seeing Adrien writing in his notebook blazingly fast. He had a hand over his mouth, but she could still hear his soft mutters. He didn't look like anything Sabrina and Chloe said. Looking into his misleadingly bright green eyes, Marinette didn't see a person greater than life, or someone forceful to get what they wanted. She saw someone sad and tired. Maybe Adrien just needed a person to talk to and drop the masks. Ninth needed to get out of that place and go back to deal with the truly important problems he had, such as training for fighting in the possible collapse of society, and preparing to maybe commit murder. He had a busy schedule for the next few decades. When the bell finished ringing, Ninth was already halfway out of the school, pointedly ignoring the few students already out of their classrooms and rushing for the exit. Adrien, wait. You gotta be fucking kidding? What? The shorter girl stopped just before him when Ninth finished turning, freezing like a deer in headlights. Seeing her wide eyes, the faintest trace of fear in them, Ninth forcefully strangled his annoyance back. She was an innocent civilian who had no fault for his bad mood. Ninth owed her more care than that. I'm sorry. What can I help you with, Marinette? The girl instantly relaxed her wound-up posture. Still, her eyes were locked with his. She couldn't possibly see it, could she? Marinette coughed to try to make her voice stop breaking. I just wanted to say. Ninth saw she had lost her courage to say whatever was originally in her mind. Softly sighing, he nodded in encouragement to see if she could push through. Yes? It's my parents own the bakery across the street. Feel free to drop by. If you want to, of course. That wasn't what the girl wanted to say at first, but if she dropped whatever idea it was, Ninth wasn't about to poke around for it. Sure. Now if you excuse me. Just as Ninth turned, a familiar poke on the mind from Danger Sense made him tilt aside, letting Chloe's arm pass by him uselessly. See? Eyes on the back of the head. The blonde scoffed, trying again but having the same results. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. The only ridiculous thing is how delayed I got from getting out of this place. Ninth's muttered retort was drowned by him throwing the front doors open wider. He took in a deep breath of fresh air, then cursed. Danger Sense flared. Civilian. Elderly. In the middle of crossing the street, with a truck fast approaching. The man wouldn't make it in time. Whatever hope Ninth had to quickly crack the math to see if he was going to need a boost to deal with the situation went out the window when Marinette took off running. Thankfully, she reached the elderly man on time. Unfortunately, she wouldn't be able to pull him out of the way and get clear quickly enough. Well, plus ultra. A single percentage of power, raw and overwhelming power, shot through Ninth's veins. The glow was almost impossible to notice in the afternoon sun. Minuscule green arcs of lightning lost against the color of his hoodie. Even then, that single fraction of almighty strength, pun very much intended, let Ninth cross the distance quicker than a blink. He grabbed Marinette and the elderly man without breaking stride and skidded to a stop on the safety of the sidewalk. Are you two okay? Ninth asked calmly, just like he was trained for. The power flowing through him receded before anyone could notice, once more falling dormant. Yes. Thanks to the both of you. Something about the way the man said that reminded Ninth of another short old man, one who really liked taiyaki and beating up teenage hero wannabes. Only doing my job, sir. Ninth risked a glance back, seeing the truck driver had stopped and was coming at them looking very shaken. Oh well, a hero's duty never ends. Marinette all but collapsed on her desk chair. That day was simply too much, way too much. She slept through her alarm, again. Then she ran right into a celebrity. Then she discovered her childhood friend had a much rougher life than anyone thought. Then she decided to be a considerate person and ran after, at least not into, the celebrity she met to try asking if he was fine. Marinette should have thought things through. Then, oh God, she almost died. Marinette didn't know how Adrien had moved so fast, but thanks to him she wasn't a pancake now. Not only that, but the old man who put her on the spot in the first place and the truck driver were also perfectly unscathed. The only bad thing to come out of all that mess was the earful Marinette got from her parents, and even that was downscaled to stern but loving words after Adrien took the blame for it. Her cheeks warmed at the memory. The boy walked to her parents and spoke truthfully, no sign of the practiced smile Marinette saw him put up to everyone, bar Chloe and Sabrina. It's not her fault. Her legs moved on her own, right? Adrien had asked her, understanding clear in his bright eyes. Were they brighter? Must have been the light. If she hadn't moved first, then I would. If you want to blame someone, blame me. That was the only part Marinette had a problem with. She could just see in Adrien's posture how he kinda expected it all to be his fault. If at least Marinette hadn't chickened out, maybe she could have offered to listen to whatever was weighing on him. The girl let out a defeated sigh and started to fish for her homework. Hopefully, it would get her mind out of things. What? Marinette blinked at the ornate box inside her bag. That wasn't hers. Did she misplace it with something from one of her friends? She pulled out the box, a hand-sized octagonal thing, black with golden accents. Some kind of jewel box? Well, it didn't have any name on it, so Marinette had no option but to look inside and see if she recognized whatever it was so she could return it. Just as she was about to open the box, a strange feeling hit her, as if Marinette should think better about what she was about to do. Unfortunately, her clumsiness attacked again and the box almost slipped from her hold. While Marinette caught it in time, she also popped the lid open. A red flash blinded her for a second. When the spots faded from her vision, a red and black, Marinette wasn't sure what to call it. It was like a chibi-style doll with a ladybug theme and brilliant blue eyes. The only problem was that those eyes moved to look at her. The thing was floating in the air, and it spoke. "Hi, Marinette." Before she could, understandably, start screaming, the thing flew at her and put one of its tiny hands over her mouth, somehow shutting Marinette up. "Shish. No screaming. I'm gonna explain, but I need you to listen, okay? Everything will be all right." Marinette felt herself nodding against her better judgment. What was she doing? The thing floated back and smiled proudly at Marinette. "Let me start from the beginning. I'm Tiki, the kwami of creation." She gave a formal dame bow that looked adorable from such a small thing. "I know what you're gonna ask. Kwamis are embodiments of the concepts that make up the world, like the gods you humans venerated once upon a time. No need to grovel or freak out." Good to know, but Marinette's sudden fear of getting smited didn't fade. "Next question, I know you're thinking. Was Tiki reading her mind?" "No, I'm not reading your mind. Your face is just very expressive." "Oh, there was that too. And I am here because you got chosen, Marinette." "Chosen for what?" The kwami flew down back to the box, gesturing to the pair of earrings safely resting inside. "These are the Ladybug Miraculous. They were made long ago with ancient magics you can't even dream of. The Miraculous is capable of attuning both holder and kwami, letting a human wield great power." Tiki smiled at Marinette with those brilliant eyes again. "And you now will be the one to carry this power." "What? Why me? I don't want to be a superhero or something." Marinette barely could walk to school, which was literally across the street, without stumbling on her own legs. There was no way she could wield great power, or whatever the heck Tiki was expecting of her. "I know." Tiki's face softened, getting an almost melancholic quality. "I know, but even then, I have to ask you to be one." "Why?" If Marinette's sob of a question was any indication, she wasn't cut for it. "Because one of mine got taken away," Tiki admitted, crestfallen, and Marinette had the urge to hug the kwami to try comforting her. "He got taken away decades ago, taken from us. I don't want to put this burden on you, but I know you're the only one who can bring him back. You and your partner." "Partner?" "Yes. Don't worry, you won't be going through this alone. My little Fleabag was given to someone who will help you through this," and from how excited he was, "I'm sure your partner will be great." Fuck. Ninth once more felt his inner Kachan pushing him to explode something, or someone, in an act of rage. That old bastard had somehow sneaked a box into his hoodie's pocket while Ninth wasn't looking. The man bypassed danger sense, his natural alertness, and planted whatever the box was without Ninth realizing until he was back in his room. He was getting rusty if something like that happened right under his nose. "Relax, it's just a tiny box." Seventh's wispy vestige floated by Ninth, a grin on her face. "Maybe it's a gift from saving that guy's life." "Oh, I bet it's cookies." "If that was it, that man wouldn't have sneaked it into my pocket," Ninth growled, putting the box carefully on the center table while making sure it wasn't jolted. The damn thing could be an explosive for all he knew, or maybe a chemical weapon. Ninth knew how bad people didn't care about the Geneva Convention, but again, war crimes were only crimes if you lost the war. He forcefully stopped to recenter himself at the thought. That was something that Monster would say, and Ninth would smash his own skull in before he became anything like him. Now calmer, he fished inside his closet for the meat hook he attached to a PVC pipe specifically for cases like that, finding it just over his stash of gasoline canisters. "How did you get all that again?" Fourth asked with a raised eyebrow. The gesture pulled at the jagged crack-like marks on his face. "You know very well how." Ninth went right through the vestige and positioned himself behind the couch facing the table. "Are you guys still going to goof around, or can we deal with this?" First gestured at their ghostly forms. "You say that like we're much help." You all can look at what's in the box without fear of getting killed. Ninth supported the pipe on the couch's backrest and lined up the hook. Just tell me if something weird happens. Weirder than a bunch of ghosts haunting you. Yes. Ninth chopped his palm down at the tip of the pipe, the lever movement making the hook flip the box lid off. He instantly dropped behind the couch to hide, getting ready to make an escape at a moment's notice. A second passed, then 2, 3, 5, 10. See something weird? He asked the vestiges. The voice that answered him didn't belong to any of them. Depends. Does a kid hiding behind a couch with a homemade harpoon count? Ninth's body burst with viridian lighting. Within a fraction of a second, he moved across the whole room and away from the couch. No. It was too soon. The floating cat like being getting stared at by Ninth and his predecessors was almost 2 decades too soon. It was impossible. No one should have a quirk yet. Ooh. I got a whole welcome committee. How nice. The cat thing laughed, its black body turning this way and that before slitted green eyes focused on Ninth. Thanks, little hero. In a blink, Ninth was onto the thing, hand about to snatch it out of the air. It dodged, being able to keep up with Ninth using 18% with bored ease. Sorry, kid, I'm not much of a touchy-feely guy. I can change my mind if you get me some cheese, though. Ninth lunged at the being 2 more times and when both failed, he gave up on capture and went straight to elimination. His legs and arms blurred in a barrage of attacks that kicked up a veritable whirlwind inside the spacious room. Training equipment, tools, books, and annotations went flying, but the little cat didn't even come close to getting scratched. You're a rowdy kitten, I'll give you that. But again, so are all your predecessors, right? The cat looked straight at first, and that sent all of them into a frenzy. Forget everything else. How could this thing see the vestiges? How the hell can this thing see us? Thanks for speaking his thoughts, Fifth. Of course, I can see you. I am the kwami of destruction, after all. The snarky tone was amused as if the cat thought it all a funny gag. And what's that supposed to mean? Second's question was followed by a wary stare bordering on a hostile glare. I'm glad you asked. The cat, kwami, vanished in a black blur. A kwami is, in your superhuman terms, a Class 6 conceptual manifestation quirk. It said from its new perch on Ninth's head. Ninth felt his heart stopping. While most quirk definitions were still vague and generic even after 2 centuries, the most educated minds of Island had come up with finer detailed categories for research purposes. The class system determined potency, not strength in the typical sense, or how dangerous or destructive the quirk was. No, it was a metric of the effect a quirk could produce while exerting itself. It went from 1, where most untrained population quirks fell, being capable of small area and brief effects, to Class 5, where powers capable of reshaping the landscape were. Above those was the 6th class. Every single quirk that landed on that class was capable of going against the logic of the world in cataclysmic proportions. Ninth had one such quirk, and it was capable of bending fate itself. He broke away from a sure prediction of a Class 5 quirk and altered the flow of history. His predecessors remained alive, in a sense, even after their demise at the hands of the monster who possessed the counterpart to their power. Ninth was still there, even when he should have ended with their war. If that thing was of similar capabilities, too soon, way too soon, then Ninth had to get rid of it before the world cracked like an egg. Because the class was only half of the reason he was frozen in shock and absolute dread. The second categorization was of the nature of the power, with the first part determining the type and the second the effect. A quirk that granted hydrokinesis was an elemental manipulation one. A quirk that permitted a person to secrete and detonate nitroglycerin was a chemical ignition one. And a quirk that let you give a physical form to a concept, like destruction, was a conceptual manifestation quirk. What do you want? Ninth knew if a fight started, Paris would go up in flames. He had to prevent the possible millions of deaths, by any means necessary. The cat floated upside down, locking its green eyes with Ninth's. Don't even think about it. You can't help me if you break yourself into tiny little pieces, kitten. Why do you want my help? The kwami grinned a cat grin, because, Deku, I need a hero. Ninth felt his gut twist into knots and his heartbeat drum in his ears. That wasn't his name. Not anymore. Never again. Deku was dead. He just hadn't remembered to stop walking. Oh, don't look at me like that. The cat being righted itself in the air. I know who you are. I know where and when you came from. And the most important part, I know how you got here. No, it was impossible. There was no conceivable way. Then why did Ninth catch himself asking, how? Thank him. The kwami pointed at the just as shell-shocked vestige of the first. Shigaraki Yoichi is as much an anomaly as you, kitten. His power, one for all, has no right existing. The same cat grin split its black-pelted face again. Yet, it does. Okay. Eldritch horror cat thingy. Better start explaining. First marched to the floating kwami, his own green eyes steely. How did I get my kid in this even bigger mess? First, stop. I need to know. I'm tired of seeing my legacy amounting to tragedy after tragedy. The man looked every bit his age with how defeated he suddenly sounded. Just, tell me. The cat snickered a cackle. Oh, that's golden. Floating to the vestige, the kwami patted First's cheek, much to their collective shock. Your legacy is the closest thing of an ascendancy that a human reached since the Dark Ages. Chin up, kitten. You might have just saved the world from breaking under the strain of the shift it went through. What the heck does any of that mean? It means, Banjo Daigoro, that without your predecessor, reality would have to start from the beginning when your race eventually imploded under the weight of its evolution. The cat seemed to be enjoying the reactions it got. If you know all our names, you could at least tell us yours. Ah, Shinomori Hikage, always the level-headed one. Fine, my name is Plagg. Plagg, gave a mock bow that would never be mistaken for respectful. But back on topic. Your little musketeer thing works a little differently from what you imagine. How so? Simply, no big reveal of his name. No, Shimura Nana. I'll not refer to him by a name he chose to abandon. Okay, proceed, cat god. Thanks. Now where was I? Oh yeah, one for all, as you kids call it, isn't attached to the body, but the soul. Plagg floated back to Ninth, putting a paw on his forehead. It was never the flesh that carried the will, but the spark. While you all ran around thinking about the muscles to not turn poor Deku into a meat noodle, you forgot that there was only one part of a person that can really be passed on. And that is their spirit, Yagi Toshinori. Plagg turned to the golden colossus of a man, not at all bothered by his towering form. When you chose your successor, you haven't passed to him your flesh. It was your vision, your resolve that a world needs a symbol. The rest fell into place because of his own drive. That's nice and all. Second hadn't stopped staring, following the kwami with his eyes and noticing every little movement, and that's why he saw it. But cut the bullshit. You're acting. All wise and composed, but you had been leading the conversation while holding back your laugh from the start. You're getting a kick out of this, aren't you? Plagg howled a laugh, looking like he would fall from the air with how much he was wheezing. You got me. He didn't look bothered at all by the fact. The thing is, I'm usually not all that invested in things. I'm the one that comes to clean the house so Sugar Cube can do her magic, which doesn't lead to all that many chances to stop and smell the roses. The kwami once more blurred, appearing right in front of Ninth's face. But this time, I have every reason to get invested. And why's that? Ninth's face was blank, his voice level, and his stare flat. The only sign that betrayed his inner turmoil was the faintest of tremors from his tightly balled fist. Because of you. Plagg's smirk became bigger and sharper, almost predatory. You, kitten, can solve everything in one fell swoop. Everything, meaning? Why did Ninth feel as if he was talking to Sir Night-Eye again? Like the other person knew every move he would take and what it would lead to? The later parts aren't important now. Plagg waved off as if pushing the thought away, then he drew closer. The part that you need to know is that you can save my friend. Ninth knew he lost whatever hope he had of wriggling his way out of that mess then and there. What happened to your friend? Is he in danger? Yes. Plagg's voice took a bland tone, but his whole body seemed to lose coherence for a second. The kwami took a deep breath and calmed down. He got taken away from us a long time ago. Too long. Whoever has him is in this city, and they're going to abuse his power to destroy it. There was more to the story, there always was, but it was clear that the cat was being genuine. It only put another nail in the damn coffin. They won't. Plagg opened a smile of the cat who just got the canary. Oh, and why do you say that? Because Deku was dead, but if he was still walking, if he was still standing, then he would keep fighting, until the bitter end. I am here. So, it has been a while. As some people know, my aunt had passed away recently. I had been rattled for a time and needed something to pour out all the feelings swimming around in my chest. That's how this thing came to be. No Miraculous Cure is a mix of me expressing my grief and a hype train started by my good friend Silverbits when I showed her this. She also edited the chapter, so give her a shout out. This story will be hitting the usual tones of my stories, with chaos, shenanigans, and plot. Still, it will have a different feel for the characters as I express some of my recent experiences and headspaces through them. If you don't care about any of that, it's fine, just enjoy the story. If you do, then pop on the Discord server I have going on. Here's the link. Discord. GG, stagey 4 volts for the story in itself. It's basically the MHA x MLA crossover no one asked for. The best part? I have only vaguely watched MLA because my sister used to watch it on the living room TV and I peeked at it while doing my college classes during the pandemic. Yeah. This is gonna be fun. Heart of Stone Chapter 2. Heart of Stone. I'm glad you are. Plagg opened a more honest grin. Everything was going just fine, but he still needed to wrap things up if he wanted to make it in time. I would love to talk the day away, and I'm sure you're itching to ask a million questions, but I need to give you something real quick. Give me something? And he was on guard again. Great. Well, at least he was careful. Don't start. I can't get one-upped by these guys. He gestured at the collection of souls in the room, stopping a second more in the Toshinori kid. They gave you a weapon to survive in their war. I can at least do the same. You can transfer your quirk too? Plagg rolled his eyes. Not a quirk, and no, but there is something that will give you access to a fraction of my power, just enough for you to do your usual hero routine. He floated to the box containing his miraculous, snickering at the reminder of his new kitten's paranoia. With how cautious he was to open the box. See this ring? It will channel some of my power to you. The boy looked warily at the silver band, the blank facet glinting in the light. I don't think I need this, thank you. Huh. In any other case, Plagg would have thought the kid conceited, but no, the kwami knew very well what the kitten was capable of, which was why he had chosen him in the first place. His plan would make sure everything would get back as it should. One way or another. At least hear him out first. 9th. Thanks, Shimura Nana. Nana is fine. Plagg shrugged, not like it mattered to him. If you put this on and say the phrase Plagg. Claws out, the miraculous, what this thing is called, will synchronize us to let you use my power. Not only that, it will take a portion of it to create a hero costume for you, and as in added bonus, the mask will have a special magic that will make you impossible to recognize. To go back to normal, just say Plagg, claws in. Ah, there was the notebook. Plagg was wondering when it would pop up. While his kitten muttered a storm and wrote his thoughts down, and inched closer and gave the ring a once-over. How does this do all that? Magic. Yeah, right. Well, 3rd. Plagg didn't particularly like those two, but only because they had been mean to his kitten for a little too long, in his opinion. He gave the two soldiers a flat look and gestured to the miraculous. If you remember, before your precious superpowers became the norm, they were also thought impossible. And even before that, magic was very present in the world, even if what you humans think it is and what it actually is are two very different things. How so? The boy's earnest question made Plagg crack a smile. He quite enjoyed the faded but still alive spark of curiosity in his kitten's eye. Plagg picked the miraculous and handed it to the boy, not caring for the rules of how kwamis shouldn't touch the miraculous without permission. Or most rules in general. The things your smarty scientists on their fancy island discovered about how conceptual powers work, how they rewrite a point of reality and said point rippled out. Magic is like that, but you don't need any fancy genetics for it. Plagg floated beside the kid's head as he took every detail of the bland ring, once more gesturing to it, have the right materials, do the right actions, make the right items, and anyone can do magic. You'll be cutting that and going to the source, in this case, me. And what else can you do? Destruction seems like, let's say, a very vague and broad concept. That's only because the humans who made this didn't know what they were talking about. Plagg was still somewhat salty about his friends and him getting such small terms slapped to them, but what else could he expect of an infant race who still knew so little? I'm the yin side of the wheel, kitten. Destruction. Death. Bad luck. I'm the whole thing. So, the cat god comment was on point. Yoichi, Plagg would admit having a soft spot for him, but only to himself, also examining the ring with his last successor, pointed at Plagg with wary eyes. You're some Lovecraftian outer god, aren't you? Oh, that guy was a riot. Really missed the mark, but me and the others got a laugh from it. Plagg remembered when they messed with the author that one time, giving him a nightmare of the kwami's true form. Not enough to break his mind, but enough to inspire the wacky stories he produced. Wasn't he an asshole? That too. Fifth. Yoichi gave Plagg a side glance. So, ninth helps you save your friend, you give him magic powers, with no sanity or metaphysical damage to his person. That's it? For now, yes. Plagg would have time for the rest later. Now, put it on, and let's go. Wait. What happens if someone takes the ring off my finger? You revert back to normal. Plagg had a front row seat of the boy's mind deconstructing a problem and making a solution to it. His kitten dashed to his work table, then the closet. Back to the work table, and then he had the miraculous firmly secured on a chain on his neck when he walked back to the group. Ah, if his past kittens had been half as creative, or paranoid, either or. Now, no one will pull a fast one on us. Perfect. But you might want to be fast and transform already. Second, Plagg wasn't calling those two by name anytime soon, still watching the kwami's every movement, growled, and why's that? Plagg didn't need to answer, as in that moment, the whole room shook. The vestiges traded concerned looks while the kid dashed to the far wall and turned on the TV. You gotta be fucking kidding me, was his scalding reaction to what he saw. On the screen, a helicopter gave a nice view of a rock monster, like a golem, rampaging through Paris streets. Plagg hissed, that's his power. Whoever has my friend, whoever stole Noru from us, is abusing his power to cause that. What is his, Noru's, power? He's the kwami of transmission. Whoever has him is using his ability to control a person and force on them a power to fight for them. Plagg chose his words carefully to get the reaction he needed, which was all the members of the little brotherhood around him prickling in anger. It's just like my brother all over again. No, All for One at least didn't strip people of their control, leaving them prisoners in their own bodies while they sought chaos. The Nomus were at least brain-dead, and whoever followed him could still think for themselves. The kid's words were as sharp as a blade and as scathing as a volcano. He was out for blood. How do we help them? There's an item that works like a pseudo-miraculous, destroy it, and the person will be freed. Got it. He grasped the ring dangling from his neck tightly, then put it under his shirt. Let's go. Let's. Plagg perched himself on the kid's shoulder, knowing what was coming. He opened the large window beside his bed, gave himself distance, and then with a running start he leapt, green lighting consuming his form. Plagg, claws out. The green was taken by black, the darker color spreading and overtaking everything, but then, the green grew brighter. In the end, both found balance. Up in the Parisienne skyline, zipping through the air, was a new figure. Or it was better to say, an old figure that finally found a reason to come back. Deku took a deep breath, and he felt alive for the first time in a long while. He checked himself quickly, a surprised look flashing through his face. He was wearing his hero costume, or at least an approximation of it. The suit reminded him of the stealth suit he wore during his mission for the World Heroes Association. Jumpsuit, utility belt full of pouches, his modified boots, greaves, leg bracers, and respirator, all in pitch black with dark green accents. Those were the familiar, if slightly different, parts. The completely new ones were the sleek silver gauntlets that covered everything from his biceps down, with the wrists and hands being protected by a more streamlined form of his old Air Force gloves. The domino mask resembled Gran Torino's and made his eyes look like a cat's, with the irises occupying the whole orbs and the pupils being a sharp slit. To top it all off, his hood had its protrusions. They aren't bunny ears, which were usually long and thin, now broad and short, looking like a cat's ears when they were flatted back. A loud crash reached his ears. Now wasn't the time to admire his new look, he had people to save. Deku pulled his hood up and flared full cowling to 25% for a split second to kick the air, the lightning covering his body a perfect mix of black and green. In a second, he was barreling toward the source of the chaos. He had a job to do, and he would not fail this time, never again. Marinette, breathe. Tiki tried to help her little bug to calm down. The imperative word being, tried, in this case. There's a giant monster wreaking havoc out there, the girl paced from side to side, pulling at her pigtails. Tiki knew this would happen. Thankfully she had explained everything before things got heated. Still, they were losing time they didn't have. Marinette, I know you're scared, you have every right to be, but right now there are people out there that need your help. Why me? There was the self-doubt. Why choose me? I can barely walk in a straight line without tripping, and you want me to go out there and fight a monster? No, Tiki sighed, knowing very well patience wouldn't be enough here. She had to spell clearly to her little bug if they were to make things work. I'm the kwami of creation, but that doesn't say it all. I'm the yang side of the wheel, Marinette. Creation. Life. Good luck. I'm the one that, when things are the bleakest, brings hope that they will get better. Tiki floated closer to the girl and touched her forehead. That is what everyone, needs you to be. Don't go out there to fight, go out there to save. I know when the moment comes, you will reach out to the people needing your help. How can you be so sure? Because I know that you won't think, your legs will move on their own. The kwami watched the glint of memory passing through her eyes, reminding her of a person who said something similar that very day. Marinette's bald hands shook, but still, she had that fire in her eyes again. Why me? She repeated the question. Because you are worthy. Now let's go. Your partner is probably already out there and he also will need your help. That was what finally made the girl move, to Tiki's immense pride. Her little bug was terrified, but she still chose to face her fears rather than leave someone helpless. Marinette clipped the Miraculous to her ears, the earnings still black and bland. Okay. I can do this. I can do this. Tiki patted her little bug's cheek. I know you can. Tiki, spots on. A blinding red flash of light filled Marinette's room. When it finally died out, the girl was now in a red bodysuit with black dots splattered onto it haphazardly. Checking herself, Marinette frowned at the bland outfit, a one-piece thing with no real defining feature. The belt almost blended with the fabric, and the domino mask covering her eyes was also so simple it became unremarkable, color palette aside. The only slightly eye-catching thing was the earnings, now sporting ladybug patterns and slightly glowing. Okay. I can do this. I can do this. She climbed out of the trapdoor that led to her balcony, almost losing her footing when her room shook again. Marinette unclipped the small disc from her belt, which revealed itself a yo-yo. I still can't believe this is my weapon. It was the most familiar option, and Marinette had that incident where she learned how dangerous a yo-yo could be in apt hands. She just didn't feel hers were. Okay. Tiki said I could use this to move around fast, but how? Her question was cut off when the yo-yo zipped away from her hand on its own and hooked itself to another building's chimney. Oh, wait up. The string went taut, rocketing Marinette into the air, The girl screamed as she got dragged closer and closer to the sounds of conflict. That's a horrible idea. Oh, shut your trap. Guys. Yoichi stopped the argument currently going on inside the barren void where he and the other vestiges presently occupied. I know that magic accessories and chibi gods weren't what we expected for today's itinerary, but can we please stop squabbling like children? The outburst silenced the others, giving Yoichi time to look at the situation at hand. The void was different, the ruined ground being reduced to beaten dirt instead of broken concrete. Not only that, the darkness at the distance, usually like a moonless city night, was closer, much closer, and a complete blackout which cut vision a short few meters away from the core. And there was the core. Yoichi glanced up at the constellation of 9 colorful stars that shone what little light that realm now had. One for all was mutating again. What that would spell for the world, and them, remained to be seen. What is going on? I'm glad you asked. Yoichi, and the others behind him, bristled at the voice. It had the same something to it that his brothers had, that unidentifiable little thing that made people know it came from something they should get away from, and fast. The first's eyes shot to the source of the voice. 2 large, slitted green orbs met his. They were the size of floodlights, and the only thing visible in the blackness. Shit. Plagg, because it had to be, laughed at the curse uttered in English, a fair response, Yagi Toshinori. How are you here? Nana asked, hiding behind N. The sight was so comical it got another bark, meow, of laughter from Plagg. Oh, you see, a miraculous synchronizes a kwami with the holder. The holder in question had a nice, cozy space for me to lounge in while he went to do his hero thing. So you just decided to chill here? Fifth, with no fear of the possibly eldritch horror standing a couple of meters away, went to the front of the group and shook his fist at Plagg. At least give us a warning, punk. Huh. And where's the fun in that? The eyes shifted from one vestige to the other. I'll be staying here while the kitten is out and about. Don't mind me. How the fuck do you expect to not mind the damn glowing eyes in the dark? By paying attention to what the kitten is doing. Things are about to go down any second now. Well, that was ominous. Deku zipped from building to building, nothing but a black and green blur that approached the source of the conflict transpiring in Paris streets. He had already passed many flipped-over vehicles and ravaged roads, indicating the seriousness of the situation. Thankfully, he hadn't seen any signs of casualties until now. Here was hoping his luck would keep up. As if hearing his thoughts, the universe threw him a curveball. More accurately, it threw him a girl in a red bodysuit, who collided directly with his side. Danger sense hadn't given a blip of warning. The world had a sick sense of humor, and Deku usually was the punchline. With an exasperated sigh, he grabbed the girl in one arm while using the other to shoot out a strand of black whip that latched on a nearby lamppost. Biting back a groan from the pain the fifth's quirk caused, as if his skin and muscles were stabbed open to clear the way for it, Deku launched them in a pendulum movement that let him land safely in a sign further ahead. He finally looked down at the girl who had been screaming in his ear. Basic costume. No apparent mutation. Blue hair disheveled, blue eyes wide. Who are you? Marinette gulped, gaze locked with the glowing stare of the superhero, the proper superhero, over her. Her tongue refused to work from fear of how high they were, embarrassment from being held bridal style, and just awkwardness from talking to someone she just crashed into. The ground shook again. Deku remained balanced on the thin metal bar under his boots, but he had to lower himself to compensate for their weight. Ah, if only he could use float. Consistently with the amount of one for all he could handle. While the tremor scared Marinette, it at least shook her back to her senses. The girl collected herself somewhat while the person holding her, "Don't think about it," grumbled under his breath. "I'm your partner. My kwami told me about all this and gave me the rundown of how the cat and ladybug have to work together to balance each other. I know you have more experience with it, but I promise I'll try my best." Wow, that sounds weak even too. Marinette. There's a counterpart to the cat Miraculous? Deku's question made the girl blink at him dumbly. He shook his head, no time for that. You want to help, right? Yes. Why did that sound like a question? Wait, your kwami didn't explain things to you? Just got it, and we had some other business to go through first. Deku would need to sit down and grill Plagg for info later. Now, he had to stop wasting time and get a move on. Follow behind me, take people away from the line of fire, and let me handle the fighting. It was clear the girl was completely green to that, but if she had the courage to suit up and stand up, Deku would respect her will. He had to. He wasn't that much of a hypocrite to stomp on a person's desire to help. Oh okay. I'll, follow your lead. Deku. For the first time in years, introducing himself didn't leave a bad taste in his mouth. Call me Deku. Another quake, this one closer. No time to chat, they had to act. Deku leapt from his perch, releasing the girl but holding her hand to drag her along his arc. How do you move around? What? Answer the question. My yo-yo, it had been pulling me along and flinging me around. Deku could work with that. He took advantage of being at the apex of their trajectory to point out places she could use, chimneys, balconies, lampposts. Focus on simple spots to hook your yo-yo. Map a route in your head and imagine how you can switch from one point to the next. Don't be afraid to land and think if you need to. Deku knew from experience it was worse to crash than to take a break and breathe while moving at extremely high speeds throughout an urban environment. Right. While Marinette's heart was in her throat, Deku's commanding voice had something to it that just made her listen. His level tone and punctual instructions stuck to her and made the girl focus on something besides her panic. Deku was so over his fucking head it wasn't even funny, but that was how he usually flew, blind and clueless. He still made things work, so plus ultra. Tree up ahead, sturdy branch horizontal to the street. Latch onto it and swing to the next traffic light. Marinette felt her body moving to follow the commands. Deku's hand still holding hers in case she messed up, helping smooth the edges of panic. She threw her yo-yo with her right hand just as Deku shot his left fist forward, and from his gauntlet something came out, black and tinted with green, like the lightning over him. Yeah, she noticed that and she had questions. But more solid? Marinette couldn't find the right word to describe it. The black thing also shot out and latched on the branch. They got dragged by momentum down, then back up and forward. In sync, they let go of the tree and repeated the same at the traffic light. Then Marinette aimed for a balcony to turn a corner. Then a gargoyle, a water tower, an outdoor. At each maneuver, she got more confident. Deku, who had matched her every movement while tightly holding her hand, suddenly let go and pulled ahead. Marinette felt a rush of panic, but her body continued the rhythmic movement almost on its own. She gulped and focused, keeping her pace and slowly approaching Deku. The boy looked back and nodded. That was all he could offer for now. Taking an untrained, unprepared, unknown, and a lot of other things that started with person to a battlefield was a horrible idea, but his short-lived but somehow successful-ish career was made of awful ideas that somehow ended up paying off. What the fuck was he doing? He shoved the part of his mind that sounded like Kachan and Second and Gran Torino down into the dark recesses of his mind. Deku was doing what he believed was right before he could think better. That's how he got this far. Second guessing could be saved for later when he had time to scream at himself. Keep moving, I'm going ahead. Before the girl, Deku had to get her hero name later, could say anything. He pushed one for all past his soft limit again for a burst of speed. He trusted the girl to catch up on her own. With spikes of acceleration, while tearing through streets like a demented pinball, Deku quickly reached the source of all the chaos he had been hearing. Honestly, he saw worse. Police vehicles were parked haphazardly to provide cover, with officers taking shots when they could, to minimal to no effect. People caught in the war zone that suddenly broke out, trying to flee in panic or hiding in fear. The braver ones helped who and where they could while trying to stay clear, which was half the reason no one died yet if Deku was to take a guess. All in all, nothing he hadn't dealt with before. The part that got a slightly raised eyebrow was the rock colossus at the center of it all. With a build that would put it close to the more physically powerful Nomu's, thick arms and chest made of rough boulders which formed humanoid features, and a simplified head with basic characteristics that composed its face. Glowing eyes focused on a car where a particularly brave cop fired at it. The golem ripped a part of the street that explained all the craters on the way over, took aim, and flung it at the pesky fly, annoying it. Not on his watch. Black and green energy exploded from his form as Deku bolted at the rock, sailing through the air like a missile. He winded his leg back, adrenaline and power coursing through his veins. The shocked and fearful people of Paris witnessed the fantastic sight of a person cloaked in lightning like a wrathful god pulverizing a stone the size of a bus with a single kick. At the moment of collision, old habits buried deep inside took over and Deku found himself shouting from the bottom of his heart. Smash! His reinforced shoe impacted the boulder with such force it came undone, with the energy jumping to it and ripping the surviving chunks into tiny pebbles that broke down into dust. The boom of displaced air blew away the dust before it could accumulate. Flipping over, Deku readjusted himself in the air and landed on top of a police car. Everyone was staring at him. Perfect. Everyone, get clear. I'll hold the villain back. Get to safety. Who are you? The officer he just saved from being flattened was the one to shout. The man had fallen over, but the grip on his pistol was firm and it was trailed onto the dark figure that just showed out of nowhere. I'm Deku, the hero who came to save you. Damn, he was so nervous that morning cartoon quotes started to spill out. Deku really needed to get his head in the game. At the thought, danger sense flared. The hero leapt back, just as stone hands burst from the ground and reached to grab him. Time to see if his magical costume was functional. Deku extended his right arm forward and braced it with his left hand, fingers positioned to flick. The wrist bracer snapped forward, cupping his right hand perfectly. Delaware smash. Compressed bullets of air were fired out from each flick of his fingers. Thanks to the pressure and speed, the masses of air destroyed the earthen hands before they could reach him. With a focused glare, Deku locked on his next target. More bullets flew at the rock monster but were caught by pillars of earth that sprung out of the ground. Geokinesis. Moderate speed, precise control, can't reinforce controlled matter. Deku could handle that. He threw strands of black whip at some mostly intact pillars to slingshot himself forward. You. The earthen being's voice was like boulders grinding against each other. You have it. Give me your miraculous. How about you let the person you're puppeteering go first? Deku's roar was followed up by his metal soles driving into the golem's arm, which was put up in a hasty block, cracking it. That was bad. This thing handled a 25% strike. No, the cracks were deep, and chunks fell out from the point of impact. Deku could break it and hopefully reach the person underneath. For that was the thing, from the way the rocks were connected, the person that whoever had Plagg's friend hostage possessed was inside the golem's torso somewhere. Before Deku could try anything else, the monster threw its arm wide, flinging him away. That was the moment the red girl arrived. She caught him and brought Deku to solid ground. You okay? Deku nodded at her. Yes. Get people away quickly, that thing can go for anyone with its geokinesis. He sprung back up and threw himself back into the fray. Stay away from the ground. He shouted that last bit of advice over his shoulder before focusing again on the combat. For a moment, Marinette could only stare as those two forces of nature collided in the middle of Paris. When the gust of wind from the fight almost threw her on her back, the girl realized she had more important things to do than gawk. Her yo-yo zipped away, almost from thought alone, and pulled Marinette away. She swung in and grabbed anyone too close to the localized disaster currently ongoing, noticing how light people who were heads, shoulders, and some of their torsos over her. Marinette was short. Okay. Not to mention almost 2 times her weight felt like plumes in her hands. Everything blurred in another rhythm, like when she was swinging with Deku. Throw, jump, pull, land, grab. Throw, jump, land, release. Again and again and again. When Marinette broke from the trance and started hearing more than the sound of her heart drumming in her ears, she noticed the police personnel staring at her. While swinging around and rescuing people, Marinette's organization tick kicked in and she put all the uniformed people behind a police armored car that matched the color of their bulletproof vests. You guys okay? Her answer was mostly pointed stares. Thankfully, an older man wasn't too dumbfounded to answer. Yes, thanks to you kids. We were barely holding the line against that thing. He peeked over the vehicle's protection to see Deku and the monster trading blows, the hero landing 5 for every hit that grazed him. Didn't expect that when I got up today. You can say that again, Marinette muttered under her breath, also watching the battle while half hiding. Aren't you going to help him? The girl was startled. Me? I barely got here in time, and Deku looks like he knows what he's doing, unlike me. The older officer reloaded his firearm, giving Marinette a meaningful look. We are all over our heads here, that doesn't mean we can't do something. He looked back at the others. Behind him, a set frown on his face. Make a perimeter, don't let anyone get close, and make sure that thing doesn't leave. If the kid clears the line of fire, fill that bastard with lead. Yes, Chief. Marinette gasped, her face slack in surprise. You guys can't. You're gonna get hurt if that monster comes at you. So what? It's our job to stand up and protect people. The chief gave the girl a hard stare while the cops Marinette just saved rushed to block the street entrances. We fight for the people, girly. I thought someone who put on a colorful suit and went to be a superhero, and I can't believe I just said that, would understand. Marinette tightened her hands into fists. Those people didn't have magic powers given to them, and while Marinette hadn't asked for those, she still had them while they didn't. Still, she was the most useless person there. Her eyes went back to the fight. Deku, with the same powers but doing much more with them, using them without fear, being able to accomplish something with them, kept the Colossus back on his own. The hero dodged one of the bulky hands trying to swat him like a fly. He ducked and went for the legs, smashing a sizable part of them into dust. The monster roared, more in anger than pain. It brought its hands up for a hammer strike. Deku braced, blocking the linked stone hands with crossed arms. The energy over him sparked erratically as the street under his feet crumpled and cratered at the force. He roared and pushed the golem back, taking advantage of unbalancing his enemy to deliver a thunderous punch to its chest. Marinette's knuckles cracked from how hard she squeezed her hands shut. She didn't want to be useless. So, girly, what are you waiting for? Thanks, officer. Just doing my duty and helping the people I swore to protect. And I think it's time I do that too. Marinette was scared, yes, but more than that, she was angry. Angry at the thought of being useless. Angry at the thought of standing by and watching as someone got hurt. She would have time to cry later when everyone was safe. Deku was making headway on cracking the stone shell the monster had. Unfortunately, most of the damage was focused on the arms. He needed an opening to truly make damage too. Where it counted. Something red at the corner of his eye grabbed his attention. The girl was circling around, trying to remain out of sight. Did anyone need help? Were they stuck? Damn it, he could only keep the golem's eyes on him and hope for the best. He needed something loud and aggravating, so nothing better than harnessing his inner Kachan, getting tired, rocks for brains. The monster roared. Stop running away. Stop missing. Deku avoided another clunky fist and threw out a punch, blowing away. Another chunk of earth from the arm attached it. At this rate, you'll be a pebble before this is over. No. I am Stoneheart. No one can hurt me. Keep telling yourself that. He had Stoneheart's full attention and a name to the rocky face. Perfect. A mad charge was Deku's reward for his troubles. Thanks to danger sense stabbing his brain with a warning for each strike several seconds before they even started, the boy kept avoiding harm with little difficulty. He only needed an opportunity, then he could finish it. Something flew out from behind, the girl's yo-yo, and lassoed Stoneheart's head. Deku used that second of surprise to snatch its legs with Black Whip, a grunt escaping his mouth. Both pulled, and the 2 points being dragged in opposite directions tripped the golem. Deku ignored the pain and the blood escaping the gauntlet's openings on the back of his hands and leapt up. With Stoneheart flat on its back, Deku had the perfect shot. He flipped, legs stretched straight up, boot crackling with his quirk's energy, St. Louis smash. The axe kick fell like a guillotine. Stoneheart ended up buried into the street, chunks of it flying from the force of the impact. Along parts of the giant's chest, cracks on the asphalt spread away from the crater, some even reaching the sidewalks. The closest vehicles were upturned, ending on their sides. In the center of such a scenario of destruction, Deku stood atop Stoneheart. The hero pushed through the pulsing pain in his leg and started to rip off the surviving parts of the stone shell, trying to literally dig the person trapped inside the golem out. A hand, a human hand, reached out, a crumpled paper between its fingers. Danger sense abruptly spiked at the sight of it, and Deku remembered Plagg's tip. He reached for it and ripped the page away from the hand, tearing it in the process. Marinette, arms throbbing from her stunt and backside hurting from falling on it after being pushed away by the shockwave, rushed to try helping Deku when suddenly the monster was gone, fading away in black smoke. A black butterfly fluttered by her. Huh? She approached the crater carefully, yo-yo in hand, only to see Deku and Ivan. The large boy took hasty breaths, his buzzed black hair was dripping with sweat and the blonde tuft on the front was clinging to his forehead. He looked at them with blown wide eyes. I didn't mean. Hey, it's okay. Deku's voice turned so soft, nothing of the sharp strictness he issued. Commands or the heated anger he shouted war cries present in it, only care for the person that had been trying to kill him a moment earlier. It's okay, it wasn't your fault. I couldn't move, I couldn't. Ivan drew into himself, hugging his chest as shaking. Marinette had never seen the stoic boy so distressed before. Deku kneeled before Ivan, hands raised and visible to show he meant no harm. You're free now. It's okay, breathe. In. Out. In. Out. He made the motions, which Ivan followed, and both stabilized their respiration from their haggard states, Deku being winded from the fight and Ivan at the edge of a panic attack. Good. Can you tell us what happened? The larger boy frowned, struggling with something. I don't remember. One moment I was by myself in the park, the next, it was like I was bound to a chair in a dark room. Still, I had these flashes of what was going on. Did I hurt anyone? No, it wasn't you. Someone made you do all that, and even then, we got here before anything bad could happen. Deku put a hand on Ivan's shoulder, opening a reassuring smile. Everyone is safe, including you, that's all that matters. Yeah. Marinette approached them, more confident now that the familiar territory of supporting her friends was before her. Whatever got broken can be rebuilt, and I made sure everyone got away safely while Deku held you. No, Stoneheart back and saved you. Everything is all right now. Deku glanced at her. You also helped trip Stoneheart. I only got a clear shot because of you. He stood up, helping Ivan to his feet. I think all of us did a good job holding out, right? Both Marinette and Ivan gave the hero shy nods. While yes, the situation had been a nightmare, they were all standing in the end and that was what mattered. Freeze. One of the cops she rescued shouted from the edge of the crater, his gun quickly switching targets between them. While Ivan gasped and Marinette yelped, Deku snapped his hand forward, the black thing shooting out of his gauntlet again and snatching the weapon, reeling it back to his hand. He grabbed it with a wet clap, which made Marinette notice the blood dripping down his arm. Stand down, officer, we dealt with the villain and rescued the victim being controlled. The steely and professional tone was back. Deku's face revealed nothing, but the red rivulets flowing down his gauntlet guaranteed he was hurt. How was he so calm? Deku gently pushed Ivan, who was shocked silent, retreating into himself like he usually did when overwhelmed, to Marinette. Get him medical attention, we don't want any lingering effects from the transformation or the fight. Marinette nodded quickly. What about you? You're bleeding. She weakly pointed to his hand. I had worse. With those concerning parting words, Deku went to talk to the police and clear things up. In another blur, Marinette grabbed Ivan and left him by an ambulance that had been called somewhere in the middle of all that, the paramedics quickly pulling the boy inside to check on him. That dealt with, Marinette now had freedom of mind to feel numb. The girl looked at the war zone all around her and felt cold. It was too much, way too much. Marinette had woken up to another peaceful day in Paris, but instead all that, just ran her over with a shock of reality. Peace was fragile. One thing going wrong was all it took for it to fall apart. What if she hadn't been quick enough? What if Deku hadn't been there to fight Stoneheart? Marinette would have to deal with it, or the police, or even the military. She glanced blankly at the sight of desolation before her. How worse would it be? If that disaster that ended as suddenly as it started had gone on for hours, days, with normal people using what they could to deal with a threat like Stoneheart. Would there be anything left of Paris in the end? Hey! Marinette yelped, startled out of her spiral so hard by the mere word she jumped. She turned to look at Deku, who had once again his hands clearly in sight to show he meant no harm. One of them was still bleeding, but the tiny streams were only sporadic drips now. Sorry, didn't mean to startle you. You're hurt. The hero sighed, I'm fine. There are people who need help more than me. He jabbed a thumb to a closed building which looked mostly intact. We have to talk. Why yes. Would she even be able to swing up the building? Everything Marinette did looked like a fever dream now. All of it did. She pulled her yo-yo from her belt with shaky hands, only to have Deku stop her. He put his clean hand over hers and shook his head. You're gonna hurt yourself like that. Stop, breathe, and ground yourself. The danger is gone. There's no rush. Marinette held her weapon close to her chest, feeling her drumming heart and focusing on slowing it down. She had to thank Chloe for showing her breathing exercises to calm down panic and anxiety when she saw her friend again. Some minutes later, she nodded and showed her steady hands. Deku nodded and lit up. Literally. Red lines appeared on his body, so bright it was visible over his clothes. When they completely spread, his skin became glowy and the green and black lightning was back over his form. He let out a sigh and leapt away, crossing the distance in a single bound. Quickly shaking her head to push away the shock of what she just saw, Marinette threw her yo-yo and pulled herself to the rooftop. She landed with a stumble, recovering at the last second and not face-planting on any of the plants in the rooftop garden. Deku at least chose a nice place for their conversation. Speaking of, the boy was fidgeting with his right gauntlet, the one stained red. He pressed some form of clasp and the bracer and wrist guard opened just enough for him to pull the whole thing off. Deku sat on the floor and put the gauntlet aside, then he pulled his jumpsuit sleeve up. Marinette let out a choked gasp at the sight of his arm. Patches of skin were torn and scabbing, blood still slowly dripping down from the irregular holes. How did that? Wait, that black thing you used, it did that to you? Deku nodded while pulling a bandage roll from a pouch on his belt. Good to see these are still here. He quickly bandaged his arm, looking like he had done so many times before. Black whip is volatile. While my body doesn't acclimatize to it, I have to use it sporadically. Your kwami's power is hurting you? He blinked 2 times. We can use more of our kwami's power beyond the costume? Deku looked genuinely surprised for a moment before adopting a thoughtful frown and muttering something to himself too fast for Marinette to understand. He pulled up a notebook and pen from somewhere and started to write down frantically. That gave Marinette enough time to recover, just to be shocked again. Wait, all that you did, it's not because of your miraculous? You have all those powers by yourself? Deku grimaced for a moment. He locked eyes with her for a moment, then quickly glanced at something to his left. Marinette followed his eyes but saw nothing there. I had my cure power for a long time now. She noticed the slip of the tongue but decided to not comment. Like I said, my kwami and I hadn't much time to talk about things before this, so I stuck to what I knew. That was fair, even if it still threw her for a loop. You were, what, a superhero before? Yes. Look, it's complicated. More complicated than magic jewelry that gives you superpowers to fight giant monsters? Yes. By his tone, Marinette was fine with not knowing it. For now. Okay then. She approached him and sat facing him. So what can you tell me about all this? I don't exactly have hero-ing experience. I noticed. He gave her a blank stare that Marinette would admit slightly offended her. She was trying. Deku sighed, looking more tired than anything. Can we start from the beginning? We hadn't really had time before. Yes, sure. That would give Marinette some much-needed answers. Let's start with who are you? We can't know each other's identities. That was the first thing Tiki stressed. They had to remain anonymous to protect themselves and their loved ones, and each other too. I'm talking about your hero name. I can't keep calling you Red Girl in my head all the time. Fair, but she could go without the dry sass, like how you go by Deku in costume. Are we really doing the superhero thing? The last part was more her grumbling about it, but the boy answered anyway. Code names are useful to protect our identities while giving clarity to who you're referring to in dangerous situations where each second counts. We can't have confusion and ambiguity getting in the way when a mishap means someone gets hurt, or worse. Deku gestured at himself, making the lecture go back to the original topic. Take Deku, by example. No one else calls themselves that, so if someone calls it, I know they're referring to me. And it also carries a meaning, a reminder to myself for what I'm fighting for. If Marinette had to put a word to Deku now, it would be melancholic. The hero who had been so sure of himself while fighting a stone monster the size of a house now looked sad and tired. That was it, Marinette wasn't chickening out again. She failed Adrien at school, she wouldn't fail another person. Do you want to talk about it? I'm sure you have a big reason to choose the name of a Japanese god of thunder as a hero name. Beyond the obvious that is. Deku slowly raised his head to stare at her. What? I'm serious. Wasn't the legend this big god that had a sumo match with another one and crushed his arms or something? Marinette had only tangential knowledge of it from something she thought she saw at an exposition in the museum one day. Or was it a class on other cultures? Deku snickered, trying his best not to smile. Do you mean Takamikazuki? While she achieved her objective of shaking Deku off his funk, Marinette felt her ears heat up with embarrassment. Yes? I think I missed the mark. You don't say. Oh, look, more dry sass. Deku shook his head with an amused smile. It's fine, I'm surprised you know something of Japanese culture. Most people in Paris wouldn't, what with the different continent and all that. The upturn of his lips quickly vanished. If you were to translate, Deku means empty wooden doll, which is usually a way to say useless when referring to someone. Marinette felt her brain stuttering at that. What? What the heck? Excuse me, but what? Deku. That couldn't possibly be the meaning of it, right? Gave a very dry snort. Yeah. But that's not why I call myself that. Deku sounds similar to Dekiru, which means, you can do it. That's what my Deku means. Now that she could get behind. You sure believed I could do it if the impromptu superhero lesson was anything to go by. Sorry I couldn't help more, but we had an emergency going on. It's fine. I'll just think about something that fits then. Marinette had no idea what to choose as a superhero name. Who would even think about something like that? Deku pulled out his notebook again. Where did he keep that? A tip from who was in your shoes. Try to remember something that people you care about said to you, about you. It can be anything really. Those were usually the words that stick to you the most. Marinette took the advice to heart. Her mind went to her parents, the greatest people in her life. To her father calling her silly names and praising her passions, of him surprising her with things for her designs. From expensive silk he found a way to purchase to a needle he managed to uncrook himself. To her mother who told stories of her homeland, of a culture that was Marinette's birthright, no matter what anyone said, to her explaining that every part of her was beautiful and to never let people say otherwise. That was something Marinette tried, even when it hurt, even when she felt alone in a crowd. If her partner could choose the meaning of his Deku, and not settle down for being useless, then Marinette could take something that weighed on her and make it mean something better too. Nuwa. Marinette, no. Nuwa locked eyes with Deku. I'm Nuwa. The smile he gave her at that moment was the most genuine she saw from Deku yet. That's great. Nuwa is a creation goddess in Chinese mythology, right? Now only that, but the color red is associated with the myth of how she repaired the heavens and is a symbol of good luck and happiness in the culture, right? It fits you well. Nuwa was both embarrassed by the compliment and awed at how much Deku knew. You are really informed. He instantly retreated, acting shifty. It's nothing. There was a running theory that I tried to confirm. and that led me to learn all kinds of things. Nuwa knew when someone dodged a subject as if it was cursed, and Deku wasn't even subtle about it. Anyway, now that we are properly introduced, we have to talk about the problem at hand. Whoever has the butterfly miraculous. Right, they were still out there somewhere. That meant that what happened today would keep happening until they stopped the person behind it. They sent Stoneheart after you the moment it saw you. Which means they know about the other miraculous and want them. The notebook again. Nuwa hadn't even seen Deku move. Multiple miraculous would put a person on a level of power and versatility that would make them almost unbeatable before someone stopped them. That wasn't what he was going to say. Still, we have the numbers. Advantage. I don't think I can be very helpful in a fight. I only won at that moment because you helped. Yes, you need more training and more preparation than your civilian background gave you, but we can solve that with time. You say that like we'll be part of the military or something. Technically speaking, we're vigilantes. Everything we did was highly illegal. What? No, she couldn't be a criminal. Nope, no spiraling. Deku lightly chopped Nuwa's head, successfully stopping the girl from going down a probably lengthy mental tirade. It's not as bad as it looks. With the miraculous magic making us unrecognizable, we can't be arrested as our civilian selves, and as long as we only use our powers to help take down the butterfly miraculous holder and their minions, everything we do should technically fall under Good Samaritan laws. Nuwa let a wary sigh escape her, calming down knowing they were more or less in the right. Still, how do you know all that? That glance to the side again, eyes going to something she couldn't see. Deku gritted his teeth before letting out a weary sigh. Look, let's just say this isn't my first time doing something like this and leave it at that. Okay. He didn't beg, but his unnaturally bright and slitted eyes felt a tone bleaker. Deku didn't want to talk about it, that was obvious. Okay. Nuwa's soft acceptance of his request made Deku relax just a tad. What do we do now, then? Do we just, I don't know, wait for another attack? We won't always be as lucky as to have an overt situation like this one, he scribed something on his notebook and tore out the page. Here, a basic patrol meeting point en route. Both of us will meet at the starting point. I'll give you some quick, Hero 101, lessons and then we will scout the city for any sign of the butterfly miraculous. The page contained various street addresses and instructions as where they would go and what path to take. How did you come up with all this so fast? I didn't. I had this plan for years in case it was needed, and would you look at that? It is. Deku put back his gauntlet, it clicking shut over his arm. She would need to talk to Tiki about a better suit. Nuwa was feeling very underdressed. Can I ask why? You just did. The sass was starting to get to her. I learned very early that being prepared for anything and everything is not only possible but necessary in this line of work. He glared at his left. What was he looking at all the time? Don't worry, you'll get there too. Sure. Nuwa didn't think that was healthy. I think that's all we have time for today. I don't know you but my civilian self is going to be missed soon if I don't go back. Deku stood up hastily, and Nuwa could hear how his body creaked. It wasn't the joints popping kind of creak, but the something is very wrong type. Are you okay? I'm fine. She didn't believe him. Deku walked to the edge of the roof, stopping just shy of the edge. We'll talk more later, but let me give you some words of wisdom as your Senpai senior. Go home, make sure you take a roundabout path by the way, then cry. Hug the people you love, and cry some more. What? Why? Nuwa was going to do that already, she just wanted to understand why he encouraged the decision. Breaking down doesn't sound like something very heroic to her. Because it will make you feel a lot better, believe me, I would know. That's what you are gonna do too. The silence that fell over them was chilling and suffocating. Nuwa felt as if she had just stepped in someone's grave, and the angry ghost had taken revenge by squeezing her insides. When Deku's voice broke the quiet, it sounded rough as if the boy had fought not one battle but a whole war. I haven't had it in me to cry in a long time. He powered up and crouched. About to take off he let out a mutter that Nuwa was sure she wasn't supposed to hear. Scream at myself though, that I can do. The girl reached out her hand, trying to say something to stop him from going. She was too late. Nuwa watched the green and black dot against the sky, wondering if the person who was supposed to be by her side also needed someone by his. The wounded tone of his voice was all the answer she needed. If Nuwa was to be a hero, then it was her job to save everyone within her reach. That was unexpected, no matter. Their miraculous will be mine. Then, we will. Plagg. Claws in, Ninth growled out the words. He waited for his suit to finish dematerializing in black particles before entering his bedroom properly, having entered through the bathroom window. Tiki. Spots off. Marinette dropped bonelessly on her bed, her silly and plain costume fading away in small red lights. She was alone in her room, which was just like she left it before her whole world got flipped on its head. Ninth pushed past his predecessors and Kwami and marched to the punching bag hanging on the side of his room. Marinette grabbed her pillow, ignoring Tiki's concerned stare. His abused knuckles split open when the strike connected. Her quivering lips let out a sob on the soft cotton. He shouted. She cried. It was too soon, it was too much, he wasn't ready. She wasn't good enough. If he had more time, if it was somebody else. Ninth needed 2 years. With that time, he could have mastered enough of one for all that he could have done it. He could have been the hero he promised to be this time. He could have made things right. Marinette wanted to throw the earnings clipped to her earlobes away. To give it to someone else, someone who could be a hero and actually help instead of floundering like she did. Maybe if she had given the box to someone worthy they could have made things right. The punching bag burst under the assault, bleeding out sand. The pillow ripped, wet strings snapping under the pressure. His rage was drowning. Her grief was suffocating. Still. He had to keep pushing, she had to keep up. The future, and now the present, were counting on him. The city, and everyone in it, was counting on her. His partner. Her partner. He had to be strong for her, she had to be strong for him. Ninth could rage at the world when it wasn't about to collapse. Marinette could cry about her losses when she wasn't at risk of losing even more. Now. The world needed Deku. The world needed Nuwa. The world needed them. And another one. As you can see, I'm throwing everything I don't need or like about canon out of the window. No, I regret nothing. As you can also see, the kids need therapy. Either way, Silverbit edited this, so cheers. Also, for those who want to support me, go to the P site and look for Bola Aid to put some change in the tip jar, because that's basically what it is. Then you can have your name at the end of the chapter, like Geepa Silver 090, CBN, and Kenina Heartfelt. Thanks to you all. Discord too, that's important. Go check it out if you want. Discord. GG, Stagey 4 volts. A last tidbit, every chapter title is the name of a song that I think fits the theme. If you want to guess what the song is, try your luck on the server and gain a virtual cookie. Bravery Chapter 3. Bravery. Chloe Bourgeois was many things. Among them was observant, but even if she wasn't, figuring out the identity of Paris's most controversial topic could hardly be called a challenge. Not when the list of people who could light up with green lightning only had one name in it. With that in mind, Chloe marched to the Agreste mansion like a woman on a mission. What was that punk thinking? He went to fight a giant rock monster with no backup. No offense to the girl that was with him, but it was obvious she didn't know what she was doing, without telling anyone, and without a plan. That was the part that most got on Chloe's nerves. How could Azzy be so reckless? He always had a plan. He taught her to always have a plan. They had multiple plans in place in the off chance a disaster happened and they had to do something about it. And he just threw it all out of the window to punch a boulder in the face, hopefully harder than it could punch back. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Her grumbling continued while she entered the mansion, using the spare key she had to bypass the usual time wasters of informing the people of the house she was there. Power walking through the empty hallways, she quickly reached the door to her blockhead of a somewhat adopted brother's room. Chloe reined in the impulse to kick it open, knowing better than to startle the person who taught her how to be paranoid. The girl knocked on the door. "I'm coming in." With the warning given, she promptly opened it and slid in. "Okay, Azzy. You have 2 seconds to explain what the hell." The blonde blanched at the state of the room. The floor was matted with sand coming from the ripped, more like exploded punching bag discarded on the corner. Notes and training equipment were flung around haphazardly, and the center table and couch were flipped over. It looked like a tornado had swept through the place. In the center of it all was Azzy. He was sitting on his bed, still wearing the clothes he went to school with and the addition of a bandage over his right arm. Both his hands were bleeding from his split knuckles, but he simply ignored the fact in favor of pressing his palms into his eyes. "What do you want, Chloe?" "What I want can wait until after we patch you up." The girl made a beeline to his closet. She threw it open and grabbed the first aid kit on top of the industrial buzzsaw, not calling him out on it. Chloe would be a hypocrite if she nagged Azzy when she had just as much of a valuable and ambiguously legal hoard inside her own closet. "I'm fine." "Did I ask?" "No, I said we were patching you up, so shut." She marched to the bed, sat beside him, and waited. Chloe knew she wasn't grabbing his arm unless Azzy let her, especially when he was in the middle of one of those moments where he felt more like a cornered animal than a person. Azzy rubbed his face tiredly, looking at her with his green eyes almost glowing, and sighed. "Fine." He offered Chloe his still bleeding hands. "You really pushed yourself if your eyes look like that." The more of his power he used, the brighter they got, along with his hair becoming a jagged mess as if electrified. She only saw it getting to that point once, and Azzy had to stay in the hospital for a week because of it. That day had been a nightmare on various levels, but at the same time, Chloe remembered them sharing a hospital room and playing some silly card game. That was one of the fondest memories of her childhood. They both were real messes, weren't they? Chloe cleaned the wounds with antiseptic and spread an anesthetic balm over them because no matter how much of a hardass Azzy was, those got to hurt. To finish it, Chloe wrapped his hands in bandages tightly, but not too much as to impede movement. "All done. You got really good at this." All those first aid courses weren't just for show. They were mostly to help with her anxiety over her helplessness. She felt much better knowing if something happened then she could do more than stand around and cry. Chloe did enough of that. Azzy smiled, one of those, "I'm proud of you but too emotionally spent to show it properly," smiles of his. They sure aren't. Giving them 5 seconds to enjoy the moment, Chloe cut to the chase when the time was up. "You fought a giant rock monster." "Yes." "In the middle of Paris." "Yes, in a catsuit." "It wasn't a catsuit, it was a stealth hero suit. And it has cat ears." Azzy had the decency to look away. "In my defense, that part was because of who made me the suit, I'm pretty sure." "And who was that?" Chloe would very much like to know. She wanted to have a lengthy discussion with this person about their design sense and maybe strangle them for enabling her menace of a brother. "Plagg. Come on out, we need to talk." Azzy's soft and tired tone became the hardened and commanding baritone. Chloe knew he only broke that out when diplomacy had been thrown out of the window. Azzy would get his way or someone would get a beating. Probably a verbal beating, but those were just as brutal as the physical ones the boy could dish out. "You know all the miraculous stuff should be a secret, right?" Chloe almost jumped away from the bed at the voice suddenly coming from right beside her ear. There, floating in the air, was a miniature black cat. "Okay, the ears make sense now." "Plagg. Why did you send me to the field with incomplete information?" Azzy talked to the floating cat completely unbothered. "Would you sit back and wait for me to give you the full talk?" The boy sighed. No, I wouldn't." "Back up a bit, people. Why is there a floating cat here? And why does it talk?" That was a little over Chloe's weirdness tolerance. Just a bit. The cat, Plagg as Azzy called him, turned to Chloe with a bored look. If the kitten is fine with you knowing it then I won't bother. I'm Plagg, Kwami of Destruction, and as of today, the kitten's partner." "Nice to meet you." She blinked, her brain finally catching up. "And what do you mean by Kwami of Destruction and partner?" Plagg floated closer and sat on her head, much to her consternation. "You see, Kwamis are what you little mortals decided to call us when we managed to make contact. It means, translating and paraphrasing, consciousness that has logic, or something vaguely like that. Ugh. Why do you guys make so many languages only for them to die out later? The cat slumped on Chloe's head, pawing at her glasses grumpily. The blondes traded a glance. You got straddled with an eldritch cat god? Apparently. Chloe scooted the pocket-sized cosmic horror from her head, petting Plagg's in turn. If she was getting into this mess, she was gonna show who was boss. Okay. So, mini cat god, what made you decide to choose Azzy as your mortal champion or whatever the case is? Oh, you know, the usual. Scratch a little to the left. She did, and he purred. That's the spot. Yeah, I needed someone I could trust to get things done, and the kitten here is a scrappy one. I know he can do it. Do what? Rescue my friend. Yup. Azzy was the right choice. Chloe, from personal experience, could speak for her brother when the subject was helping save people. He could do it, it was just a question of how much effort it would take, and how many broken bones. I know. Plagg was practically a liquid in her hand now, like cats usually became when they relaxed. And hey, it's not like I'm not going to help. He turned to Azzy, a smug smirk on his face. Did you like your costume? An eye roll later, the boy admitted that yes with a nod. It's as good as professional level suits, and the equipment held up. Not only that, I think the disguise magic worked, as the police hadn't kicked down the door yet. Azzy pulled one of his notebooks, making Chloe flinch. There we go. I just have some questions to ask about it. What else can I do with your miraculous? How does it work? What are the drawbacks? The boy lost himself in a storm of increasingly quicker questions shot one after the other. Ugh, they would be there a while. Ninth forgot just how much fun it was to analyze powers. It wasn't a quirk, but magic harnessed from a sentient concept in chibi form wasn't all that different, believe it or not. He had ripped every kernel of information he possibly could from Plagg, after bribing the kwami with cheese of all things, and went deep into the night filling notebook after notebook. Now it was close to 1 in the morning and he had finally burned off enough energy to stop. Chloe, who had decided an intervention was in place and enacted it as an impromptu sleepover, had held strong and followed the Q&A session while petting Plagg all the while. She was now sprawled on the left side of his bed, using clothes she stole from his closet without shame or hesitation, completely conked out and softly snoring. After his first go-around, Ninth learned how important it was to have people to share secrets with, and how it made the weight in his chest a little more bearable. Ninth didn't have the luxury to crash and burn. He had to keep up until the finish line was crossed. Your own kitten is quite the piece of work, Plagg commented from his nest on a pillow he declared as his. I'm telling you. Ninth has an attract small things quirk, but it only works by bringing troubled kids for him to raise. Seventh snorted at Ninth's flat stare. The woman ran her ghostly fingers through Chloe's now loose hair. You should have seen it. Chloe was this little brat who treated everyone like garbage to try being like her witch of a mother, but it only took one stern talk from Ninth for her to drop it. Then he went all, Dad Deku, trademark pending, on her. You're exaggerating. Quiet. Plagg shushed Ninth, then turned back to the vestige with trilled eyes. Please continue. They shared a cat-like grin, and Ninth decided he had more to gain getting ready for bed. Putting on some comfortable clothes, getting his emergency kit for the off chance someone tries to get him in his sleep, and tucking himself on the right side of the honestly far too big bed. Ninth ignored the two gremlins laughing at his expense. Laying down, staring at the ceiling for what felt like an eternity, Ninth finally worked up the courage to ask the one question that had tormented him for 14 years. How did I get here? Plagg and Nana stopped their gossip to look at him. The kwami let out an exasperated sigh. Can I be brutally honest? If you don't mind being detailed too. Sure, why not? The cat shrugged, getting comfortable for what felt would be a lengthy talk. The shortest answer is, you got lucky. Shut. Let me explain. Plagg stopped his tirade before it could start, knowing well Ninth's feelings on the matter. All the things that needed to happen exactly like they happened to achieve this result was a chance in a septillion, at best. You got lucky in the sense of how improbable it was for that to happen. Now if it was good or bad luck, that's a matter of point of view. Weren't you also a manifestation of bad luck? Shouldn't you know? It's exactly why I know it. If I ask you, you'll say it's the worst thing to ever happen to you. If I ask Sleeping Beauty over there, she'll say it was the best thing to ever happen to her and a million other people too. He snickered a laugh. That's why the cat and the ladybug have to be together. They were two sides of the same coin. And how did it happen, exactly? That was what Ninth wanted to know. He would think about the merit of the good he was able to do thanks to it later, probably on his deathbed. That's a little more complicated. You see, everyone has a weight to them, at least that's the simplest way for you to understand it. Those who affect little in their life are lighter, not that they're unimportant, just not as important comparatively. Plagg lightly pushed down on his fluffy perch to illustrate, not leaving many marks and them being close to his pawn. The people that change the world? Those are a lot heavier. All that weight attracts things, it leaves a mark, and that's why they are remembered centuries later. He pushed harder, making an indentation. After pulling back his paw, the pillowcase remained ruffled. Ninth would need to write all that down later. I'm following you. The weight some people have makes it easier to leave their mark, but what does it have to do with me? Plagg gave Ninth a flat look. Kitten, imagine if from one moment to the other, your whole species spontaneously sprouted superpowers left and right. It as a whole would become heavier. Actually, it would become so heavy so quickly your world would implode from the weight, metaphysically speaking. He rolled his eyes. That's not good for anyone, so reality tends to autocorrect in those cases. Not fun, let me tell you. Ninth could imagine, even if it added a whole new form of existential dread to the pile. The next few decades would be a nightmare, but it didn't. Thanks to Yoichi Shigaraki. Plagg broke down cackling. Oh, this kid. Thanks to who he was, added to his fancily named quirk. Yoichi Shigaraki had just enough weight to hold your world together but not enough to break it himself. You kittens are all too lucky. Huh. That revelation gave Ninth a whole new level of respect for the first. So, without One for All, the human race would have been retconned. But that means... No. Plagg stopped laughing, his tone becoming grave and cutting Ninth off sharply. All for One was a cancer that spawned from your race's metamorphosis. He would have made it rot and die. That's why creation needs destruction. When mistakes like that happen, you can remove them. He stretched just enough to pat Ninth on the cheek, like you did. Good job, kitten. Your world can recover and go back to growing safely thanks to you. Ninth took in a shuddering breath. His throat was clogged and his chest felt tight. Thanks. Plagg nodded and waited for him to recompose himself enough to finish listening. When his breath went back to normal, the kwami continued. The thing is, kitten, you yourself were already very heavy before you got One for All. With it, you turned into the center point, for lack of a better term. Your actions have steered the course of your world in a new direction. Plagg also stared up at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. I know you don't think so, but you did good. You did more good than you could ever imagine. All that good added up. Which in turn made your soul gain just enough weight to it so when you went through the reincarnation cycle, it didn't get your sense of self washed away. Ninth blinked slowly, 2 times. When someone dies, they reincarnate. That's what happens. He wasn't expecting such a direct confirmation. One of the most significant questions humanity ever faced was answered just like that. Yes and no. Ninth spoke too soon. I could go into the lengthy details of how things actually work, but that would take years and you mortals haven't come up with words for most of the things I would need to tell you. Plagg huffed, shaking his head as if disappointed. I'm just giving you the barest of bones so you can have an idea. Calling it a cycle is already stretching it, believe it or not. It's just that there is an analogy to it as you are alive, then you're dead, then you're alive again, on and on as you go through your own journey. Plagg, I already have enough intrusive thoughts keeping me up at night. Can you please not give me more sources of anxiety? The wise sage shtick that Plagg was doing to mess with Ninth wasn't amusing to the boy in the slightest. Sure. The kwami snickered before falling silent. After a long moment, he finished his little lesson on how the universe worked behind the scenes. Your soul got washed by the tides, kitten, like every other one. But as some rare few, you endured. I am sure you have no memory of it at all. Your mind just isn't built to handle that kind of experience, but through grit and luck, you got yourself to the other side in one piece. Plagg finally moved his eyes to Ninth once again. I am that part of the wheel, little kitten. I know every single spark that crosses to it and that leaves it back to this side. The ones that do what you did. They are hard to come by even to my standards, but oh if they don't prove they are worthy of it. The deep silence that followed was solemn but in a respectful way. It reminded Ninth of the funerals of heroes who laid down their lives in the line of duty. Plagg spoke again, and he sounded wistful if Ninth had to put a word to it. You showed you're a spunky one, but you are so lucky, kitten. One for all, and its ability to store a piece of the holder's souls is the least impressive part of it. It kept all of your egos intact. By ego you mean your personality, your character, your definite traits as an individual. All of them, perfectly safe, to just leap back at the thick of things like the selfless brats you are. Plagg exhaled a heavy sigh, making the tiny feline sound as old as he probably was. If only. All the kittens who deserved better, who deserved another chance. Slitted green orbs met glowing green ones. Don't waste your chance. I won't. I'll make sure you won't. Yes, what happened to Ninth was something that a human being wasn't prepared for, but he was sure no one was ready for most things that happened in his life, in both of his lives. He faced villains, criminals, bioweapons, wars, and a blight wishing to destroy the whole world. He survived magic, monsters, and whatever else the future was cooking up. Ninth wouldn't give up. He couldn't. Everyone was counting on him. Good night, Plagg. Night, kitten. Ninth closed his eyes. All too quickly, sleep claimed him, and for the first time in years, he drifted off to a peaceful slumber, feeling lighter than he had in a very long time. Marinette. Wake up. The girl groaned while rising up. She blinked groggy eyes, her vision slowly focusing to see Tiki floating before her face. It wasn't a dream. No, it wasn't. Tiki patted her cheek gently. Everything yesterday really happened. And all things considered, they went really well. Marinette rubbed her face. She wasn't ready to deal with that. You say that, but you gave me an earful about not catching the Akuma. Or fixing the city with the Miraculous Cure. And you also complained about how I left everything to Deku. The kwami shook her head. It wasn't an earful, I was just a bit heated. I explained to you your powers, which was more than Plagg apparently did. You should have used them. She poked Marinette's nose, and you didn't leave everything to Deku. You helped too. But think about it for a moment, could you have done things better? She sighed, yes. Which was the truth. If Marinette hadn't taken so long to work up the courage to trip Stoneheart, they could have ended the fight faster, which would have caused less damage, and Deku wouldn't have probably been as hurt, probably. And if she had remembered the cure, she could have fixed it all. The whole thing could have gone better. Hey, the blame for it is not only yours. Plagg could have explained things to his chosen better. Deku didn't even use his miraculous magic at all. He was only using his. Tiki cut herself, realizing she was about to say more than she should in the heat of the moment. Marinette caught the slip. You know what the powers Deku was using were, don't you? Why did they hurt him? That isn't my story to tell. Tiki gave Marinette a look that reminded the girl of her mother's. If you want to know, ask him. If he feels comfortable telling you, then okay, but if he doesn't, you shouldn't push him. But he got hurt. Marinette still felt queasy at the memory of his bleeding arm. If only she had acted sooner. Did things better. The kwami's face softened. I know you're worried, but if you want to enact change, you have to achieve it with your own efforts. Translating. Suck it up and start acting instead of whining about it. Marinette only nodded and got up. The clock was thickening and she had school today. Here was hoping she could act normal, instead of having a meltdown when everyone started talking about what happened yesterday. After freshening up and changing into the same clothes she usually wore for school, Marinette grabbed her purse, stopping briefly to look at Tiki. Are you going to stay here or? The kwami gave her a flat look, and what if there's an attack while you're out there? Fair. Can you stay inside my purse? I'll clear a spot and grab some macarons downstairs for you. Yes. The tiny goddess fist bumped. At Marinette's snicker, she coughed on her hand. I mean yes, that's fine. Okay then. Following their plan, Marinette was out of the bakery minutes later. She crossed the street and entered the school, already noticing the whispers and conversations. Everybody was talking about the disaster yesterday. From people who were there and saw it firsthand to those who hadn't even felt the tremors of Deku's clash with Stoneheart, everyone had learned about it from the news, social media, or the police conference that had apparently happened late in the past night. Marinette was acutely aware of every word flying around her. Unfortunately, that caused her to hyperfixate so much that she didn't realize where she was going. Ouch! Marinette held her nose, feeling like she had smashed it on a wall. For all the impact the girl caused the other person, she might as well have. Holy shit, she really did crash into you. Chloe's comment was as dry as her stare, which only made Marinette blush in embarrassment. My life is a lie. Adrien shot her a very pointed look before checking if Marinette was okay. Are you hurt? No, it's fine. She waved his hand away, noticing then that they were bandaged. Are you? Chloe didn't let him respond, as he went ballistic on his poor punching bag. The thing looked like a gorilla had gone to town on it. Har har. Adrien walked past his sister. Marinette fully bought the idea from how much those two bickered. I'm fine, just some scraps. Let's go. I want to check on Ivan before class starts. Marinette panicked. What? Why? Did he? The police report explained how he was a victim who was forced to cause all the destruction yesterday by a third party. I want to make sure he's recovering. Adrien glanced at the people gossiping, a frown firmly on his face. Still, from the way he got a target painted on his back by it, I wouldn't put past some people to make things hard for him. Marinette felt something bitter in her tongue. Did they accuse him? Chloe linked her arm with Marinette's, drawing her closer and whispering, not openly, but some people hadn't bought he was being controlled. Deku's report after the fight, and the fact he was the one to put down Stoneheart, gave just enough credence to it to shut some idiots up. The blonde sighed, a grim air overtaking her, but not all of them. If that girl in red hadn't saved everyone in the scene before it all really went to hell, I bet Ivan would be behind bars by now. Marinette stumbled, not even acknowledging that Chloe caught her. No, they couldn't. It wasn't Ivan's fault. It wasn't. He was innocent in all that. Ivan had been so scared when they rescued him, there was no way he could have done it on purpose. She felt a light chop on her head, breaking Marinette from her spiral. Looking up while rubbing the sore spot with her free hand, she saw Chloe giving her a knowing look. Breath, Mari. There's no reason to work yourself into a fit. We're not letting Ivan get the blame, and in the worst case, we can always stage a revolution. The girls traded a chuckle. I already said no guillotines, Chloe. Spoil sport. Now come on, let's check on our resident controversial celebrity and see how he's holding up. The blonde pulled her along, making sure no more crashes would happen. That gave Marinette time to focus on her thoughts. She may not be that great as a superhero, but taking care of her friends, Marinette would show she didn't need magic to help someone out of a bad spot. Ninth pushed through the mob blocking the corridor to his class and entered the room to the sight of every single one of his classmates hounding Ivan's table. Surprisingly, thankfully, they were doing exactly what Ninth had been planning on doing. He smiled slightly at the affirmations of support and worried questions about his health. Looks like he had good people in his class. Walking to Ivan's desk, Ninth nodded at his classmates, who opened the way for him. Hey, Ivan. The taller boy seemed small with his shoulders slumped and chin buried in his chest. He looked at Ninth like a startled animal, scared and a second away from bolting. Why yes? I know things have been hard for you lately, so don't be afraid of asking for help. Ninth handed him a folded notebook page he fished from his hoodie. Here's my contact and the numbers of some people that can help you with what you're going through. If you need anything, just ask. He shot a look at the door, seeing the other students of the school trying to catch glimpses inside, and if anyone tries to give you trouble, just tell me, I'll handle it. Thanks. Ivan accepted the gesture, relaxing his posture some. If even someone that doesn't know me believes I didn't mean for any of that to happen, then I still have hope. Ninth nodded at the boy, one of his hero's smiles making its way to his face. With his piece said, Ninth left Ivan to be with his friends and went to his seat. Nino was already there, giving him a knowing smile. Nice one, dude. I just did what anyone should. Yeah, but only good people do that. Nino extended his fist to Ninth. You're all right, dude. Green eyes widened. Ninth shook his head and looked away. You don't know me. But I want to. He wriggled his fist. Come on, don't leave me hanging. Ninth stared at him for a moment, something that he thought long lost steering back in his chest. Maybe, just maybe Ninth could accept making a friend. Fine. They pumped fists. At Nino's smiling face, Ninth found himself remembering that no man was an island. Lone pillars crumbled, and Ninth didn't have the luxury. Or that was what he told himself. Truth be told, Ninth just wanted a friend. So dude, what do you listen to? Nino gestured to his headphones to clear what he was talking about. Well, he had some recommendations of classic bands 2 centuries in the future that were starting out today. Marinette waited for the bell for lunch break to make her move. When Ivan, still looking down, lingered in the classroom for a little too long, she walked to his desk and sat beside the boy. I know what you're gonna say. Ivan rubbed his face, looking tired. I am self-aware enough to know I'm not fine, but that's fine too, right? I don't need to be fine all the time. She let him finish, then pointed out gently, that's true, but you can't close yourself when you're not fine too. A tired sigh escaped Ivan. He rubbed his eyes, displaying his lack of energy clearly. By the eye bags, he hadn't slept much, if at all. Promise you won't tell anyone? I promise. Marinette had known Ivan for years. Had helped him many times before, even with sensitive problems. More than that, she always made sure to listen without ever judging. That combination of factors was what gave Ivan the confidence to start speaking. The problem isn't that thing took over and started destroying the city. The problem is that I don't know how it did it, where it came from. I don't know if it's gonna come back to finish the job. Marinette bit her lip. Ivan, and all of Paris, weren't safe. They wouldn't be until she, along with Deku, took down the person who stole the butterfly Miraculous. Still, everything wasn't lost. I think you are stronger than you realize. Marinette held his arm in a show of support and to convey the sincerity of her words. Ivan, you survived that disaster. You held up long enough for Deku to come save you. You came to school today. If it was me, I wouldn't have gotten out of bed. The boy opened the smallest of smiles. That's not much coming from the person that always oversleeps. Maybe. She let the jab slide, thankful that the boy had cheered up a little. Either way, you got this. Ivan looked down at his things over the desk, eyes fixed on his notebook. I'm not so sure about that. Marinette tilted her head. Why do you say that? Ivan shot her a glance before quickly averting her gaze. Before, you know, that I was trying to come up with a way to confess to Mylene. In a truly heroic display of effort, Marinette didn't squeal, no matter how much her inner romantic was leaping with joy. You finally decided to do it. She spoke gently, but her big grin still earned a deadpan from Ivan. He scratched his head, considering something before shrugging and opening his notebook, showing Marinette a torn page that was ripped in half. I was making a script to figure out what to say, but I just couldn't. Everything I wrote ended up sounding so weird, and I got frustrated. I bet that didn't help. No, Ivan shrugged. When I got angry I ripped the page out, and then the next thing I knew, I was trapped and Stoneheart was rampaging. At least he was distinguishing between the two. Ivan wasn't that monster, no matter what anyone said. You still gonna do it? I think I lost my chance. The boy slumped, a morose sadness washing over him. After what happened, who would want to be with me? Marinette's frown was quickly hidden. That wouldn't do. Hasn't she come to say something to you? Yeah? Something along the lines of, that wasn't you, and maybe if you want to talk I'm here, by any chance? Yeah. So, Ivan sighed, huffed, slapped his cheeks, and ultimately grabbed his pen and opened his notebook to a blank page. I think the worst has already happened and I can only go up from here. The smaller teen opened a brilliant smile. I wholeheartedly agree with the going up part. Now come on, let's do this. You're gonna help. Marinette gave him a blank look. The fact you think there's a universe I wouldn't deeply offend me. Ivan raised his hands in surrender, the smallest of grins on his tired face. He was right, things could only go up from there. Thanks for helping me, Mylene. The shorter girl gave Chloe a shy smile. It's nothing. Sabrina asked me to cover for her, and I couldn't let our class president do everything on her own. She fumbled with the band, pulling her wheat-colored, curly locks back. She's okay, right? Chloe adjusted her sunglasses, more or less. Her dad had come home only this morning thanks to the chaos the Paris PD turned into. She decided to skip school to take care of him, at least until he has to return to his patrol route. Every officer available was told to cut distractions short and be on the street to make presence. For all the good it would do when pitted against something that gave Azzy of all people trouble. Oh. It was a testament to the aspiring actress's skill that a single sound conveyed all the turmoil in her head. She handed Chloe another one of the equipment reports, the blonde. Scanning the contents and checking the item in question. Do you think it will happen again? Yup. Chloe put a tally on the list. They would need to get a new volleyball net soon, preferably before the current one snapped in the middle of a game. She went to give the polls a look, expanding on her thoughts to Mylene. Think about it. Ivan was controlled by a still unknown third party, one that everything indicates that can do so again. We don't know what they can or can't do, so for now we have to assume and prepare for the worst. She turned to the chubbier girl, seeing her pale. Okay. Chloe needed to backtrack a little before she gave poor Mylene a panic attack, that being, it will happen again and we will need to hold the fort long enough for Deku to show up. Oh, right. Mylene sneaked a glance back. Seeing the storeroom the school had reserved for the sports equipment was completely empty save the two. What do you think about them? The heroes, I mean. Chloe made a conscious effort to not react. She didn't know Deku, didn't know who he was, didn't know what he was capable of. From an unrelated perspective, she had that one case to speak from. Deku showed he can take on something like Stoneheart down. I doubt he will have much trouble in the case it happens again. The problem is making sure no one gets hurt, or worse, in the time he'll take to get there. Mylene nodded, following along her logic. You're right. It's just that he also really messed up the street they were fighting on. Controlled collateral. Chloe shrugged, not much bothered by the asinine argument some idiots were using to throw flack at the person that saved their hides. He made sure the damage was focused on one place, and it's easy to rebuild. You know what's not easy? Telling families they won't ever see one of their members again. She stopped, recovering from her snap with a deep breath. Mylene didn't deserve to deal with Chloe's anger when she had nothing to do with it. I think everybody should get their priorities straight. You can remedy the effects of a crisis after it passes, and this one just began, so better figure out how to survive it first. Yeah. Mylene patted Chloe's arm reassuringly, seeing the girl was very stressed by the subject. And hey, it's not like Deku is our only hope. His partner protected everyone while he was fighting. She even pulled my dad away from the line of fire. At Mylene's cheer, Chloe gained an awkward expression. Can I be brutally honest? Mylene blinked, confused by her reaction, but nodded. Chloe held the bridge of her nose and let out a sigh. Nua, as Chloe knew thanks to Azzy, was a bittersweet topic to her. I honestly don't know if I want to give that girl a hug or chop her on the head. On one hand, she did good and helped Chloe's brother out of a tough spot. On the other, Nua obviously had no idea what she was doing, but even then, she could do more than Chloe. Gratefulness and jealousy turned into a weird mix that left Chloe's opinion about Nua very divided, to say the least. Why? That girl had her heart in the right place, but I don't think she understands the consequences of her actions. Just as Chloe said that, Marinette barged into the room. Her eyes zeroed in on Mylene. Then Chloe, I'm so glad I found you. I need you to come with me right now. The shorter girl snatched her blonde friend's arm and dragged her away, yelling over her shoulder, "You better wait here, Mylene. We know how skittish you are, so it's best if you don't see it." "See what? Just stay here." Marinette pushed through the door, quickly rushing to a corner with a complaining Chloe in tow. "What are you doing? What happened?" The aspiring designer let go of her friend and turned to her so fast Chloe was worried she got whiplash. "Ivan wants to confess to Mylene." Chloe blinked once, twice, 3 times. In any other case, I would say fucking finally. Unfortunately, this is possibly the only time this is bad. Marinette let out an offended squawk. "What? Why? They would be so good together." "Mari, sweetheart, follow me for a second." Chloe spoke as if to a toddler. "Ivan got through a very traumatic experience. His emotions are all over the place. You really think it's a good idea to put him in another stressful situation, not a day, 24 hours, later?" "Oh. Yeah, oh." Chloe rolled her eyes, exasperated at her friend's antics. "Now we have to go find Ivan and explain to him that he should wait until he's in a better headspace before doing anything." About that." An awkward and weak laugh escaped Marinette, the girl fidgeting like a mouse. Chloe let her head fall. "You got me out of the room so he could be alone with her, didn't you?" "Yes." The admittance was almost gloomy. At least Marinette understood how much she messed up. "Shit." After huffing a swear in English, something she got from Azzy, Chloe spun on her heels and bolted back to the storage room. Marinette followed her close behind, or as close as she could manage with her shorter legs. The thought was mean, but Chloe felt she got a pass thanks to how peeved she was. Just as the blonde reached the door, it burst open. Mylene ran out and away faster than Chloe had ever seen her move. Ivan also exited the room a moment later, red-faced and with tears in his eyes. "Mylene. Wait." He shouted at the girl's retreating back. When she didn't turn back, Ivan broke out in a sprint in the opposite direction. "Shit. Shit shit shit." Chloe looked from one side to the other, her dread pooling at the sight of the fleeing teens. By what Plagg told her, emotional distress was a surefire way for the butterfly miraculous to take hold of an unwilling person, and now both Ivan and Mylene were very distressed. Chloe needed to do something now, but she couldn't be in 2 places at once. Thankfully, she didn't need to. "I'll go after Ivan, you get Mylene." Marinette clapped Chloe's shoulders, her blue eyes set. "Let me fix my mess. I trust you with her." Chloe slapped her cheeks and nodded. "Let's go." They broke off and rushed after their respective targets. Maybe Chloe couldn't help with the fighting part, but she sure could try preventing things from reaching that point in the first place. Plus ultra. She muttered under her breath, time to give it her all. A black butterfly lazily flew, carried by the wind. Each of its wingbeats was a prelude to the disaster it was about to cause. The magic tainting it grew and grew, multiplying and mutating like a virus. It had one goal carved into its being, and when the time came, it gently descended into the poor boy who just had his heart broken. "Huh?" Ivan looked up from the page he had poured his heart into with Marinette's help, just in time to see a familiar butterfly approaching him. Something in the back of his head told Ivan to run, to get away from it the fastest his legs could carry him. Unfortunately, it was too little, too late. The butterfly touched the paper. The last thing Ivan saw before his vision went dark were countless butterflies, each black as pitch, bursting from the paper in his hand. Marinette had only just reached the school's courtyard where she saw Ivan running towards moments before when all hell broke loose. "No one can hurt me. I am indestructible. I am Stoneheart." The Akumas, as Tiki told her they were called, roar was so loud the windows shook. The rock titans started marching, going straight through walls while not even slowing down. "Oh crap." Marinette dove out of the way, quickly hiding behind the bleachers. Crap 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 crap. She opened her purse, panic in her every movement. What had she done? Ivan got akumatized again, and it was all her fault. No, focus. Marinette said she would fix her mess, so that's what she was going to do. Tiki. The kwami flew out of her purse, quickly checking to see if no one was looking. That done. Tiki nodded to herself. Okay, the coast is clear. Remember, use your powers, don't be afraid, and when everything is over use the miraculous cure. She nodded, determined to do things better this time. It was all too much, but that didn't change the fact someone had to do this. She already cried about it, as Deku told her to, and it had helped. Now, it was time to grit her teeth and fight. Then why did Marinette feel her body locking up? Her mouth refused to open and utter the phrase to transform. Tiki's eyes softened, the kwami floating closer and putting a hand on Marinette's cheek. I know you can do it, my little bug. Believe in yourself, even if it's hard, then you will see it too. Closing her eyes to stop tears from escaping, Marinette took in a shaky breath. It was too much, it would never stop being too much, not as long as she refused to face it. Life waited for no one, so what she could do was her best, and pray it was enough. Like her chosen name, she had to put the world back together. Success or failure, Marinette would only know what awaited her if she tried. She said it once already, she refused to be useless. Tiki. Spots on, Mylene. Chloe skidded down a curve, quickly following the path she saw her friend taking. She glanced into class and art rooms, praying it wasn't too late, when finally, Chloe spotted her in the sculpturing club room. Mylene. The crying girl jumped, startled by the shout. When Mylene turned, the wet smile on her face made Chloe stop dead in her tracks. He likes me. Was Chloe's very coherent response. Something wasn't adding up. You're not, I don't know, mad? Why would I be? Mylene tried in vain to dry her leaking eyes, a bubble of laughter escaping her. Ivan likes me. I understood that part, but you kinda fled away in tears. Chloe threw her arms up, starting to get heated. Forcing herself to breathe and maintaining a level head, she grasped Mylene's shoulders and made the other girl understand. People usually do that when they don't like what they were told. It finally dawned on Mylene what she had done. Oh, no, he thinks I don't like him back. Have you at least told him that? Mylene put her hands over her mouth, her eyes widening. No, I got so overwhelmed oh no. Okay. Chloe still could salvage this. We still can fix this, Chloe was cut off by a resounding quake that shook the building. She and Mylene traded startled looks, both recognizing the feeling. The tremors continued, closer and closer, almost like, look out. Chloe pulled Mylene with her, throwing them to the floor and away from the wall that was demolished a second later by the monster that terrorized Paris the day before. It was back for round 2. Mylene, you can't hurt me, no one can, not anymore. Stoneheart mumbled, almost as if talking to itself. It approached the two fallen and dazed girls and took Mylene in its colossal left hand. Chloe shook herself from her stupor seeing that. Oh no you don't. She scrambled to her feet, snatching a chisel that was flung close by on her way. Chloe would never complain about the clubs asking for more supplies ever again after that day. The blonde adjusted her sunglasses. Time to do something stupid and reckless, just like Azzy. When Stoneheart went through the wall leading outside, right side first to shield its prisoner, Chloe bolted. She used one of the work tables as a stepping stone, leaping and latching onto Stoneheart's arm. Chloe. Mylene reached for the blonde, having her arms free from her rocky prison. She grabbed her left arm, holding the girl the best she could. Raising her right hand, chisel in her grasp, Chloe started to chip away at the giant limb. Don't worry Mylene, I'll get you out. Stoneheart stopped for a moment to glare at Chloe, the blonde meeting its glowing eyes and not backing down. The Akuma only huffed, resuming its march without even bothering to shake her off. Chloe gasped at the dismissal. It's on now, rocks for brains. She redoubled her efforts, stabbing the chisel into the boulders forming Stoneheart's arm and chipping it away a pebble at a time. Chloe, it's too dangerous. Mylene did her best to keep her friend from falling, her arms shaking with the strain. She wouldn't be able to hold up for long. Go, get away from here. Shut up and let me save you. She sent a particularly large chunk flying with a well-placed stab. I'm done being useless. I'm gonna save you and then both of us are getting away from here. Another strike sent earth and debris flying. You hear me? Why yes. Mylene fought back tears while doing her best to not let go of Chloe's arm. Stoneheart carved its way through Paris, with people trying desperately to get away from it. Unimpeded, the Akuma roared, making black butterflies come out of its mouth like a geyser. They flew away, landing on fearful civilians and turning them into stone statues. Stoneheart ignored the gasps of the girls on its arm, finally getting to its destination. Eiffel Tower. There was where it needed to go, where he commanded it to go. Stoneheart used its free arm to climb the tower, unafraid. There was no reason for it to be afraid. No one could hurt it, not anymore, never again. Stop this already. Chloe's shout was accompanied by her burying her improvised weapon into Stoneheart's arm. The Akuma flinched. No, never again. It roared and snatched Chloe with its free hand, throwing the girl away. Chloe could barely register Mylene's cries, or the wind howling, her mind too filled with static. That was it, huh? The tragic ending of Chloe Bourgeois, the girl who tried her best to be a hero and came up short. Damn it, Azzy better get back at that damn mud doll and save Mylene. Just as Chloe came to terms with her, probably painful, end, a red and black figure caught her. They landed softly, even after falling several stories. Chloe was gently lowered to the ground, her savior checking her for wounds. Are you okay? Well, at least now Chloe knew where her opinion on Nuwa landed. She pulled the heroine into a hug. Thanks. Nuwa was startled but returned it shortly before pushing away and helping Chloe stand up. The blonde noticed first that Nuwa was short and secondly that she was using a new getup. While her blue hair was still tied in pigtails and her face was covered by a red with black spots domino mask, everything else was different. She was wearing a red kipao with black dots in diamond formations over it. Under the Chinese dress was a black long-sleeved shirt, the sleeves baggy and with red dots marking it, red wraps protecting her wrists and connecting the fingerless black gloves on her hands to the sleeves. Covering her legs were equally baggy black pants, those with red dots running down the sides of her legs. On her waist a red and black belt had her yo-yo clipped on the side. To top it all off, a pair of red shoes that reminded Chloe painfully of Azzy's, Nuwa's only being different because of the black dots. Chloe finished giving Nuwa a once-over and nodded, not bad. Thanks. Nuwa looked down at herself with a smile. Can't go saving Paris in a boring costume, can I now? Their moment was interrupted by the ear-bursting sound of metal tearing. They looked up, just in time to see a steel beam flying at their position. Nuwa grabbed Chloe and was about to jump away when a familiar green and black blur fell right before them. Deku grabbed the multiple-ton beam with his bare hands, the lightning over him flaring for a moment. With a grunt of effort, he threw it away, thankfully at an empty spot in the park under the tower. You two okay? Yes. For someone who almost died 2 times in the last 2 minutes, yeah. The sharp look she got from Deku told Chloe they would have a lengthy talk about that later. Keeping appearances was the only reason he refrained from chewing Chloe right then and there. Not wanting to be called out in some distant and professional way, Chloe changed the subject. Why took you so long to show up? The statues. He turned to his partner. People turned to stone come alive a few minutes later. Nuwa, you can turn them back, right? I should? She didn't appear very certain. At least in theory. But wait, how are you here then? You left the statues to run around just like that? No, I made a cage with the vehicles on the streets, that should hold them for some time. Deku huffed, shaking his head. Let's just hope everybody has their insurance up to date. Casual snark. If he's at that level of stress then things were under control. What about the big bad up there? We need to take it down and save Mylene. The hero gave Chloe a pointed glance. You need to evacuate. Let us. Deku cut himself and snapped his head up, in Stoneheart's direction. Shit. He muttered in English. Without wasting another second, he grabbed Chloe and Nuwa, earning yelps from them both, and leapt away. In a single bound, he covered all the distance to the street where police cars were already piling up to make a defense line. If Nuwa's landing was soft and graceful, then Deku's was the definition of brutal efficiency. His legs kicked out, soles burying into the street and cracking asphalt. With all their momentum sharply arrested, they came to a stop with a jolt. Deku put them down, eyes never leaving Stoneheart. Chloe would have followed his gaze if a voice she knew very well hadn't called her name. The girl turned, stunned. Dad? Mayor Bourgeois, still in the suit he usually wore while in office, disregarded the police officers trying to pull him to safety and rushed to his daughter. He pulled her into a quick hug. Chloe, thank goodness. He checked her over, sighing in relief seeing she was mostly fine. I was so scared, what were you thinking? I didn't, my body just moved on its own. The brief thought that Azzy would do the same went through her head, but Chloe was too busy being reckless to give it much attention. Oh, Chloe. Her father sighed, exhausted, exasperated, and somewhat proud. You two need to get back. Deku's shout made both father and daughter jump. The hero had dropped in a low stance, ready to jump at the first sight of danger. If that was away or towards it remained to be seen. Chloe took the moment to finally raise her eyes to see what got her brother so rattled. Stoneheart had dark smoke coming from its mouth. The golem roared again, the sound accompanied by countless black butterflies flying out of it. What's that thing? Worry about it later. Nuwa, grab them and fall back. I'm not leaving you alone against that. The heroine pulled up her yo-yo and started spinning it. I'm done being useless. You're not. Whatever Deku was about to say was forever lost as the mass of butterflies converged. Looking down at Paris was the head of a man, made of innumerable dark butterfly wings beating together. Citizens of Paris. I am Hawkmoth. The cold and detached voice thundered through every corner of the city. This is my ultimatum. Surrender the cat and ladybug. Miraculous to me, and the city will be spared. Get real. Both Nuwa and Deku shouted at the exact same time. Their faces were set in glares that would have sent weaker-willed people running. You think we will hand more power to a terrorist? There's no reason to trust your word after what you have done. This city doesn't need you, it has us. And as long as we are here, we won't let you destroy it. They, once more in perfect synchrony, pointed at the mass of butterflies. We'll take your miraculous and save Paris. Hawkmoth, as if a god looking down at foolish mortals who dared defy his will, sneered condescendingly, so be it. The mass lost coherence, turning into an amorphous black cloud that quickly descended. Nuwa. Deku shouted for his partner, legs bending and lightning building up, protect the civilians. What are you gonna do? Something reckless. With that said, Deku leapt at the colossal mass of butterflies buzzing with Hawkmoth's magic. Nuwa stood shocked for a moment before shaking herself and moving. I'll get you both out of here. Wait. Before Chloe or her father could protest, Nuwa picked them up and jumped behind the defense line. In the air, Deku held his right wrist with a hand, power flooding his finger. He took aim, red lines shining through the cracks of his gauntlet. 50%. The lightning screamed while jumping over his hand. 70%. He focused, old instincts surfacing in that familiar moment of fear being swept in the rush. 100% Delaware smash. He flicked his finger. A sound similar to a bomb going off rattled Paris. Through that single movement of his finger, Deku created a wave of raging wind so strong it tore through the mass of butterflies. They fell, fading away into black particles as the currents ripped them apart. As for Deku, physics did their job and sent the boy flying in the opposite direction like a bullet. He flipped, bleeding what momentum he could before landing. Exerting some measure of control with float, Deku touched down harshly in the middle of the defense line. Everyone around watched him with mixes of awe and wariness, shocked silent by his display of power. Almost everyone. You okay? Nuwa slipped close to Deku, seeing him holding his hand and an unnaturally crooked and certainly broken finger. I'm fine. She gave Deku a look, too many emotions behind it for him to piece out. He would deal with it later. We need to rescue the civilians and subdue Stoneheart. And how do you plan on doing that? Chloe was the one to ask, ignoring her father's worried fumbling. They're in a horrible position, and you can't go all out without hurting Mylene. Nuwa looked up at the tower, where Stoneheart seemed content to look down on them. Balling her fists, she came to a decision. Maybe I can help with that. She grabbed her yo-yo, focusing on the warmth of her miraculous, she launched it up. Lucky charm. A reddish light blinded all eyes that followed the yo-yo. When it faded, in Nuwa's hands fell the yo-yo and a new item. A sculpting hammer. The tool was red and marked with black dots, but beyond that, it was like any other one. I stabbed a chisel in Stoneheart's arm, the one holding Mylene. Deku and Nuwa's heads snapped to Chloe at her words, then at Stoneheart, to the hammer, and finally they turned to each other, eyes shining with the same idea. I break the arm. I catch Mylene, and I take it down. How? As an answer, Deku started doing crouches. With everybody busy looking at him weirdly, no one saw Chloe's eyes widening. Deku's legs were covered by a red glow, 2 rings of energy forming over his knees. With this, Fa Jin will give me the push I need, but I'll only have one shot. His body still wasn't ready for the quirk, using it instead of a bigger portion of one for all would only do marginally less damage. Still better than turning his bones into confetti though. Nuwa looked at him with uncertainty for a second before shaking her head and nodding. Let's make it count then. She spoke with more vigor than she felt. I plan to. Let's go. At his signal, Deku hopped over the police cars. Nuwa followed a moment later, trying her best to keep up with his strides. Longer legs and super speed was an unfair combo. She threw her yo-yo, the magic tool zipping away and latching onto one of the beams of the Eiffel Tower. Nuwa pulled, and in a moment she was flying up. Using her yo-yo, she climbed the structure from what she hoped was Stoneheart's blind spot. There was no need to bother. Deku had captured the Akuma's complete attention by going straight at it with a single bound. With the green, black, and now with a touch of red, comet in collision course to it, Stoneheart didn't even notice Nuwa approaching. Get away from me. Stoneheart ripped another part of the tower and threw it at Deku. You can't hurt me, no one can. Wanna bet? Deku punched the steel beam away, not slowing down on his way. He saw the chisel, nailed onto Stoneheart's arm and creating the perfect structural fault on the golem. Mylene was close to it. The girl cried while pleading for Stoneheart to stop. Deku was not letting her cry for long. He was done with people suffering because of madmen with too much power and not a drop of empathy. He was tired of losing. The voice that sounded suspiciously like Kachan taunted in his mind, then stop crying and win. Well, let no one say insanity didn't have upsides too. 2 strands of black whip shot from his hands, latching on the structure and having Stoneheart right in the middle of them. Deku slingshot himself at the Akuma, too fast for it to react. Smash! His shout was accompanied by his metal soles driving the chisel deeper, the impact breaking the stone arm clean off. Before the damage could reach Mylene, Deku greeted his teeth and activated gear shift. Transmission. Low. Physics were overridden, the kinetic energy simply ceasing to exist and leaving the girl unharmed. Unceremoniously, Mylene and Stoneheart arm parts fell, almost comically slow. With a whistle, Nuwa's yo-yo lassoed Mylene and pulled her to the heroin-waiting arms. I got you. Whatever thankful words she was about to say were drowned by Stoneheart's painful cry. The Akuma trashed around, its arm intending to swat Deku like a fly. The hero gritted his teeth and activated smokescreen. Purple mist exploded from his form violently, obscuring Stoneheart's vision and making the Akuma miss its target. From the edge of the purple cloud, Deku appeared. His skin was red and irritated from the 6th quirk, but he powered through the maddening itch to circle Stoneheart. He reared his left leg back, the red glow covering it brightening. Deku kicked Stoneheart's square on the back, a red ring of energy spreading from the point of impact. The force was so great that not only cracked most of the Akuma's torso but sent it flying away from the tower. Not stopping, Deku dashed after the flailing Stoneheart. The golem spun head over heels, its glowing eyes wide at the sight of Deku giving chase. As a replay of the day before, the hero raised his leg, foot glowing with power. This time, stay down. St. Louis smash. Deku snapped his leg down. Stoneheart was spiked downward with the speed of a meteor, the impact so strong it resounded to the whole city. The red circle of energy covered the sky over the Eiffel Tower, while fast winds howled through the park. Stoneheart opened a crater on the ground, breaking it along with itself. The golem barely remained cohesive enough to appear humanoid, its limbs having fallen apart almost completely and its head heavily damaged. From the deeply cracked chest, an arm, made of flesh and clearly human, burst out from the last remains of stone. Another soon followed, a smoking black page in hand. With Herculean effort, the two hands picked the edges of the paper and ripped it in half. Ivan took in shallow breaths, his whole body dirty and bruised, but free. He had used all his strength to escape Stoneheart and get rid of the item trapping himself inside the monster, but still, he did it. Deku landed on the giant depression they created in the soil, losing his footing and hitting the ground with a groan almost immediately. "You okay?" A cough escaped Ivan when he tried to speak. Clearing the remnants of dust from his airway, he nodded. "Why, yes. The butterfly." He remembered now. It was the butterfly that brought Stoneheart. They needed to get rid of it. Both boys tried to force themselves to their feet, but the strain their bodies sustained piled up, leaving them with barely enough strength to not fall sprawled to the floor. Thankfully, blissfully, help came at that moment. Ivan. Mylene escaped Nuwa's hold and rushed at the boy the moment their feet touched down. She held him up, tears in her eyes. "Ivan, I'm so glad you're okay." She pulled him into a hug, not even noticing the dirt clinging to him. Deku only had time to spare them a glance. "Nuwa." He pushed himself up with his unbroken hand. Punching that steel beam with a broken finger wasn't his best idea. Deku could focus on how rusty he was later. Now, the Akuma. Nuwa's eyes widened. She glanced from side to side. There, trying to fly away, was a pitch-black butterfly, its wings ruffled and barely keeping it aloft. The heroine's hand went to her yo-yo. "Found it." She snapped the magical tool forward, sending it whistling through the air. Just when the yo-yo was about to hit the Akuma, it snapped open and then closed, capturing it. Nuwa pulled the line and caught the glowing yo-yo head. The light built up, brighter and brighter, until the trinket opened again. From it, a pure white butterfly flew out, its perfect wings beating softly and carrying it into gentle loops. Nuwa stared at the purified Akuma with her eyes shining. It felt so right to do that, to save even the smallest creature when it needed help. Maybe, just maybe, Nuwa could really be a hero. Bye-bye, little butterfly. A moment of peace fell on the battlefield, no more reasons to fight leading to a quiet respite. Which was broken by Deku snickering. Nuwa, Ivan, and Mylene looked at the hero who had stopped struggling and had his face touching the upturned ground. "Sorry, I didn't mean to, I didn't." Deku's apologies were interrupted by his fits of laughter. "Damn it first. You can't just call a person a Disney princess like that." "And am I wrong?" The response from his predecessor in his mind caused Deku to break down laughing fully. Surprisingly, Ivan joined him. At first with chuckles that then devolved into a full belly aching laughter. His relief at having survived all he went through needing some form of release. Their laughter was so contagious it broke the girls' own shock, Mylene and Nuwa joining them in airing their feelings. Noticing her chest feeling considerably lighter, Nuwa jumped down the crater to her partner. "Come on, let me help you up." She pulled Deku to his feet, hearing him groan. Hairline fractures for sure. He palmed his legs, flinching when touching certain spots. Nuwa grimaced. Deku hurt himself again. No, this time around she wouldn't let him go away like that. "Come on, I can help." He tilted his head, curious at what she meant. Nuwa helped Deku out of the crater, then went to retrieve Ivan and Mylene. With everybody safe, Nuwa pulled the lucky charm she had attached to her belt. Just like Tiki said, breathe in, breathe out. Remember the feeling of fixing something, the happiness of putting something precious back together, and then. Miraculous ladybug. She threw the lucky charm up. The hammer burst into light, countless ladybugs manifesting from it and flying all around. They washed over the destroyed streets, the Eiffel Tower, the people, repairing every damage caused by the battle. Even the ones from the day before were gone as if they never happened in the first place. Deku braced himself, not trying to move only because of the lack of warning from danger sense. And Deku didn't believe Nuwa would do something to hurt him. The ladybugs flew by his body, their soft touch taking the pain away. When they were gone, Deku checked himself and found his wounds gone and bones repaired. He checked his finger, feeling it and noticing how it moved just as well as before he broke it. He turned to Nuwa, his partner. She looked at him with a smile, happy and proud of what she did. Well done. Deku extended her a fist. Nino's charisma was massive if one talk was. Everything he needed to make Deku adopt the mannerism, or the hero was just very rusty in showing his feelings properly. Either or. No matter, what did was how Nuwa's smile brightened and she bumped her fist against his, thanks. On that day, the heroes Deku and Nuwa successfully defeated one of Hawkmoth's Akumas and saved Paris. That was the beginning of a tale of strife, of battle, of hope, and of healing. No miraculous cure could heal a broken heart, no magic could. But love, care, and time could. It can indeed. Again, thanks to Silverbit for the help and support, both with my writing and in the times I just needed someone on my wavelength. Thanks to everybody in the Discord server that are my friends even while in another corner of the world. Thanks to everyone who cares. Obrigado Nina, por me fazer kem eu su hoj. Again, this will be a story with drama, craziness, and what have you. Still, it will be a story about healing. If you also need someone, join the Discord. There are good people there. Discord. GG, Stagey 4V. If you need someone close, I hope there is a person in your life who can help you put yourself together after crumbling. I know I need it. For the awesome people who found it on themselves to toss a coin to their writer. Geepa_ Silver 090, CBN, and Kenine. I thank you all from the bottom of my heart. To every single person reading this, thanks for using your time to dive into this small world I'm creating, one word at a time. I hope you all enjoy the journey as much as I do, and that I find my own healing along it. Hustle and Bustle Chapter 4. Hustle and Bustle. Good afternoon, people of Paris. I'm Elias Césaire, aspiring reporter, bringing to you today's world-changing news. As I'm sure you are all aware, 4 days ago, our city was attacked. Footage of Stoneheart's first rampage started to play, the golem's warpath getting carved on the city as it raged. But not only that, it was saved. Smash! A clip of Deku's arrival at the scene, already cementing himself as an actual real-life superhero with his feat of strength to rescue one of the officers trying to contain the monster. After that, Nuwa's Madish to carry everybody away from the line of fire. I'm here today to cover the debut of Paris's very own heroes. First, by who they are. A new video started, this one having slightly better quality and showing Deku talking to the chief of police. Son, pardon me, but what the just happened here? The hero sighed, going to run a hand through his hair but stopping, remembering how bloody it was. I'll say what I know, officer. Stoneheart was a minion of a third party who used their powers to enthrall someone and use them to fight. So the kid had nothing to do with it. No, Deku's voice had turned to steel, unwinding in the promise that Stoneheart and his victim had no relation and it was better no one disagree, or else. The culprit behind it can force people to fight for them. The boy trapped inside Stoneheart had no choice, no way to stop it. He's innocent in all this. I will take your word for it. The chief de-escalated the possible argument, conceding the point. But what will we do about the one pulling the strings? We'll find him. Green and black sparks jumped through Deku's form. And we'll make sure he won't hurt anyone else. On that, we agree. The chief offered the hero a handshake. Let's work together to keep our city safe. Deku was caught by surprise, staring at the hand with wide eyes. Slowly, he grasped the offered hand. I expected you would be against working with a vigilante. Kid, I'm not stupid. The chief huffed a laugh. My options are getting half a dozen tanks or trusting the guy who got into a fistfight with a mountain and won. It was more like a small hill than a mountain, but sure. Deku gave the man a nod, a smile tugging the corner of his lips. Cheeky brat. Now run along, We have to clean this mess and you have to take care of that arm. The chief turned his back to the hero and started to walk to his men, offering a last wave over his shoulder. See you around, Deku. That was Deku's brief talk with the police after successfully defeating Stoneheart the first time. Your intrepid reporter got it from an anonymous source with access to the record. You heard the man. Whoever let Stoneheart loose in the middle of Paris was manipulating an innocent citizen for it. The victim wished for their name to remain undisclosed, but personally asked to pass their sincere apologies to anyone hurt in the incident. But enough of gloom. More than only Deku protects our city. A news broadcast, made with professional equipment and finally capturing the hero's image clearly began. Deku could be seen escorting two people to a distant police barricade in the background, but the camera focused on Nuwa. The girl's fidgeting made her seem smaller than she already was. Nuwa glanced back at Deku, who shot her a thumbs up and mouthed, "You can do it," to her. Something shifted and the girl straightened. Before anything, I want to say something to the people of Paris. You are safe. As long as Deku and I are here, we will protect our city. A reporter out of frame pushed a mic closer to the heroine. That is a very reassuring thing to say in such troubling times. Nuwa. You can call me Nuwa. Nuwa. But still, Paris could use more than that. We had 2 attacks that razed the city in just as many days. I know. And I know that everyone has the right to be scared of what happened, but remember that both times, we won. Nuwa shot another glance back, seeing Deku talking to the police again. Deku defeated the Akuma twice. I made sure no one got hurt in both accidents too. Yes, things are still bumpy, but we won't give up. She gave the camera a smile, wide and bright. We will defeat Hawkmoth and get Paris its peaceful days back. How can anyone remain scared after that? As you can see, we have Deku determined to take down Hawkmoth and Nuwa ready to protect the citizens of our beautiful city. Beauty that was restored thanks to Nuwa's power. Every store owner of the affected areas must be happy knowing their livelihood is back just the way it was. At every moment that passes, our heroes' public support grows as the arguments made against them fall apart. Paris will stand united against Hawkmoth's menace, that I'm sure. And you can be sure that every step of our path back to peace will be covered here, on the Heroes blog, by me, your intrepid reporter, Aaliyah Césaire. Until next time, Paris. Chloe put her phone down, staring at Aaliyah impassively. Her friend had a strained smile under her scrutiny, sweating more at each second. With a huff, Chloe smirked, "Well done." Aaliyah sagged with relief. "Did you really need to look at me like that?" "Yes. Had to get the point across." Chloe sent her tech specialist a go-ahead to put the newly crowned Heroes blog on the air and to get ready for the dumpster fire known as the internet to fall upon it like a pack of rabid wolves. You want to be the face of this? Get ready to be put on the spot a lot. And to dodge bullets on the regular. Sabrina, lying on her bed while staring blankly at the ceiling, added dryly, "Because I'm sure that getting you that footage was illegal." The trio had assembled a war council meeting at Sabrina's house, as she was home alone. Again thanks to her father being buried up to his neck in police work. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, the girls utilized their sleepover to talk about their plans. Paris was at war. Not officially, not openly, but it was. Anyone could be Hawkmoth's next victim. That uncertainty and fear only made things easy for the villain. With that in mind, the Heroes blog was brought forward as a counterattack to Hawkmoth's fearmongering. With some luck, everybody and their cat would know Paris had 2 superheroes on its side. Heroes have already won both battles against Hawkmoth. That should, in theory, help lessen people's worries and lessen the number of potential targets for akumatization. Sabrina, you stole a car once. This isn't your first illegal rodeo. Chloe patted her friend's head, giggling as the redhead groaned. I smell a story. Sabrina shot Aaliyah a flat look. I have the right to remain silent. Back on topic, ladies. Chloe threw herself on Sabrina's desk chair, a frown on her face. They had far too much to do if they were to be of any help. The blog will need constant maintenance, updates, and advertising to remain mainstream. I have someone to take care of the first, but the rest is up to us 3. 4. Counting Marinette. Aaliyah huffed at that, annoyed at her best friend. I still can't believe she's not here for the blog's debut. Chloe shrugged, not looking too bothered. Mari said she had a commission to finish for tomorrow. You know that all her spending money comes from her freelance designing, so don't complain. I know. Thinking about it like that, Aaliyah did feel shallow for getting angry at Marinette. God knows that girl worked too hard. Looking out the window, Aaliyah caught herself muttering, I wonder what she's doing now. Nuwa was flying. Okay. Not flying per se, but the sensation of swinging around Paris with her yo-yo was pretty close to it, she's sure. Just another day Nuwa had to be rescued from her weapon by Deku, then given a crash course on how to use it. Now, she felt like slingshotting herself up buildings was more natural than walking. Yahoo! Her cheers attracted the eyes of the pedestrians walking down the night streets of the City of Light. People pointed and awed at the red and black blur zipping through the air at breakneck speeds. The rush was so electrifying that Nuwa almost forgot the reason for her escapade. Thankfully, her eyes caught the neon green lines of her partner's costume. Nuwa swung from a billboard and landed on the right rooftop with a skip and barely a stumble. Sorry, I'm late. Don't worry, you got here in time. Deku put away his notebook. Where? Nuwa had no idea. With just how prepared Deku was, Nuwa wouldn't find it strange if he had some hidden pocket to stash it. He had glow-in-the-dark lines to help visibility, for goodness sake. Speaking of, the stylist in her took stock of the contrast of the neon green lines on the black outfit and nodded. Your suit is really cool. The whole low-key overgeared blends well with the more nondescript style of the jumpsuit. Thanks, I guess? The idea was for it to be a stealth suit to conceal my identity while making myself visible to teammates. Okay, maybe Deku wasn't keen on fashion, good to know. Also, there's no such thing as overgeared. Being equipped with what is necessary is always a must. Deku patted his utility belt fondly, as if it was a precious treasure. That's something you should remember. Don't worry, I'm also prepared. Nuwa put her hands in her pants' deep pockets, a giddy smile on her face. I have pockets now. Good to know. Deku shook his head, amusement clear in his eyes. The merry atmosphere died down quickly after that, the hero becoming serious. That's enough chit-chat. Come on. He walked to the center of the rooftop, Nuwa right behind him, and turned to her with a pointed look that made her straighten with a gulp. Before patrol, we'll have some basic training to get you ready. Ready for what? Exactly. Deku started listing on his fingers, combat scenarios, rescue operations, teamwork, info gathering. Nuwa waved her arms to cut off Deku. Okay, I get it. Heroing was a lot more involved than she first thought. I'm behind in all of that. Her slumping earned the heroine a flick to the forehead from Deku. No one is born knowing how to do all this. He shot something to his left, a glare. Just take a step at a time and you'll learn too. Instead of commenting on his weird habit of throwing glares at some invisible thing only he could see, Nuwa nodded. Right. So, where do we start? Combat training. Of course. Don't look at me like that. While I plan on being the vanguard and main fighter, there's no way of knowing which of us will reach an Akuma first or when danger will pop up. Another glare to the side. Deku's brows twitching in annoyance. You have to be able to hold your own in a fight too. Right. Yeah, makes sense. That doesn't mean Nuwa had to like it. Let me see what I'm working with. Try to hit me. Yeah, sure. Nuwa shuffled on her feet, unsure of what to do with herself for a moment, then raised her hands in what she thought was a boxing guard. Okay, that's enough. Deku's tone was so dry it could get rid of the ocean's humidity. I didn't even do anything yet. You did plenty. Deku walked closer and pushed her. Nuwa almost fell on her rear, saving herself from it at the last possible moment. Hey, what's that for? To show you how atrocious your footwork is. There was a tired type of exasperation in Deku's tone that stopped Nuwa's complaints in their tracks. He almost seemed, it was unfair even to call it disappointing, feeling more like Deku expected what he saw, and got annoyed to still be surprised by it. If you threw a punch like that, you would have kissed the floor, no doubt about it. You don't have to throw it on my face. Nuwa had never gotten in a fight before. Even in the battles against Stoneheart, she only took a support role. Just the thought of hurting someone made her stomach churn. I'm not. He ran a hand down his face, trying to put a calm front. Deku was in over his head, trying to teach someone how to be a hero when his experiences on the other side of the scale were disastrous, to say the least, wasn't something he was ready for. He wanted to help, he really did, but for that, Deku had to figure out how. Look, I'm not saying this for you to feel bad, I'm just pointing out something you're doing wrong and that you can get hurt if you don't fix it. Nuwa sighed, nodding her agreement to his words. It's fine. I only don't feel comfortable at the thought of hurting someone. Good. That means your morals are in the right place. The day you find yourself wanting to feel a person's chest caving in under your knuckles is the day you know there's something wrong with you. Deku huffed a chuckle, speaking from personal experience. She didn't find it funny. Are you okay? Come on, I'll show you a proper stance and we can go from there. Deku didn't even try to be subtle about changing the subject. Before Nuwa could try to push it, Deku hooked his foot on hers to pull her legs apart while pushing her shoulder down. Lower your center of gravity, bend your knees a bit, steady your stance. He pointed to every single part he critiqued while adjusting her body into something even Nuwa, in her uninformed opinion, felt was a martial arts stance. Stepping back, Deku contemplated his work. Nuwa's stance was still wobbly, but even while trying to maintain it very hard, to the point sweat ran down her brow, she clearly was much steadier than her first try. Better. Deku pushed her again, and Nuwa only took a half step back. Much better. The girl blinked, looked down at herself, then blinked some more. What? How? Her surprise from keeping her feet earned Nuwa a short laugh from Deku. He tapped her forehead. Your idea of what's the most important part of a fight is wrong. The goal isn't to take the other person down, it's to be still standing by the end of it. That was the first lesson his sensei tried to teach him, one that only truly sunk in when Deku suffered his first devastating loss. If you want to save someone, you have to be able to walk with your own two legs. In the field, when lives were on the line, you stood up on your own or were deadweight. No ifs or buts about it. Deku refused to be deadweight again. Refused to lose like that again. I'm not teaching you how to hurt others. I'm teaching you how to defend yourself. Please don't try that sales speech with me, Nuwa grumbled, crossing her arms and ruining her stance. People say there's a difference, but what changes if you're hurting someone in the end? The mindset behind it. Firstly, Deku adopted his shoot style, the fighting style he developed in his last life to focus on his legs after his arms became too badly damaged. When you're trying to defend yourself, you don't think, I want this person to feel pain or anything of that line. He started to throw kicks, moving from one movement to the next and showing Nuwa the full range of his technique. The only thing going through your head is, I need to make the danger stop. Deku spun in a tornado kick, his reinforced boots slashing through the air. With a deceptively soft landing, Deku finished his demonstration and turned to the odd Nuwa. That's the greatest difference. Helping for a reward doesn't feel as genuine as helping for the sake of helping. The same applies to fighting for the sake of fighting and fighting for someone's sake. Yours, or anyone else's. With Deku's bright green eyes focused on her, Nuwa gave his words more thought than she would initially have done otherwise. He deserved the consideration. Applying his logic made it feel more altruistic, more purposeful. The goal wasn't the fight, the goal was protecting, and fighting was just the means, the process. Nuwa could get behind that. Even if still reluctantly, she really didn't like to hurt people, okay? Fine. I'll try my best, but in the future, I'll still leave the punchy part of it to you. A soft snort escaped Deku, then a chuckle. Seeing Nuwa's flat stare, he raised his hands in surrender. Sorry, it's just, did you really say, punchy? Oh, hush. Nuwa turned her back to him, mostly to hide her warm cheeks and red face. Sorry. He hadn't stopped laughing. Come on, let's go back to it. We still have to patrol. Why Nua's cry was cut short by her back violently colliding with the floor, resulting in the air inside her lungs being forcefully expelled. Ouch. Thank goodness for miraculous magic and how her suit protected her from harm. Nua didn't think she would be able to get back up otherwise. I think that's enough combat training for tonight. Deku, the punk who had the gall to not even be winded, grabbed her hand and helped Nua to her feet. He gave her a once-over to make sure the only thing bruised was her pride and nodded to himself. Let's start the next part. There's more? To say she whined would be generous. Nua wasn't the fittest person around, but she was healthy. Deku, though, was a psychopath who could spend 1 hour teaching her martial arts, demonstrate moves and stances, and spar with no break and keep going. He turned his head to the side, looking amusedly at something. Really? Why does he do that? Deku sighed and shook his head. Fine. How about this? Deku pulled her along to the edge of the rooftop. Stoneheart pressed us for time, so I only had the chance to give you some general tips. Now that there's nothing urgent, I can show you how to do some proper tridimensional traversal. What do you say? First, she would say that was much better than getting pummeled for an hour straight. But most importantly, hey, I can swing around just fine. Nua had some pride in her skills, in part for grasping them so quickly, but mostly from how much she enjoyed yo-yoing around Paris. I know, you did great. Deku actually seemed excited about it. You grasped the basics quickly and were able to maintain your coordination the whole time. He caught himself seeming as surprised as Nua that he was being so enthusiastic. Sorry, I think I got a little carried away. Seeing that Deku was putting his walls back up, Nua tried to push. Maybe she could help him to express himself. Maybe she could help with whatever weighed on his chest and made his anger seep by the cracks of the tough shell he put on. It's fine. I never had people complimenting my coordination, of all things, but I bet you did better on your first time doing that. The harsh bark of laughter that he let out wasn't what Nua wanted to hear. Deku huffed and marched on. On my first go-round I slipped from a pipe and fell some good 3 stories face first. Believe me, I'm not the bar you should be aspiring for. He lit up with his power and hopped on the edge of the roof. Enough of that. Let's start patrolling and I'll show you the proper technique along the way. Wait, too little, too late. Deku leapt off. Looking at the green and black blur, almost vanishing against the night sky, Nua balled her fists in anger. Dang it, she wouldn't give up just because Deku kept trying to run from her. Deku drifted down slowly thanks to his meager control of float. He glanced back to see if Nua was following him, only to see a red and black blur coming straight at him. Wah! Dropping float and using Black Whip to pull ahead, he landed on a billboard lamp. On the other side of the advertisement, Nua almost crashed on the face of some model if not for Deku using Black Whip to grab and then deposit her safely on top of the metal structure. What are you doing? Trying to talk to you. What? Nua pointed at Deku angrily, her face getting red. Yeah. Every single time you make one of your self-depreciative comments, you turn your back and run away. I'm not running away. Yes, you are. Nua started to walk closer to his perch, trying her best not to fall off and make a fool of herself. She was angry, no time for being a mess. After the first time with Stoneheart, and just now, what's wrong? She promptly lost steam seeing him looking down, hands crumpling the metal of the horizontal lamppost in his grip. Nothing is wrong. I'm fine. Whatever Deku was about to say would forever remain a mystery. His head snapped aside, ears straining for something. A motor's roar broke the night's tentative peace. Shit. After spitting a curse in English, Deku bolted. Nua, take the next crossing and circle around in the Louvre's direction. What? Why? Just do it. Deku strained his hold of One for All, bursts of 27% making his bones ache. Danger sense kept a steady pressure on the back of his head that only grew along the sound of police sirens and engines straining. Nothing like a car chase to change the subject, huh? Snapping his mouthguard into place, Deku pushed the part covering his ear. The inbuilt communicator buzzed to life. AR chase. The perpetrators are armed. 2 confirmed and 1 suspected to also be. Proceed with caution. Now guns. At least Deku wouldn't need to worry about one of them turning into a dinosaur or something. The absence of quirks made things much more simple, but simple doesn't mean easy. Finally reaching the parade of vehicles speeding through Paris's streets, Deku took stock of the situation. The criminals were in a sports car that was steadily getting further and further away from the police cars chasing it. There were no shots fired, so no risk of a stray bullet hitting an innocent bystander. Deku would make sure it remained like that. He shot a strand of black whip to latch on a building and swung close to the ground. The moment the criminals realized someone with superpowers and a record of putting craters on the city was now after them was clear by the way the car almost lost control. "They are scared," En commented from his place by Deku's side, the vestiges wispy form unseen by everybody else. "Good." Deku hit the ground running, one for all warming his veins as his feet pounded against the asphalt. Even with only short bursts of 25%, Deku managed to gain ground on the runaway car. A crossing up ahead would have been a problem, but Nuwa thankfully followed his instructions and reached it before them. Now they just needed to, "Aw shit, I forgot to tell her." Nuwa had seen the car speeding her way and decided to tie her yo-yo across the street to hopefully catch the car. A car that was at the very least at 130 kilometers per hour. A car that would fold like a tin can if it was brought to zero too quickly. "Better hurry. Grit your teeth." Fourth and second's words of encouragement were Deku's cue to spike his power to a bone-creaking 30%. The hero lunged at the car like a panther at a runaway deer, his boots and gauntlets denting the car's roof and startling the criminals inside. Transmission low. The car, everyone inside, and Deku came to an abrupt and complete stop. Unlike normally, physics hadn't taken its pound of flash for such an act by destroying the car and probably killing everyone inside while flinging Deku halfway to England. The hero shook off the uncomfortable vibration that gearshift caused, second's quirk being as moody as its owner, and used Black Whip to tear open the car doors and pull the three criminals inside out of it. Quirk overuse started to settle. While not as severe as it could have been, Deku still felt his skin raw and his bones aching. He had to finish this fast and stop for a moment to catch his breath. "Hey, why do that? I had it handled." Paying no mind to Nuwa's complaints, Deku leapt to the left side of the car, where he had thrown out both the driver and the person in the backseat, said person having a submachine gun lying beside them. Armament, nondescript clothes, and ski masks. That pointed to organization and preparation above the common thug. Deku wished he had gotten the full report on who those were and what they did. Either way, he stomped on the gun, destroying it and cracking the street. That done, the driver was next, getting grabbed and thrown over their partner. From the feminine shriek, said partner was a woman. With a flick of Black Whip, the masks came off, confirming his guess, but to his surprise, the driver was also a woman. He could have sworn he heard a masculine grunt. Deku jerked his head to the side at the stab of warning from Danger Sense, hearing the bullet he just dodged whistling against the air by his ear. Bad move. He sent a tendril of black wipe from his back, snatching the weapon from the third criminal and reeling it back to his awaiting hand. Deku barely registered the Glock before crumbling it in his grip like wet paper. Asserting that the situation was a lost cause, the man tried to turn around and run. Before he could get 3 steps away, Nuwa's yo-yo lassoed his legs. The criminal fell like a sack of bricks, almost smashing his head on the floor if not by a hasty catch. That served little, as Deku grabbed the man's head and pushed it harshly against the cooling asphalt, earning a groan of discomfort from the criminal, which turned into a pained grunt when the hero ripped the mask off his head. "Damn it. We had it. The only thing you have is a long stay in jail waiting for you." Deku pulled a zip tie from his belt pouches and tied the man's arms behind his back. "Why are you pulling this when there's a maniac capable of controlling people and turning them into monsters running around? Are you an idiot or you're just feeling like committing a particularly stupid form of suicide?" The man strained his neck to glare at Deku with his bloodshot gray eyes. "Why should we care about that shit? You think the world stopped just because some lucky asshole with superpowers decided to go after you? Get real." "Oh, I'm being very real." Deku sighed. knowing it was a waste of time but trying to reason with the man either way. I already made it clear that emotional stress is an open door to Hawkmoth's control. You seem very distressed, and I bet your buddies are too. He grabbed the man and dragged him to where he had tied his literal partners in crime. Both women were scared and silent, maybe because of the hole Deku put in the car he had propped them against when threatening them to what would happen if they tried to run while he was busy. What could he say? Deku was nothing if not fast and efficient. Throwing the guy beside them, Deku finished his point. What would you have done if Hawkmoth had turned one of you into an Akuma and ordered it to shoot down the deadweight? Would you have gone for the kill first? He crouched to look the three criminals in the eyes, seeing the answer in them. No, you wouldn't. So if you care enough not to stain the seats with your buddy's brains, then use yours and don't pull this kind of stunt. Deku glanced at the police officers quickly getting out of their vehicles and approaching the tied criminals. Not like you'll have the chance anyway. Having nothing left to say, Deku nodded to one of the officers and leapt away, not in the mood to talk anymore. Tough luck. Hey, came Nuwa's soft voice the moment Deku's feet touched down on a building further ahead from the crossing where everything just transpired. He sighed. Of course. What had he expected? His record in both his lives was proof enough that it was one thing after the other when Deku was involved. That didn't mean he hadn't anything to say. I'm sorry. From the way Nuwa's eyes widened, she wasn't expecting the apology. What are you sorry for? I think everything went well, more or less. Her attempt at optimism fell flat in the end. I expected you to figure out everything on your own without giving a word of guidance. Whatever would have happened would be on me then. What are you talking about? Deku waved her closer and sat at the edge of the roof they were in. Nuwa took the invite for what it was and sat beside him. What you did was hook your yo-yo across the street to use the string to try catching the car, right? Yes. In the best case scenario, it would have snapped and they would have kept going. As whatever magic our Miraculous uses to create our suits and equipment can withstand 100% of my Q power, I would say that wouldn't happen. That brings us to the worst case scenarios. Deku started to count on his fingers, Nuwa's eyes widening at each point. Whatever you hooked broke and maybe hit someone. The runaway car was stopped abruptly and caved in, which meant at least 2 fatalities at that speed. Or in the case we're specialty lucky, the car would get horizontally bisected, and the 3 idiots inside along with it. Nuwa turned green at the mental image. Oh God, I almost killed 3 people. You almost got 3 casualties because of me. Deku poked Nuwa's forehead, breaking her from whatever disastrous line of thought she started. I am the one who should know better. I should have told you what to do in this case. Stop that. Nuwa pushed his hand away and glared at Deku. I'm not a baby. I can take care of myself. I'm not saying that you can't. I'm saying you don't have experience with this yet. I have. I should have helped more. You could talk to me more, yes. Her dry tone made it clear she wasn't only speaking about the recent incident. But not everything is your fault, okay? And either way, you stopped the car before, you know. Nuwa shivered, her face paling again at the thought of what her mistake could have caused. Seeing that she was still hung up about it, Deku decided to concede the point and move on from the topic. Fine. Let's call it a learning experience from both our parts. Yeah, let's settle on that. Nuwa let out a sigh, still feeling queasy, trying to think of something else. She tilted her head aside, eyes narrowing at something she just realized. Hey, how did you stop the car? The whole point wasn't that physics would have destroyed it, but you got it to stop just like that. She snapped her fingers to get the point across. Tell her. Deku's eyes snapped aside. First, what the actual fuck? The vestige heard his mental complaint and rolled his eyes. Look, you two are stuck together until this whole magic shebang is over, right? So better tell her what you can do now, then. Regret it later when things go south because you weren't honest. He has a point. Fifth pointed at the street where the police were closing the street, a sharp glare on his face. You just saw how not saying shit properly gets your ass bitten. Tell the girl what she needs to know before we have a replay of this. Goddamn it. It's called gear shift. Deku turned back to Nuwa, seeing her curious eyes meeting his. At least she didn't comment on his pause to talk to the ghosts haunting him. It's one of my powers. It can control acceleration while disregarding inertia. That was a lot more than Nuwa expected, and having Deku finally talking to her properly and sharing a bit about himself felt great. Still, she could admit she didn't get it. What? You know how to slow down a moving object? You need to apply a force to the opposite direction it is moving? Yes. Physics wasn't her strongest subject, okay? Gearshift just says, no, to all that and sets the speed of anything I apply it on to whatever I choose to. That's how I stopped the car without it becoming a block of scrap a third of its original size. He pulled a notebook from somewhere, real talk. Where did he keep those? And sketched a simple drawing of the car they just stopped. Transmission. Low is how I use it to forcefully stop objects. No matter how fast it was going. The kinetic energy it contained is just gone after using it. He wrote the car's speed, crossed it, and then put a big 0 over the car. Oh, now I get it. If there's no energy moving it to one side, it stops, but without having to apply the same amount of energy to the other side, and smashing whatever got caught between the two forces. Nope, not thinking about that. Exactly, and just like that, Deku brightened some. Actually, he brightened a lot more than usual. It's incredibly useful for stopping non-living bodies, especially if it's something that can't self-propel. Wait, so why didn't you use it on those metal beams Stoneheart threw at you? I can't use it very well, at least not while my body isn't acclimatized to it. Deku's subsequent dry snort was accompanied by some of his dark humor. If I used it to speed up myself, my lungs would shrivel and die trying to oxygenate my blood. Nuwa had to hug herself to stop the shiver that went down her whole body. Please don't. Wait, that's why you hurt your arm with that black thing, and why you broke your finger. Against that cloud of butterflies from Hawkmoth, right? Because your body isn't used to your powers? Got it in one. To say Deku looked angry wouldn't be right, but that he looked disappointed with himself? That alone wouldn't make it justice. Black Whip causes damage after prolonged use. Smokescreen leaves my skin extremely irritated. Fa Jin breaks my bones just as well as if I go over my limit with the base stockpile. And don't even get me started with float. He harshly rubbed his face with his gauntlets, something that was for sure very uncomfortable and possibly painful. I have so much to do. I need to master all those powers, but they are all too much for the time I had. If Hawkmoth had done us the favor of waiting 2 more years. Deku dropped back, laying half sprawled on the rooftop while his legs dangled from its edge. But when have power-hungry megalomaniacs waited for a convenient time to show up? After having all that information dropped on her lap, Nuwa had to take a moment and process it. That was a lot. Like, a whole lot. But while getting saddled with it was overwhelming, it gave Nuwa a new understanding of her partner. She also leaned back and laid down, staring up at the night sky and the few stars that broke through Paris's light pollution. You're frustrated because you think you could have solved everything if you could use all your powers. I know I could. He punched down, his gauntlet-clad fist banging loudly against the tiles. Sighing, Deku brought his hands to press against his eyes, but useless Deku still isn't enough. You're not useless, Deku. You can do it, Deku. You said it yourself. She didn't face him, but Nuwa could feel the glowing green eyes staring at her. No one blames you for not being ready, I sure am not. A softer snort escaped him, blaming me already? Yes. The startled laugh she got would forever count as a personal victory for Nuwa. She loved raising her friends' spirits, doubly so when they desperately needed it. Deku pushed himself up and offered Nuwa a hand to help her do the same. Maybe people don't blame me, but that doesn't change the fact I need to get better. Both of us do. She shot the crossing another glance, hiding a grimace to the best of her ability. So let's just take a step at a time? That came out too weak for her taste. We'll get there, right? So instead of blaming ourselves, let's accept it as a process and that we need time. There, much better. We don't have time. Of course we do. She gestured to the skyline lit up by a sea of lights. Paris is still standing, isn't it? That could change in a blink. Deku would know, what with how many cities he saw crumbling before his eyes. Maybe, maybe not. There's no way we can know. Nuwa was always an optimist at heart. Everything could go wrong at any time, just the same way everything could go right. Being a superhero was a stress she didn't need, but even then, maybe things would work out. She could only hope. What do you say we put a pin to this conversation and resume patrol? They had only started it, but Deku felt both mentally and emotionally exhausted. Nuwa pitched her face at the proposition, thinking Deku wanted to run away from the conversation again. Seeing his tired face, she realized that what he shared was everything he could say in one go. Okay. But only if you promise to talk to me later. I'll try. Promise. There was no way Nuwa would budge, so Deku only sighed and accepted the loss. Promise. He activated full cowling again, feeling the soft buzz of power over his skin. Let's go, slower this time around. What, tired already? Yes. Overuse leaves me feeling like a stuffed lithium battery that was thrown in a toilet and flushed. Nuwa almost whiffed her throw, her yo-yo going wide but still latching onto something. She turned to him with an extremely confused face. What? Yeah. He leapt, only using 12% to not push his body harder than needed. The spike of power to get the car would for sure leave Deku sore the next day, at the very least. Come on. At a reasonably leisure pace, Deku and Nuwa circled Paris in search of people to help or something that could clue them to their enemy's location. There wasn't much of anything to show on both fronts by the end of it, but having a tranquil rest of the night did both of them good. Not bad for a first patrol. If Ninth hadn't been toweling his hair, he would have shot Seventh a glare. That was a disaster. Was it? Fifth started to count on his finger. You showed Red Girl the ropes, at least enough so she doesn't break her hand trying to throw a punch. You stopped some bozos with guns. Oh, and let's not forget that you finally stopped steaming on your angst and talked to someone for a change. Ninth threw the towel on a basket in the corner of his room. He wouldn't dignify that with a response. Let's save the fighting for later. Now, it's time for some cheese. Plagg, with his eldritch cat god priorities, raided the mini fridge that Ninth had stocked full of his favorite foods. Namely, cheese. Speaking of, Ninth left his room and marched to the kitchen. The Agreste mansion was harrowing empty at the best of times, but in the middle of the night, the moonlit corridors with their tall windows and long shadows were a prime location to shoot a horror movie. Even then, Ninth felt comfortable slipping into the dark and moving soundlessly through the long halls. No one to see him, no eyes seeing a face he felt wasn't his, no expectations in eyes watching his every movement. Sometimes, disappearing for a moment or two to simply exist did him good. The kitchens were empty like the rest of the mansion. Staff paid extra to be punctual and exit the premises of the Agreste property on time. Ninth gazed at the space, big enough to supply a restaurant, with quiet loathing. They didn't need it. Even back in his last life, when his old school turned into a boarding one thanks to all the incidents and public unrest, Ninth's classes building had a kitchen half the size to attend to 20 people. It was crumpled, at the best of times, but Ninth would take that at the enormous waste before him. It served 3 people, some days. Most of the time, none. Ninth squashed the clamp in his chest, the sting in his eyes, and the memories of an old and cramped apartment that was more of a home than anywhere else would ever be. He saved that home. That was enough. Without turning on the lights, Ninth went in and started pulling pots and pans. The light of the stoves was honestly more than he needed, with the way his eyes still had a residual glow from all the quirk overuse. He pushed away the annoyance with himself for needing to go so far for what was objectively small fry, normal criminals with normal guns, that he could and should have taken care of without a hitch. Ninth was rusty, and that angered him to no end. With a plate of rice, fried eggs, and medium-cooked beef in hands, Ninth left the dark kitchens behind and once more stalked in the dark in the direction of the mansion's heart. That's sweet of you. He ignored Seventh's comment and pushed the only door which light escaped from in the mansion open. The person inside it got startled, the supremely subtle tremble of his hand the only indication of it. The tall man, obviously more than 2 meters from just a glance, put down his sewing needle. Turning from the mannequin outfitted with the precursor of a dark purple dress that was a shade away from black, green eyes darker than Ninth's met his bright ones. "Adrien, what are you doing up at this hour?" The man adjusted his glasses to hide how he subtly checked the wall clock, seeing that indeed it was past midnight. He sighed and ran a hand over his professionally styled blonde hair. "You have school tomorrow." Ninth lowered his eyes from the man's face to his impeccable white tux, or whatever variation of fancy formal clothes it was, so he could hide his flat stare. Neither of them had liked the idea of Ninth wasting his time in public school, so having the man feigning being concerned about it wasn't amusing. "When was the last time you ate something, father?" Gabriel Agreste, world-renowned fashion designer, patriarch of the family Agreste, head of the brand Gabriel, coughed into his fist while avoiding Ninth's eyes. "You didn't need to bother, Adrien. Your education is more important. I asked you a question." Ninth cut Gabriel's attempt to change the topic without remorse. "When was the last time you ate something, father?" he repeated in a flat tone while maintaining a half-lidded stare. The following silence in Gabriel's private office was so thick someone could cut it with a knife. Gabriel sighed. "I distinctly remember having an apple for breakfast." "Of course." Ninth put the food he prepared for Gabriel on his desk. "You can't skip your meals like that. Your work won't go anywhere, so take better care of yourself." At the height of his hypocrisy, Ninth told someone to look after themselves with a straight face. I will try." Gabriel's eyes once more slipped aside, but now he wasn't avoiding Ninth's stare but instead glancing at the portrait on the wall. Ninth kept his gaze away from it. He couldn't, he had no right, to look at it. "Get some sleep, you look like you need it." "Yes." Gabriel's distant eyes closed in an effort to center himself. "You two should head to bed, Adrien." "I'm going. Good night." Ninth waved over his shoulder and slipped away from the office. "Good night," Gabriel muttered to the empty room. His grief-filled green irises went to the plate left for him, then back to the portrait. The picture of the love of his life, the love he lost, looked back at him. He pressed the gates of his heart shut, keeping the flood behind them buried. Gabriel could not let himself feel, not even the gratitude at his son's consideration, or he would break. Doing what he could to refrain from crumbling into a million pieces, Gabriel once more put on a mask of indifference, of control, and went back to his work. Everything would be all right. He would make everything all right, for his family. The smell of fresh food tickled his nose. With another glance at the plate, at the small gesture of care from his son, the man changed his mind. It would be a waste to let the food grow. Cold and lack of sleep would only impact his focus. Gabriel consciously ignored his aching heart, saying he would stop only for his son to sleep without worrying. "Hadn't you said you would go to bed, my boy?" Eighth asked his successor with a soft but childing tone. "I'll just finish this set." The boy grunted under the weight of his improvised training. Equipment: a metal crate filled with cement sacks. Without specialized machinery to push enhancement quirks, Ninth made do with what he had. In this specific case he had 400 kilograms of cement. He squatted while keeping a firm hold of the crate, full cowling at 5% making the exercise mild, but the 100 repetitions made it worthwhile. "My boy, you already did enough for today." The golden vestige of the greatest hero his old world would ever see kneeled beside Ninth, features pulled in a slight frown. "Get a rest, my boy." "I will when I finish." Ninth pretended the reason for his curt answer was thanks to the weight. Both Eighth and he knew better. "Kitten, know that I'm coming from a place of care and wisdom when I say, chill." Plagg perched himself on Eighth's head, not caring how such a thing should be impossible with the man being an immaterial ghost. The kwami stared deep into the boy's eyes. "You did enough." That right there was Ninth's boiling point. Why does everybody keep saying that? He dropped the crate. The last thread of his self-control was the only reason Ninth caught it before it crashed on the floor and woke every soul in Paris. First Nuwa, and now you too. Why do you keep saying that? I'm not doing enough. I'm not enough. There's a psychopath out there that has a class 6 power causing havoc, and I can barely use enough of one for all to stop one of his minions. Now that the floodgates were open, everything came spilling out, again. It was so hard to keep everything inside, and time again fate made sure Ninth slipped and let his grievances crawl their way out of his mouth like the vermin he constantly and incessantly felt rotting his insides. I barely stopped Shigaraki last time. I barely stopped Hawkmoth last time. I have to stop all for one this time before he can throw the world into a dark age, and people keep saying everything is fine. Newsflash, it isn't. Nothing is. The world is gonna crash and burn if I don't do anything, so stop saying I did enough when everything is going downhill. Ninth's tirade was stopped by Eighth pulling him into a hug. The boy's voice died, and while Plagg knew letting souls interact with the material plane was against the rules, his kitten needed that, and it wasn't like Plagg cared about the rules. Shaky hands grasped the golden form involving him. All Might, the hero shushed him. It's okay, my boy, it's okay. Plagg flew down and landed on his kitten's hair, gently patting the boy's head. You have a lot on your shoulders, kitten. The kwami knew he was already attached, but damn it, Plagg had a soft spot for rays of sunshine that desperately needed a hug and a break. Not necessarily in that order. We put a lot on your shoulders, but we only did it because we know that you're enough. You are now and you will be later. He's right. All Might pushed the boy away so he could face him. When I entrusted One for All to you, I knew then that you had what it took. You proved me right, each and every time, and now is no different. I failed. You saved our old world, my boy. You won that bloody war once and for all. Eighth squeezed the boy's shoulders. You did it. You did what I couldn't. And you'll do it again this time too, kitten. Plagg did not doubt it for a second. Even without having his plan into motion, even without having gone against the old pacts as he did, Plagg had absolute faith in his new chosen. Like Arthur Pendragon, like Cu Chulainn, like Orpheus, like Yoshitsune, and all other mortals that wielded his miraculous and carved their name in history forevermore, Deku had in him a fire that would never fade. The kid would fight, would struggle, would crawl his way through hell if he needed to. The boy had a need deep in him to make his vision of the world become reality, had a resolve. Strong enough to see it through, and was crazy enough to not stop even when he really should. Plagg just hoped that the same fire wouldn't burn him, at least not more than it already did. His kittens all deserved better than that. Ninth fought against the burning in his eyes and the knot in his throat. How can you be so sure? He sounded so pathetic with his voice breaking and weak. Because we have faith in you, my boy. All Might opened one of his signature smiles, wide and bright and promising everything would be alright, because you are here. Done? This one fought me a little, not gonna lie, but I'm mostly happy with it. As we saw, the girls grouped up and made their own move against Hawkmoth, and what a move it was. Against a guy whose powers work on people's negative feelings, giving everyone hope is such a strong play that it can be considered a direct attack. I know from the little canon lore I'm aware that the blog's name is Ladyblog because haha pun, but this doesn't fit here and my naming sense took a vacation to hell. Holy crap, it's 40 degrees Celsius here. So I slapped Hero's blog on it and called it a day. Nuwa is getting the Deku Special Aim to Survive French Dream Plan, trademark pending. To those not aware, Deku has formal training on how to be a hero and everything that it involves, so it's just stupid to not have him showing Nuwa the ropes. For the side quest thingy with the car chase, it should have been 1K words top, but as always, things got out of hand. The end result of Deku being convinced, Red peer pressured, into opening up with Nuwa was achieved, so I can't complain much. We also had Ninth talking to his dads. As those who read my other works know, adopting is a completely valid course of action, and Ninth gets adopted by all the father figures he deserves. On the topic of Gabriel, I know people don't like canon him, but I didn't watch canon. So, I'm doing my own thing. Expect maximum emotional damage. All Might is based, period. Plagg is based, period. This note also got out of hand and way too long, so here's the usual stuff. Check P4TR0N for Bola 8 if you want to throw a coin to your writer. Like these wonderful people who helped me in the dark times when my computer imploded. Geepa_Silver 090, CBN, and Kenine. A heartfelt thanks to you all. Also, Discord. We have cookies, art, and cool people. Go check it out. Discord. GG, Stagey 4 volts. Whenever it rains Chapter 5. Whenever it rains, Marinette, I swear to me I'll strangle you if you don't drink some water right this instant. Tiki glared down at her chosen like the angry deity she was. The effect, unfortunately, was greatly diminished by the fact she was pocket-sized. Just let me finish with this button. Marinette had worked on that code all night, and just when she thought it was ready for delivery, she realized she used the wrong-sized buttons. She had to finish it before going to school or she wouldn't be able to deliver it in time. A cold water bottle was pressed against her cheek, making Marinette flinch. She glared at Tiki, but the kwami wasn't impressed. Drink. Fine. Marinette made sure to stare down the kwami while opening the bottle, but as soon as the water reached her mouth, Marinette realized how parched she was. She downed the whole bottle in one go. Okay, maybe I didn't notice how thirsty I was. More like how dehydrated. It's been smoking hot lately, you have to be careful or you'll end up passing out. Tiki knew her little bug was hardworking, but working herself into the ground wouldn't do anyone good. Don't worry, the weather forecast said it would rain today. That would hopefully freshen things up. Marinette rubbed off the sweat pooling on her forehead with her arm and grimaced. Even while only in a white tank top and light pink short shorts, and with her fan cranked to the max, she still felt like she was melting. Hadn't it been saying that since last week? Humans have made much progress over the centuries, but accurately predicting something as fickle as the weather still seems a little beyond them. That girl in the forecast looked like she was trying to convince herself just as much as us. Marinette huffed. Tiki, that girl isn't the one to do the forecast, she's just the one to present it on the news. She studies in my school. So what? You need years of study to work with that. If I'm not mistaken, she won a competition and got the job. A job that consists of looking pretty for the cameras and reading a script, which someone who actually graduated in meteorology gave her. Marinette finished the final button and gave her kwami a side glance. Blaming her for it being wrong is like blaming me for selling burnt bread when Papa is the one to make them. Tiki rolled her eyes, as if your father would ever do that. Hypothetical scenario. You know what I mean. The voice that answered Marinette wasn't Tiki's, but one she never heard before. You'll have better luck changing the weather yourself than making Sugar Cube stop being a stick in the mud, girly. Marinette yelped and stumbled, ending on her back. She looked all over her room in panic, seeing no one there, but from the wall, a black smudge grew before a kwami of all things. Phased into her bedroom. The black floating cat left no doubt of who he was, and who he was partnered with, but left one question. Plagg. What are you doing here? Tiki was on him, Plagg as his name apparently was, and shaking her counterpart harshly in a blink. You know the rules. No. Yes. Care? No. The little cat god gave Tiki a slip and flew over to Marinette's finished project, preaching himself over the mannequin. Come on, Sugar Cube. You have known me since forever. When did I actually respect any form of rule? While Tiki fumed and grumbled, Marinette picked herself up and approached the other kwami. Hi. Hello there, girly. Fancy meeting you properly. Plagg gave a lazy wave. Seeing you from inside my kitten's noggin doesn't really count, in my humble opinion. What part of you is humble? Tiki let the uncharacteristic barb fly before glaring down Plagg, who remained unfazed. What do you mean by inside his head? Marinette heard from Tiki she stayed in a sort of trance inside the Miraculous while she was transformed. Was it different for Plagg? Exactly what I said. Why stay inside a stuffy Miraculous when I have another room with a lot more space and entertainment right there? Plagg cackled, as if in a joke only he knew. Plagg. Tiki would set the room on fire if she glared any harder. Come on, Tiki. Don't be like that. Don't you want to hear what I decided to do this time around? Communicate only by whistling again? That was half the reason the Library of Alexandria went up in flames. Plagg chuckled at the memory. Some arson did well to the soul from time to time. and they burned the Book of the Dead, the real deal, not the so-called Necronomicon people came up with, so the rest of the library was an acceptable sacrifice. No, I went with the old sage of the mountain this time around. Let me tell you, there's nothing funnier than giving kids existential dread. You should try one of these days. Tiki's stare was perfectly flat. I'll pass. You shouldn't do that. We already had all that problem with the Sumerians with the whole conscience that has logic thing. Plagg facepawed. I knew someone had called us that. Oh well, not like the kitten will realize it. Just don't tell him I messed up. I have a reputation to maintain. Hey, I know you two are catching up and are happy to discuss all those things I'm trying really hard to repress, but can I ask what you are doing here, Plagg? Marinette hoped to get whatever it was over with so she could pretend she heard nothing and had a perfectly fine and normal morning. The little ball of chaos shrugged, just decided to pass by and say hello. I was already in the area on one of my usual walks, so why not? Tiki pulled at her antennae. Plagg, you can't go leaving your chosen alone like that. What if an Akuma attacks and you're not with him? Now it was Plagg's turn to give her a flat stare. Sugar Cube, did you see my kitten? He would fold an Akuma in half without my help. He did it 2 times already, and yes, his fancy trick left some broken bones, but those build character. Wait, you know what Deku's power is? Marinette had got the list, yes, but she still had no idea how he got them or how they caused so much damage to him. Deku said it was because his body wasn't used to them, but wasn't broken bones a little too much for just that? Yes. Can you tell me? No, why not? Because, Plagg trailed off, then shrugged, nah. He cackled and fell through the mannequin, disappearing into the floor. See ya later. Marinette stared dumbfounded at where the kwami had been a second ago. Is he always like this? Tiki patted her cheek. Unfortunately, you'll get used to it. I don't know if I want to. Marinette sighed and went to finalize her commission. Looks like I lucked out with which kwami ended with me at least. And don't you forget it. Tiki laughed good-natured dly, fine with poking some fun at Plagg. It wasn't like he would be bothered by it. After that little interruption, Marinette was quick to finish her work. The coat ready, she folded it carefully and put it into a plastic bag. All done. Good, now grab your things and get ready for school. Another unannounced visitor spoke and made Marinette almost jump out of her skin. Mom. Marinette tried to calm her drumming heart, to moderate success. What did I say about knocking before entering? Sabine Dupain-Cheng heaved herself through the trapdoor into her daughter's room properly. And what did I say about getting ready for school in time? The woman had her blue hair up in a bun and was also wearing a tank top, but unlike her daughter, she had track pants on. Get moving, Moonlight. Her mother's effective nickname for her melted Marinette's irritation. Okay, I'm going. She would take a quick shower before anything. Here was hoping it would truly rain that day. Aaliyah regretted all her life choices that led her to that moment. She was wearing her usual plaid shirt, which at the actual climate of 2 degrees short of the marble of hell, meant she was drowning in her own sweat. And that's because it was supposed to rain. Where's the fresh wind to cool her down? Are you okay? Aaliyah responded to Sabrina with a long-suffering groan. You think one of the heroes has a way to save Paris from the heatwave? I mean, Deku is a Swiss knife of tricks, so maybe? Nuwa would have to make a fan the size of the city, so I don't think she would be much help. The redhead shrugged, not giving the question much thought. She, unlike Aaliyah, had the foresight to wear a combo of short-sleeved shirt and shorts, giving her skin space to breathe. Speaking of them, what do you think of the record board? Sabrina gave her a side glance. You're making a national crisis into a sport, you know it? Withholding a grimace, Aaliyah nodded. Look, I know it's not the best move, but it's the only one we could make. The record board on the Heroes blog was Aaliyah's idea. While keeping tabs on the dynamic duo's activity, she came up with the concept of a scoreboard with everything the heroes did. Criminal takedowns, all of them Deku's really, rescue operations, crisis response, public pronunciations, mostly Nuwa's. The heroes had been busy while Hawkmoth bided his time and planned his next move, and by showing everyone that they helped create the notion that the heroes were stronger. Aaliyah wasn't sure, but if everyone believed the only reason Hawkmoth wasn't behind bars was because he was hiding from the heroes like a coward, then fewer people would be afraid of him. Was it working? Yes. Would it bite them in the butt later? Aaliyah hoped not. Before Sabrina could grill Aaliyah some more, Marinette showed up in a short dress plus a shorts get-up. Seemed like everyone was smarter than Aaliyah when it came to what to wear. You okay? Marinette looked over the dripping girl, beside herself with worry for her friend. I'm melting. Why didn't you put on anything lighter? Look, I have a white blouse in my bag. It's 3 sizes too big for me, so it should fit you fine. Aaliyah looked at Marinette as if she was an angel that descended from the heavens to save her from the smoldering hell of her own making. In any other situation I would think you're calling me fat, but I'm way past the point of caring. You're also pocket-sized, so fair. Even while giving her a deadpan, Marinette passed Aaliyah the blouse. You're lucky I care too much for your well-being, or I would leave you to suffer. As if. Chloe's sudden retort made Marinette yelp and stumble, right into Adrien. The boy grabbed her before Marinette's face could get acquainted with the floor. He righted Marinette and put her on her feet, making Marinette blush bright red in embarrassment. Sorry, she trailed off, finally turning and seeing both Adrien and Chloe wearing black tank tops with their usual hoodies tied to their waists. The only difference was that Chloe had on white tights and her work shoes while Adrien had gray track pants and his red high tops. What really made Marinette's brain stutter was how ripped they were. She always knew Chloe was fit like all get out, but like that, you could clearly see her musculature. Chloe could probably break Marinette like a toothpick. And that was not getting into Adrien. His biceps were the size of her head. Feel free to pick your jaw off the floor. Chloe poked some fun at her friend but went and used a finger to lift Marinette's chin, closing her mouth. Adrien elbowed her side. Stop being mean. Sabrina saved poor Marinette from more embarrassment. Chloe stole your clothes again. Before Adrien could answer, Chloe cut him off. Our clothes? No one commented how. Adrien seemed to stare at the distance before holding the bridge of his nose and sighing deeply. Are we adopting communism now? Aaliyah, who had taken her chance to run to the bathroom and change, got back to see the chaos unfolding. And I'm out. Adrien left the girls in the hallway and marched to their classroom, being ambushed by Nino on the way. What was that? Marinette's only answer was Chloe starting to hum the Soviet anthem. Ninth swore that if First didn't stop humming the Soviet anthem, he would bribe Plagg to let him strangle the vestige. Worse than being back to the primordial age of memes, as First liked to put it, was being in said time period with a meme lord in his head. You okay, dude? Nino gave Ninth another thing to focus on, thankfully. Just dealing with the heat, and the urge to enact violence against his predecessor. Nino nodded, fanning himself with his cap. I gotcha. Was seriously considering coming. Without a shirt today, but I would probably look bad compared to you. To be fair, Nino was already a little self-conscious with his basketball shirt. Beside Adrien, Nino looked like a noodle. Why? I'm not encouraging you to do it, but there's no reason for you to feel bad about it. Ninth had a different perspective on body form. He knew it. In 200 years, people could look from skinny to fat to a 2-story tall mech to a velociraptor. With that in mind, Ninth couldn't really understand why people came to grips with their appearance. Honestly, Ninth viewed his body as a tool. You didn't care what a hammer looked like as long as it was suited for the job. Nino laughed good-natured DLY, thanks, dude. But, ya know, it would be nice to have guns like that. He mock-jabbed Ninth's arm, to absolutely no effect. If you want, I could help. Ninth surprised himself with the offer. Contemplating for a moment, he found he meant it. I could wipe a training and meal plan for you, and there's a place I know where you could work out. Really? Nino gave an embarrassed laugh. I was joking. Things like gyms are expensive, and I know me, by myself I would stop going halfway. Ninth was about to leave the offer open and stop there, but a golden wispy hand on his shoulder stopped him. Eighth gave him a small smile and nodded in Nino's direction. The message was clear, but did Ninth really? A hero reaches out a hand to everyone. Damn it. Ninth really was a hypocrite. Then what about we go together? I could use a spotter, and you won't be able to skip on it. The way Nino beamed stole a smile from Ninth. Sure thing, dude. If you needed help, you could have asked. He chuckled but shook his head a moment later. Thanks, you're a really cool dude, you know that? Ninth really wasn't. I'll take your word for it. Now let's go before Chloe starts singing. Her Russian is crap. Like firsts, but Ninth could leave him for seventh to deal with. Marinette stumbled out of the classroom feeling a second away from turning into a puddle. The heat had only gotten worse through the day and now she was genuinely worried. It wouldn't be a surprise if she found someone passed out on the street from heatstroke. Actually, that was a possibility. Marinette would leave her things at home and go on an early patrol to make sure everybody was hanging on. Knowing Deku, he was probably zipping through Paris already. She just hoped his suit magically protected him from the heat, or all that black would cook him. Marinette was bringing extra water bottles, and maybe some ice cream. Just as she reached the school gates, she passed by a group pushing by a blonde girl while shooting her mean glares. We sure have a downpour on our hands, huh? The barb from one of the angry teens made Marinette recognize the blonde from the weather forecast. She approached the girl. Hey, Aurora, right? The teenage news anchor had her blonde hair in pigtails and had on a light green mini dress to survive the still rising temperature. Her tired blue eyes went to Marinette's. Yes. Look, it's not my fault the forecast is wrong. Of course not. Your job is to read the script. If the person who wrote it is wrong, that has nothing to do with you. Marinette hoped the difference was clear for everyone, but her optimism only went so far. I can guess some people are giving you grief, but hang in there, okay? They're just cranky because of the heat. When this all blows off they feel silly about it. That got a smile out of Aurora. Thanks, I needed to hear at least one person with common sense. Happy to be that person. Marinette almost puffed up in pride. See? She had the inspire hope thing down pat and wasn't even in costume. That reminded her, I have to go now, but if you want a nice place to relax, the Dupain-Cheng bakery is literally across the street. I'll remember that. Aurora raised the umbrella she had in hand. Who knows, it might really start raining and I'll need a place to take shelter. Macaroons and the sound of rain. Sounds like heaven to me. The girls shared a laugh, any previous bad feelings long left behind. It was nice talking to you. Marinette, right? From Mademoiselle Boustier's class? At Marinette's nod, she smiled. Nice meeting you properly. See you around. With those parting words, the girls went their separate ways. Marinette walked out of the school building feeling accomplished. She hoped the rest of the day went that well. Hawkmoth waited, observed, searched. He had lost the first battle, but he would win the war, for them, for her. He had to win. It was the only way to save her. A ripple, faster than eyes could perceive. A black-gloved hand shot out and grabbed a pure white butterfly. Dark magic tainted the wings black. Please, help me make things right. Hawkmoth quietly begged, a whisper lost in a dimly lit room among the wingbeats of countless butterflies. He would grovel on his knees if it was what it took to make it all right again, or burn the whole city down. Whatever it takes. The black butterfly flew away. Aurora felt like she was underwater. What? You can't do that. The news station director gave her a pitying look. I know it doesn't seem fair, but that's how it is in the business, Aurora. Your approval rates drop, you get dropped. He sighed and handed her the document formalizing her getting fired. Look, you're young. You're not even in the age where you should be worrying about jobs. Go back to school, hang out with friends, be a kid. When you do reach the stage of your life where you need to worry about this, you'll have a head start from having experience, which is the hardest thing to get and the one that puts your foot on the door in most cases. Aurora finally managed to find her voice, the shock to her systems being discarded in favor of growing anger. But it's not my fault. My job was to speak to the cameras and pass the forecast your team compiled along. I did that. Why are you firing me for doing exactly what you asked of me? The director tried to put a reassuring hand on her shoulder, but Aurora brushed him off. The man sighed again and shrugged. Your contract is really light and easy to break. That was because if you wanted to stop at any time you could. but also means the station could terminate it with no trouble at any time. When we saw the numbers dropping, it was better for everyone if we did things like this. Sorry kiddo, that's just how things are. Aurora glared at the bunched paper in her hand. So that's it? At the first sign of trouble you drop me like a hot potato. Are you gonna do the same thing for whoever is gonna get my spot? Yes. The clipped response made Aurora's heart skip a beat. We got a new girl in your age group that's gonna get the role. If she does good then fine, if not she'll be out just like you. Again, look at the positives. You get stuff to put on your resume, and now you gotta have all your free time back. You only won with this. Aurora didn't feel like she won. She only saw the unfairness of it all. Getting replaced for the slightest reason, discarded because of something beyond her control, and knowing whoever came next had the same fate in store. Only realizing she took off running out of the director's office when she got out of the news station building altogether, Aurora crumbled the missive in her hand with a vengeance and threw it away, not caring if she was littering. Aurora hated it. She hated how heartless it all was. She hated how powerless she felt. Her job hadn't paid much, and she had to cancel plans with friends time and again, but that was fine. Aurora liked what she did. She was proud of it, proud of herself, and to have the rug pulled from under her feet for absolutely no justifiable reason made her blood boil. The red haze over her eyes made Aurora miss the black butterfly approaching. The heroes said time and again, if you see a black butterfly approaching you, run, hide, and try your best to calm down. Never would Aurora calm down in that situation, so when the Akuma landed on the tip of her umbrella, it had no trouble pulling her under. Aurora only realized her anger made her commit a mistake when she drowned in it. Hey! Nua landed beside Deku. He was fully clad in black, yes, but didn't look worse for wear. You okay on all that in this heat? Deku, maintaining his gaze down at the streets from his vantage point on top of a chimney, pulled at his hood. Breathable cloth. Works wonders combined with high-speed movement. Also, I'm used to being set on fire. This isn't even a distraction. When one of his best friends in his past life could boil a lake with a hand, Deku learned how to work with high temperatures. I don't even know if I want to ask, then don't. Nua sighed. Sure, be like that. At least have this. She passed him a water bottle. Without looking, Deku grabbed it, ripped the top with his teeth, chugged the whole thing down, and threw the trashed bottle in a bin on the ground floor. Admit it, you just did that to show off. Nua wasn't even mad. It was impressive but completely unnecessary. I did that because that way I didn't waste time. Look, I think Hawkmoth is going to strike again today. Nua almost slipped on a tile, thankfully grabbing the chimney her partner was perched on before she could tumble down the side of the building. What? Why? How? An Akuma attack. Because the damn Heroes blog stoked the fires and some news threw napalm on it. By picking someone affected by the pleasant weather we're having, someone who's angry, annoyed, or just plain unhappy, and turning them into an Akuma. Deku didn't know why people decided to kick the wasp nest by calling out the terrorist who was completely off the grid and could target anyone at any time, but they did. They chose the most stupid course of action and now Deku had to be ready when their Titanic ran straight into the iceberg. Why did people make saving them so hard? Deku's job was already bad enough as it was. Would he be that petty? Nua wasn't defending Hawkmoth in any way, shape, or form, but that seemed a tad excessive. Pettiness has nothing to do with it. Hawkmoth needs to set a precedent, one where no one is safe and he can strike at any time. That way, he really will. Fear was and always will be a source of power. How you harness and use it was the only question. To it, Hawkmoth's best answer would be terrifying Paris as a whole so he could create an Akuma at the drop of a hat. Strike at his power source one too many times and he would be forced to retaliate to keep the fear alive. Nua bit the tip of her thumb's nail. That was bad, very, very bad. Where would he aim? Somewhere populated, high profile, somewhere where the maximum number of people would see the chaos, which didn't narrow it down as much as Deku would like. Paris was full of landmarks. That meant Hawkmoth was spoiled for choice. It's not like we have any leads on him. Sixth's ghostly form appeared beside Deku. The young hero just shot him a look to show he was listening. If there's no risk, then the logical thing is to go for the maximum reward. Deku nodded. What can everyone in Paris see at any given time? Nuwa was about to call Deku out on his strange habit of staring at empty space when her eyes widened in realization. TV. What? Before she could stop, Nuwa pushed herself up the chimney and right onto Deku's face. No matter where he hits, even if he goes for the Eiffel Tower, some people just won't be able to see it. Deku finished her line of thought, but there's a television in every house in Paris. Meaning no matter what, everyone will see it. They completed their deduction together. Glad you two are on the same wavelength, really cute and all, but now is the time to book it to the nearest TV station before shit hits the fan. First's timely interruption made Deku realize their position. It also made him realize how he had let Nuwa get that close to him without any resistance. Unfortunately, before Deku could think about what that meant and before they could follow Yoichi's advice, danger sense flared like a storm siren. Inside the crowded Paris news station, pandemonium reigned as Hawkmoth's new weapon rampaged. Strong gusts sent people and furniture flying, carving a path of destruction to the newly possessed Akuma. Now, it seems like we have a sudden arrival of the forecasted Stormy Weather. The Akuma, Stormy Weather, had light brownish-gray skin, grayish mulberry-colored lipstick, and brilliant violet eyes. Her hair was two tones with a dark purple base and very pale blue bangs, while her large, pointed, low-angled pigtails were striped with dark purple and very pale blue spirals. On her face, she had jagged black face paint that surrounded her eyes and came down to her cheeks as lightning bolts. She wore a tight, muted color purple and blue two-piece dress that poofed into a curved bell shape around her waist, had small shoulder puffs with a narrow-ended tube-shaped collar, and also featured 5 white lightning bolt patterns that had bright purple outlines. The sleeves became white gloves with 2 of the lightning bolts above her elbows. She wore muted purple tights with white low-heeled knee-high boots that were angled at the opening, near the calf, and 2 of the lightning bolts came out of the boots around the outsides of her legs near the knees. The last of the pattern was a sole lightning bolt centered squarely near her abdomen. Her weapon was a closed dark purple parasol that faded to brighter purple at the tip and had a black handle with a double spearhead at the bottom. All in all, after Stoneheart, she didn't look nearly as intimidating, but by the way she spread destruction with her mere presence, there was no doubt that she was just as much a catastrophe in anyone's mind. Come now, where is the star of the show? Come on out, new weather girl. Come greet who you'll be replacing. A wave of her umbrella and the whole news set was sent crashing on the walls, along with the crew manning it. Wait. A teenage girl of clear Asian descent ran before Stormy Weather. I'm here, you don't need to hurt anyone else. See, was it that hard? Stormy Weather pulled the other girl closer with a flick of her wrist, commanding the wind to bring her target so she could get a closer look. Now, why don't introduce yourself? I'm Mireille Cackett. Mireille stuttered, terrified out of her mind. And I'm sorry I took your place, I didn't know. Stormy Weather put a finger over Mireille's lips, silencing her. Shush now, I'm not mad at you, darling. Why you're not? Oh, but of course not. Stormy Weather patted the girl's cheek gently. You have no fault, just like I didn't. But the people running the show don't care about that, they just care about the numbers. Sooner or later, you would get discarded just like me. Stormy Weather opened a positively furious smile. Don't worry though, after I'm done with them, they won't step on people for their stupid numbers ever again. What are you gonna do? Mireille was trying her best to keep the Akuma talking. If she held on enough, just enough for the heroes to arrive, then they would be safe. Oh darling, I could tell you all the nasty details, but you know how it is. Business before pleasure. So I'll just wait for the special quests to show up so I can take their miraculous first. As Stormy Weather explained her plan, Mireille's heart fell. It was a trap. However, she needed not despair. Heroes faced overwhelming odds to do what was right. With a deafening bang, Deku crashed straight through the ceiling and landed in the center of the studio like a green-black thunderbolt. His eyes zeroed into Stormy Weather. Before the Akuma could say or do anything, the hero snapped his arm up and aimed with his wrist-mounted cannon, fingers ready to flick. Delaware smash. Air Force. Masses of compressed air shot out at Mach speed, only to stop midway. Stormy Weather huffed, "Is that the best you got?" She waved her parasol, and the air bullets were shot back. Deku dodged them with minimal effort, leaning away from most shots and jumping over the last. Stormy Weather had him in his sights, just as planned. While the Akuma was distracted, a yo-yo lassoed Mirai, pulling her away from the line of fire. The new Weather Girl was caught by a concerned Nuwa and brought away from the ongoing battle. The heroine dropped her with the rest of the TV crew, all bunking down behind a barricade formed from the strew machinery. Nuwa checked the girl. "You okay? Did the Akuma hurt you?" "No, but you guys have to run. It's a trap, she used us as bait, we know." Mirai did a double take. "What? Look, Deku's paranoia pays off from time to time. What's important is that you guys are safe." Nuwa stood up and looked over the barricade, seeing Deku bouncing around like a demented pinball while a progressively angrier Stormy Weather tried, and failed, to shoot him down. "Stay that way, we'll handle it." "How?" "I'm still figuring out that part." Deku used Black Whip to launch pieces of furniture and TV equipment at the Akuma, to minimal results. Her aerokinesis was strong and precise enough to redirect most projectiles, and with his sketchy control of Black Whip, Deku didn't want to try a focus point. That left him with one avenue of attack. With a sharp turn midair with a quick application of float, Deku changed trajectory enough to get to Stormy Weather's blind spot. Before the Akuma could react, a 25% powered kick landed on the middle of her back. The strike sent the Akuma flying, but she had the time to give Deku a nasty surprise. Wind blades lashed against his feet at the moment of impact, sending sparks flying from where his greaves were struck. They at least protected his feet, but Deku was still rendered off balance. Stormy Weather recovered fast enough to capitalize. A ball of compressed air the size of a basketball crashed on the hero's rashly raised block, his arm only softening the blow somewhat. Deku's grunt of pain was drowned by the sound of the mass of air expanding and sending him ceasing through tables and monitors. Deku cursed. He wasn't fast enough to react to Danger Sense's warning. That was the most glaring weakness of Fourth's quirk. It was only a warning, and responding to it was completely up to him. The hero burst from the pile of set equipment, going wide and launching whatever he could grab at the Akuma. Stormy Weather for her part only flicked her umbrella and sent it all back. Not for a moment she realized her back was to the group of hiding civilians. And Nuwa. She only noticed something was wrong when a chair was smashed on her back. Stormy Weather all but flew forward with the impact, but Nuwa couldn't take advantage of the opening. Both hurting someone like that and almost breaking her wrist with her stunt left Nuwa reeling. Deku had no such troubles. He threw himself at the downed Akuma with a twist, leg winded back and glowing with a high charge of green-black lightning. Smash! A loud boom sounded, almost deafening the people on the TV set. The hero skidded back with a grimace, eyes fixed on the wind wall that blocked his blow. The air currents were spinning around Stormy Weather so fast that even at 25% he wasn't able to break through. "I think we're done with the opening show, huh?" Stormy Weather twisted the air around her into a blade, the sharp wind letting out a shrill shriek. She pointed her weapon forward, and Deku tensed, then she smirked. Deku felt the world slowing down. Stormy Weather waved her umbrella at Nuwa. One for All roared at 40% of its might. The blade started to move. A ripple of Fa Jin flashed brilliant red. Nuwa froze. Eyes widened at the screaming death coming closer. Gearshift slotted itself into overdrive. Deku pushed Nuwa out of the way from the windblade. Blood flew out in scarlet blooms. Nuwa hit the ground with a start. She looked back with wide and tearful eyes. The scene she saw would forever be present in her nightmares. Deku stood slightly hunched, gritting his teeth harshly. His left arm hung limply, a stream of red flowing down from his shoulder where a painfully bloody gash was. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs again after the short burst of gear shift at max potency, and grinned. He did it. Stormy Weather huffed. Why are you smiling? Didn't you see? Deku's lips parted more, showing pointed fangs. I won. He could get to the top of the titanical mountain that was his power. He could do it when it counted. Deku would win. Because that's what heroes do. Right, Kachan. His muttered words in Japanese were lost in the buzz of full Cowling's lightning. Even down one arm, Deku got ready to fight. He made do with less. 3 functioning limbs were a luxury during most of his battles. Against a puppet with some mild weather manipulation, Deku wouldn't lose in a million years. That confidence enraged Stormy Weather to no end. Let's see what a stray with a broken pawn can do against this. She pointed her umbrella up at the skylight Deku created with his entrance. A lightning bolt fell on the tip of her weapon. Deku knew where that was going, so he got ahead of it. Using Black Whip to make a cast was currently beyond him, so Deku made do with a crude splint of black tendrils that covered his bleeding shoulder and stuck his left arm against his side. That done, Deku leapt and twisted, lashing out with a violent kick, Texas Smash. Stormy Weather sent a stream of lightning at the hero, only for a wall of displaced air to intercept it. Wind was an insulator, so her attack quickly lost the exchange. The Akuma leapt over the wind attack instead of redirecting it. She opened her umbrella, and surprisingly took flight. Come on, stray cat. Seeing his enemy retreating through the hole he created, Deku gritted his teeth and was about to give chase, only for Nuwa to grab his unbroken hand. Stop. You're hurt and bleeding and focus. Deku felt bad snapping at his partner, but he had to get Nuwa's head straight. I stopped the bleeding and am holding everything in place with Black Whip. Stormy Weather won't have anyone to use as a hostage, but she'll be able to use all her power. Nuwa grimaced and bit her lower lip in worry. Stormy Weather could control the weather, and now she was outdoors with the whole sky to bring down on their heads. Hey, none of that now. Deku, even down an arm, still had it in him to chuckle and lightly chop Nuwa on the head. We're winning, just have to bring the gold home now. Nuwa held her head and looked at Deku, truly looked at him. Dang it. If he could stand up tall even while down an arm, could be inspiring even while hurt, then she had to do it too, she had to. I'll go ahead. No, don't argue, I have an idea. Nuwa heard Deku's teeth clicking shut. I'll distract her to get you a clear shot. When you see it, take it. Deku nodded slowly. That's risky, but it can work. Be careful, and when I say, get clear. He stressed the final words, and Nuwa felt a shiver at his tone. What are you gonna do? Her question was interrupted by a loud thunderclap coming from outside. No time. Let's go. Nuwa's heart drummed in her chest. Deku was right. The time to talk was over. She threw her yo-yo up, and it latched into something, she didn't even know what, but it was sturdy enough for Nuwa to pull herself up and out the improvised skylight Deku created. The moment she reached the rooftop, all hell broke loose. Nuwa thanked Deku again for literally beating into her how to dodge. Before her foot touched the floor, Nuwa was already ducking, which saved her from another vacuum bomb. Not looking at the damage it did, she threw herself forward. Masses of compressed air rained down on her, but Nuwa was used to it. Deku didn't hold back on their spares, not as much as Nuwa would like, which meant he flicked concrete-destroying, Delaware smashes at her on the regular. Mildly cursing Deku's naming sense, hawk moth, and her own luck, Nuwa weaved from place to place while doing her best not to get hit. She hopped over an AC unit, ducked behind an antenna, sprinted through a billiards frame, and just all around ran with all she had. Stormy Weather tried again and again to hit her mark, to no avail. Stop jumping all over the place, you annoying bug. Stop shooting air bullets at me then. Fine. Stormy Weather crossed her umbrella, falling back to the ground. With her full focus, she channeled lightning again. Nuwa's face fell. No good, she needed, come on, lucky charm. Praying to her kwami with all her heart, she almost fell like crying in relief when a lightning rod landed on her hand. Quickly forming a plan, she ran closer to the axe again. Let's see if you can outrun lightning. Stormy Weather pointed her weapon forward, sure it would hit Nuwa. Imagine her surprise when her attack landed instead on a lightning rod stuck to an AC unit close to her. It was close enough to attract the electricity as the path of least resistance, and grounded to boot. Gritting her teeth, Stormy Weather shouted, "Enough! I'm tired of this waste of time. I'm gonna squash you like the bug you are." Nuwa saw Deku sneaking close from the corner of her eye. He was almost to the Akuma's back. She only had to buy him a little more time. Calling me a bug again and again is really unoriginal, you know. Provoking Stormy Weather was a bad idea. When she pointed her umbrella up, the lightning that rained down on it was then condensed into a sphere that grew at each second that passed. Deku saw the ball of lightning forming and cursed. He bolted ahead, abandoning the plan and any hope of stealth and a clean takedown. Get clear. His yell got the Akuma's attention, just as he wanted. Trusting Nuwa to heed his warning, Deku went on the offensive. With his next step, Deku swung his foot with enough strength for it to sink into the TV station's rooftop. Hooking it into some rebar, he kicked up. A chunk of concrete was flipped at Stormy Weather, the wide-eyed Akuma yelping in fright. She redirected some of the power she was charging to strike the flying boulder flying at her, causing it to burst into a cloud of dust and metal shrapnel. Deku used it as a cover, not bothering with some cuts and a face full of grime. With it, he was close enough. It was ironic, how he was basically reproducing the trick that won him his first ever hero. Course class. Back when everything had been simple. Back when he felt he had a name. The same trick that earned him a victory, some earfuls, and a lot of broken bones. Well, he was no stranger to finishing a fight with his arms turning into meat noodles. Focus. The power, the energy. Give it a straight path to flow down, limit the area, let it flood every single cell. Deku roared alongside his power. Green almost overtook black as a coat of lightning covered his right arm, a million times more powerful than the ball of lightning Stormy Weather had over her head. Lunging forward, he saw in her eyes how the Akuma expected to be atomized at that moment, which almost made Deku grin. He contented himself with shouting from the bottom of his heart. Detroit Smash. Deku launched his fist skyward. And Paris, France, and the whole world witnessed the full might of One for All. The sphere of lightning was torn asunder by the overwhelming force that went through it, along with the displaced tunnel of air that followed. The vacuum being filled was like several tons of dynamite going off, the boom shaking the very earth. Up above, a clear ring formed on the clouds kilometers away. Back on the ground, at the epicenter of the cataclysmic event, Deku stood with his arm raised. Not for long, as his powdered bones couldn't sustain it as such. Letting his hand fall, the gauntlet at least keeping things more or less in place, the hero sighed. That hurt like hell. At least it got the job done. He stopped Stormy Weather's Hail Mary and took down the Akuma at that. The pressure had been enough to send the Akuma flying, away from her weapon, and right into the side of the rooftop entrance. Deku looked around while using Black Whip to hold both his arms in place, searching for the umbrella hawkmoth used to trap his newest victim. He didn't have to search for long, as Nuwa approached him with it in hand a moment later. Her face was ashen, hands trembling. Nuwa looked a moment away from a panic attack, or a hard one. What was that? That's what I can do with 100% of my stockpile power. A shame my bones turn into confetti when I use it. A shame indeed. Maybe he wouldn't be here if he had been able to use everything at his disposal the first time around. He would need to rectify that on his second go. Anyway, priorities. Break that and do your magic, I'll check on her. Wait, but Nuwa swallowed it down. She could fix it. She had to fix it. She had to. Deku got closer to the downed Stormy Weather just as Nuwa snapped the umbrella over her knee. Seeing Aurora Boreal from the other class, as well as the Weather Girl, and most of all just a teen, slowly blinking her eyes open, only for them to widen in shock and fear made. Deku tired to what was left of his bones. Why couldn't kids be kids? Why did the world have to be cruel to the only ones who still thought it was a good place? Hey, you okay? I didn't. I'm so sorry. It wasn't your fault. Deku stared Aurora right in the eyes, practically pinning her in place. It wasn't. Everything that happened here is on Hawkmoth. All of it. But Deku didn't even let her finish. You didn't hurt anyone. She looked at his arms, both dripping red and hanging uselessly. He smiled slightly. I did this to myself. The other girl couldn't even scratch me. What about your shoulder? Okay, maybe one scratch. He huffed but ended up smiling when Aurora actually cracked. And chuckled at his sass. Nuwa will fix me right up, and if she doesn't then I have my ways. He didn't, but she doesn't need to know that. Let's get you back inside and... A drop fell on the tip of his nose. Deku looked up, and saw the sky closed and darkening. Oh, he pulled an All Might. A distant part of him geeked at doing the same feat his idol did back in the day they met. A more prominent part chuckled. Seems like the forecast was right after all. Marinette watched, numbly staring as paramedics checked over Aurora. The buzz of the heavy rain was white noise, filling her ears all the way to her brain. From her pitiful refuge. Under a shop's front, covered by a balcony that left her dry in the worsening downpour. Her eyes followed as Mireille approached Aurora, both striking up a conversation while being passed shock blankets. Their spirits lifted as they talked until both girls were smiling. Smiling. Could Marinette do that? Could she move the dead mask that was her face to express anything at that moment? No, she couldn't. Deku changed the weather with a punch. The bar was so high up it could be on another planet, and here she was. Weak, clumsy, useless Marinette. Deku means useless. My Deku means, you can do it. His voice echoed through the emptiness in her head. Dang it, she couldn't be feeling sorry for herself while her partner broke his whole arm to save the day. That was also a thing. Would he always get hurt? Would she always be so weak that he had to break himself to make up for it? Maybe. But even then, she could fix it. She could fix him. As many times as it took. Nuwa was the creator goddess that repaired the world pillar. That was the name Marinette chose. That was who she needed, to be. Destruction and creation. The cat and the ladybug. If that was her role, if she had to make things right after the dust settled, then she would do it. She had to. Marinette had to be better. For her partner, her city, and everyone that this war would hurt. She had to. Hey. Adrien's calm greeting almost made Marinette die with the scare it gave her. That broke her out of the numbness. Glancing at him, she saw he had his hoodie closed with the hood up, the water flowing down like from a duck's back. Hydrophobic cloth. Her inner designer marveled at it, but she didn't feel like asking where he got it. Hi. They're all okay? As much as someone could be after an Akuma attack. Adrien nodded, the conversation taking a lull. The silence wasn't awkward, the rainfall making it rather peaceful. Marinette still felt the urge to ask, what are you doing here? Was in the area. Heard the commotion and came to see if anyone needed help. He didn't ask what Marinette was doing there. She was glad he didn't. There was no way she could tell the truth and Marinette hadn't in herself to lie at that moment. You sound like a hero. Adrien chuckled. It was a small and reserved thing. Marinette couldn't say he ever heard it before. The essence of being a hero is basically being a good person. He huffed, I'm not. That's a lie. These two people who could be only called acquaintances, tangential friends at best, stood side by side at the site of a magical terrorist attack, taking shelter from the rain. And having a heart-to-heart. Maybe the absurdity of it all was what gave Marinette the confidence to say it. Maybe she was just too tired to care for things like tact. You are a good person. You can't see it, but that doesn't change the fact you are. The rain eased up some, but it would still keep going for a long while by the pace of things. They hadn't looked at each other since they started talking, but Marinette didn't need to see Adrien's face to know the expression he was making. That doesn't change the fact I don't feel like one. Does helping someone else automatically make you good? Does the reason why you do it change anything? His face was blank, just like Marinette's. What's your reason? He fell silent for a moment. Then finally, I want to change the future. For the better. Yes. Then that's good. Another quiet moment. Then, Marinette heard something. The sound felt alien to her at first, but it grew louder until she figured out what it was. That realization shook her to her very core. Slowly facing Adrien, Marinette saw something she had never seen before. He was laughing, head bowed, shoulders shaking, honest to every kwami laughing. She liked the sound of it. Adrien raised his head, looking up at the closed sky. Sometimes, it's that simple, huh? He glanced at her, opening a heartfelt smile. Thank you. What why? For being my hero. Marinette felt her heart squeezing in her chest. I'm no hero. She let her head fall, her body shivering in the cold. Yes, you are. I didn't do anything. Yes, you did. What? A great man once said, the greatest mark of a hero is inspiring other people. He told me that when he called me his hero. A flutter of fabric and a green hoodie covered Marinette. Her eyes widened, the fabric protecting her from the wind and rain, the warmth in it driving the chill that permeated her bones away. Marinette slowly looked up and felt her breath stolen. Adrien, giving her that honest smile, eyes closed, happy. I'm telling you this now because you did the same for me. Thank you for being my hero, Marinette. With those words and nothing more, he walked away. Not bothering with the rain still falling, he walked, a step at a time. Adrien, for the first time since she met him, seemed at peace. The kind words. The kind gesture. The warmth that engulfed her. It was too much. Her heartbeat was almost painful. Her cheeks felt hot. Marinette blinked. Oh, she fell for him. More on that revelation later. Yo. It's been a while. A combination of work getting chaotic, with everything on fire and my team doing the impossible to somehow still hold everything together, and my backlog growing to never-before-seen levels. As in going from non-existent to facing multiple games waiting to be played, delayed the production of this chapter. Is that a lame excuse? Yes, but it's the one I have. If everything goes right and the stars align, this chapter will go up on my birthday. So yay, I'm 1 year closer to dying. Beyond that, the usual. Silverbit best beta. PEans are the best supporters, and if you want to give me a tip, go to the P site where support is given. Discord is there. Go join. P-dose on. Geepa _ Silver090, CBN, and Kenine. A heartfelt thanks to you all. Server du Sows, Discord. GG, stagey 4 volts, that's it. Until next time. Please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.